Здорово. არი რა წესით უნდა მოიგო სპირიტმა რა 2-0, მაგრამ რავი ნახოთ. აბა ბიჭო როგორ წააგოტო. აი თამაში იყო არა და ბოლო მაპი. ეს თორე საკაი. გამორჩი. ყველაზე კაი თამაში ბოლოსაა და ჩემპიონთა ლიგას ემთხვევა ბლად. მაინც და მაინც. და რა თამაში წავა სპირიტი ფალკონსი? გამორჩი, ნუ სტრიმი დავალაიქოთ, არხი გამოვიწეროთ, უცებ 50 კაცი გვაკლეთ 11000-მდე. ექვსას 25 ლაიქი დავდეთ გუშ. კი, გუნდია.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Ridden got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my
Popatrzmy, bo sam wejdź chyba.
blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's no good. Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
The Good afternoon, gamers. We have one more day of the B stream at Intel Extreme Masters Rio, and maybe more standoffs like that to come later on in the broadcast. The fight for the Pharmacy Arena is on. We've already got 4 teams confirmed, and this lower bracket is about to eliminate a few more.
It's been a grueling run. We've had a couple teams already exit the competition, and we will bid farewell to a few more here today. Maybe some surprises that have caught us off guard a little bit. We've got some fantastic games lined up here to round out the B stream for IEM Rio.
Yeah, super excited. I mean, some players that we followed for a very, very long time in Red Canids, of course, and then some of the players on Spirit who we've known for a long time from their very first forays into professional Counter-Strike in their academy roster. But now, of course, they are world superstars of Counter-Strike. So really looking forward to it. But Red Canids, I mean, I feel for them. They will have played both Vitality and Spirit at this tournament. How about that?
Yeah, welcome to the big leagues, Mr. Rentu. Of course, this is his first S-tier event, only his second LAN throughout his entire infant career, and he really has been thrown straight into the furnace. So, yeah, we'll see if he's able to find a way to make it work. But ultimately, I mean, it's all about the experience, right? And let's just hope that they don't go out with a whimper.
Yeah, indeed. We can have a look at the brackets and see exactly where we are at the moment. Of course, this is the Group A upper bracket. We saw the obvious win for Vitality, but then the real tough test for Vitality against a hunterless G2. Who would have thought that that particular edition of G2 with TAC standing in from their academy would have pushed Vitality that damn hard all the way to the end of regulation on map 3. Incredibly impressive. And then Spirit, who we're about to see coming in here, getting absolutely obliterated by Falcons. So we've got 2 teams already confirmed for the Pharmacy Arena in the upper bracket. And now Spirit has to fight for their life.
Falcons continue to own Spirit so long as it's not at the major, which was like the most important of all the series they played against each other. That was the one where Team Spirit, or shall I say Sway, was really able to upheaval of Falcons on that occasion. But yeah, that game yesterday was just a really good look for Falcons. Since they got that win over 3D Max, so they came back on map 1. They just haven't looked back since.
I mean, yeah, they lost any rounds, right? It was 9 rounds in that series, and since that 9-3 deficit to 3D Max, it's been an absolute destruction for them, and no one is standing in their path at all. Here is Group B, which of course we focused on a lot on this B stream over the course of the event so far. Aurora having a little bit of a test against Hortu on map 2 and not looking entirely clean, and that is why for me, Mal's managed to take them down so comfortably late last night. Furia guaranteed to play in the arena. They all do battle with Mal's later on to find out who goes through the semis and who has to make do with the quarterfinals. I'm really excited to see how Furia will do because they have never missed a playoffs at IEM Rio. They know how important this event is to them, of course, playing in front of their home crowd. And it always seems like they ramp up when Rio comes around.
I mean, as we even saw in that interview from K. Serrato, how he mentioned that a Brazilian team has never won at a Rio event either, right? And they're hoping that maybe they can be the team to buck that trend. Legacy out of contention. Red Canids need to beat Spirit here today and then try and win another game later on down the line to get there. So at least Furia, the most expected team to actually make a run of themselves.
Here's our schedule for the afternoon on our B stream. Red Canids versus Spirit to come. Now, you'd think that would be a stomp, but you never know. know. Land Counter-Strike can provide some crazy
We know.
things.
Surely we know.
Surely we know, but Red Cannons are playing at home, hometown buff. I'm kidding, it should be a stomp. Aurora versus Bait to come after that. That one could be a little bit more shaky for Aurora. Because they're not really been the Aurora we kind of know at this event. Of course, we know Xantares is being troubled by that hand injury. He's not been playing too well, maybe obviously a little bit hampered by that. And Bait have the ability to punch up to some of these teams at this level when they're feeling it, right? So I'll have to see how that goes.
They also have nothing to lose, do Bait. They're the big underdogs. Either way, more on that later. That'll be the next game we cover here on this stream. It is, of course, Spirit versus Red Cannons. We can zero in our focus on that particular game. Spirit find themselves in the lower bracket, backs against the wall. There's going to be an angry donk on the server as well, looking for some redemption with what had transpired yesterday with him posting his lowest rating of his career so far. And that's a really scary prospect for Red Cannons, that he's going to be taking his anger out on them.
Absolutely right. I mean, it's a weird state for Spirit. It goes without saying they house one of the most naturally gifted players of all time. If it's not a team effort, it doesn't work, right? And very clearly, things aren't really working all too well for them right now. I thought at the time that getting Zontix back and moving Tania around and putting Magix as in-game leader wasn't something I was against whatsoever. But they just haven't been ready yet, and they've been really, really inconsistent. And even Donk has been inconsistent as well. That 0.3 rating, as you say, is the lowest of his career. And look, every great player has an off day. Recently, the entirety of Spirit are having more off days than they would want.
I mean, it's just proof that it's taken us a long time, but it's proof that Donk is also human. We first thought he was this lab specimen that could never actually fail and have an off day, but finally, with a sample size of 1.5 years at the highest level of the game, we now do get to see, even longer than that, two years at the highest level, we get to see that, yeah, okay, Donk can also have a game where he disappears, and obviously, like you kind of highlighted, maybe it's a systemic issue, broader problem than just Donk himself.
Yeah, and Rentu, of course, we had a quick conversation about him yesterday, and we've had 2 great interviews with him at this event, one with us and one with Harry. I mean, it's actually crazy that he made his HLTV debut in 2026 at the beginning of the year. He only played CCT with a mixed team. He played a couple of those smaller events with Red Cannons Academy. All of a sudden, he's on the main team, and he's debuted at his first S-tier tournament, playing both Zaiwu and Donk. Incredible.
Average damage round.
I mean, that's one way to rack them up, right? Some big names that he gets to go against on the server. As we get a look at the Veto here, Trav, it's going to be Mirage picked by Red Cannons. It's the map we saw them pick yesterday against Gentlemen. It's the map we saw them struggle on against Falcons. Teams picking Mirage into Spirit quite consistently. Now, I don't think that's because they think there's a weakness there for Spirit. I think it's more down to the fact that it just so happens to be a coincidence that those are good maps for the teams that have played against Spirit. It's ancient for the favorites. And then which we certainly shouldn't, require a decider, we will go to Overpass.
Yeah, and if Red Cannons do get to Overpass, remember what Shay was able to do to Gentlemates yesterday. But as you say, it would be a massive surprise if this series goes 3. This is a chance for Spirit to warm up into the tournament, feel a little bit better about themselves after what Falcons did to them yesterday.
Absolutely. Try and regain some confidence. There's going to be an exec into the safe bomb side. Red Cannons keeping things extremely simple in the pistol here, trying to minimize the variance and what could then go wrong. And it's going to be Rentu to draw first blood. Tania pressured in the back lines here towards CT. He's got some support coming through there that's actually going to enable him to keep his life intact. And Zontix will get a multi as Red Cannons run into a brick wall.
Oh, that's a shame because it was such a good start. Hang on a second. Drop has an opportunity. Slow 1 versus 2. He knows where both these players are, but the mid-range dualies from Magix will close it out. And yeah, that was actually not a bad call. I can say it was simple for Red Cannons. They delayed those flashes pretty well, really blinding up the player terribly. But in that they broke through, Tania was able to survive just about long enough to get Zontix in to help.
Yeah, exactly. That's the key detail, right? Is it was a matter of seconds at that point. And I think it's actually a really rough round for Red Canids to lose, because when you're such a massive underdog as they are in this series against Spirit, pistol rounds become insurmountably more important. Because pistol rounds are so variable, volatile, it closes the gap between teams at that point because of, like I say, how much variance there is to pistol rounds. And that's where you got to try and capitalize as the underdog, because you're going to have a far more difficult time in the gun rounds, obviously, and then, of course, when you're ecoing as well. So I feel like if there ever was going to be a world in which there'd be any chance for Red Canids to do some damage, pistol rounds were a requirement from the word go.
Exactly, and now, unfortunately, they're going to go for the full eco to play for the guns in the third, just waiting for Spirit to use some of their utility. So they have to repurchase it. So I'll take this opportunity to maybe tell you guys a little bit more about Red Canids. I'm sure there are many Spirit fans tuning in here, maybe have never seen a Red Canids match ever. You've got Kawes, of course, who used to play for Pain. He's currently on loan from Pain at Red Canids. You've got Shay, loaned from Imperial, who is brilliant in that third map against Gentlemates yesterday. We already touched on Rento a little bit, so worth mentioning Drop as the in-game leader, of course, formerly from Furia and MIBI, was part of that Furia team that made the playoffs at the Rio Major back in 2022. That's like Magix and Zontic's going to be holding in very easily here, and there we go, they only lose one player. No worries against the full eco. So yeah, I mean, Red Canids, as a reminder as well, came all the way from the open qualifier through the closed qualifier. They qualified with history, by the way. Didn't even qualify with Rentu on the team. But yeah, it's been a long journey for them to get here, and I'm sure last thing they were expecting was to play both Vitality and Spirit at this event.
Well, there was a game that I found where Drop did play against Spirit back in 2024 at ESL Pro League. And it was MIBR who beat Spirit 2-1, so maybe some Spirit enjoyers have seen Drop before. It was a big game there where, like I said, they eliminated Spirit from Pro League. Now, obviously, yeah, long time ago, sure, maybe a stronger team even with guys like Insani in the mix as well. But, hey, they have been on the receiving end of Drop's devastation before. Do I expect it to happen again? Yeah, absolutely not. But just a little tidbit.
Indeed. First gun round for Red Canids. How do they begin their series, and what is a crazy test for them? Rentu Glass Cannon on the AWP to begin. Utility is starting to dwindle a little bit. Shay will use one of the final smokes they have for that window position. Does look like they're preparing for some kind of a B split because of the positioning of these underpass players, but they could still make their way into connector. Of course, they know that will be donk territory.
Opa, Magix se sakai pusti jak Orcas main gauče deba odkryzga holdo aj tak male tu rotaci
They've checked their boxes really nicely so far with how they've progressed through the round. Efficient utility usage, obviously not much of a contest in towards the middle here from Spirit. It is going to be Magix and Zontix who get tested over towards the B-bomb site. There goes your lurker, drop a roof from the equation, but they've advanced really far forward. Magix boosted up on the box, will be the one to receive contact. Does a hell of a lot of damage and a kill in that combination as well. Donk tries to force the issue. He wants to get ahead of his team there because he recognizes there's that window of opportunity, but he'll lose his life out. Shiro's taking a lot of damage as he's burned to the flames. Kawes will turn in time to tear his head off, and it's Tania left in the clutch.
Huge round from Kawes. Wow. As you say, Donk really forcing the issue early. He wants to get into the game early after how he got obliterated against Falcons yesterday, and I don't blame him. But now Tania has got no kit in this clutch. Kawes will give up his life for information, but now Davides is set up on bench. Headshot angle, headshot taken. First gun round for the Brazilians, and it's the Chilean to close it.
Ah, very good work coming through there from Red Canids, and maybe just too much space and respect being given up here by Spirit. I mean, the first time they actually kind of clock what's going on is when Magix takes contact when he's boosted up on the box, and when you're in that position, you're not normally the guy who's supposed to be taking first contact. So I feel like Red Canids have done a really good job of getting super far forward before Spirit had even kind of realized what was going on. That kill on Donk there was certainly a key frag. Donk really trying to force the issue, and it ends up costing his team quite a lot.
One of the main things that we haven't had a chance to touch on yet is the fact that Halley is not with Spirit at Rio. He has some health issues that he needs to sort himself out with, so we hope he feels and gets better. But Sophic is with them, and of course Sophic has so much experience playing with both Donk and Zontix and Artfrost at the time on that Spirit Academy team. He's also been the main coach and often player, and he had to stand in for the Kyosuke version of Spirit Academy as well. So, you know, if there's one person that knows these players incredibly well that isn't Hallie, it would be him. So it's good for Spirit to have him around. But, of course, we know that Hallie was one of the main pieces of the Spirit organization that were putting a lot of work for the calling.
I mean, this is his team, right? And it kind of feels like at the moment, Magix is more just a conduit for Hallie and what's going on in the server. And I don't expect Magix to really be taking a huge amount of space in terms of dictating how the team is going to be playing until he's really been able to come into his own as a captain. I mean, obviously there was that interview from Overdrive where he said it could take up to 2 years. And I think that was maybe a little bit misconstrued by the community, that he's not saying we'll start winning in 2 years. Get back to that point because there's a big moment here with Shiro on the Yorp, and he's just going to get destroyed by drop, and the first responder is Zontix, and there's not much he can do about it. I think Spirit have already accepted their fate in the round. Magix is jumping and hoping that Donk can come through and bail him out, and while Donk does get the kill, Magix goes down. That is going to be Red Cannons doubling up their round count. But Trav, just before I let you jump back in, just to finish off the points I was making there, I think it was misconstrued with what Overdrive said when he said that it's going to be 2 years for Magix to be a good captain. It doesn't mean that they get a 2-year runway, and that's when they can start to expect results from Spirit. It means that for now, it is just going to be Hallie's team and Hallie's vision that Magix is then implementing in the server.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's a bad way of looking at it at all. Good damage here by Tanir, by the way. Him and Donk both actually will limit drop to being the only man alive for Red Cannons after that gun round win. Zontix will keep his Galil. And yeah, that fighting con was very awkward, mostly for Shay, to be honest with you, when he had such little ammunition remaining. Magix is hopping around like a kangaroo, inadvertently baiting perfectly for Donk, funnily enough. But there we are.
Good start, win the first gun round, convert against the 4-spy, tie up the scoreline, opportunity now against the eco. Tactical timeout called early here by Spirit. Notice that there was a lot of talking from Magix in the tac timeouts last time, not so much from Sotfik, and it doesn't look like Sotfik is chiming in a whole lot, maybe a couple words coming through from him. Lots of listening going on. For Red Cannons, extremely important that they come out the gate swinging here. They're not going to be making a comeback against Spirit if they start like, you know, 8-1 down or something like that. It's going to have to be them from the word go putting pressure here on Spirit if there's going to be any chance for them.
Of course, Zontix, as I said, did keep the Galil. And as you'd expect, he drops it over to Donk. Let's see if there's anything you can do with the Galil. If it's an AK, then you know what's going to be happening. But you know the Galil is excellent. Let's see if Donk can prove it to be so. Flashing toward ramp, maybe trying to get these pistols into position to go for a push. Donk has got the wider angle with the 5-7 close, but there's no one there to receive it at the moment. Taking their time and going about this early stage of Mirage very calmly against Spirit, not getting ahead of themselves, not going for anything too crazy on these anti-ecos, anti-forces. They've got space here.
A little fake thrown into the mix here. Spirit have peeked behind the curtain and kind of realized what's going on. Problem is that Donk's hero Galil is on the polar opposite side of the map where the action's going to go down now. There's a lot of time between this fake that's been thrown here by Red Cannons and them actually pulling the trigger on the execute into this bomb site. And that window of opportunity now starts to close because Donk is charging in this direction. There's already 3 players in position here for Spirit. Donk is going to arrive on the scene soon enough. Not when the execute gets going, but he will be here to try and help his teammates out. Great first frag found from Davideus. Zontix's Deagle's got to connect. There's Donk. He's now nestled into the bomb site. He can be a really big problem for them to have to deal with now. It is all of a sudden the only problem that they have to deal with, and they'll make it happen.
Oh, big damage again. 3 players tagged up. 2 less so than drop, but Tanir cannot work his way in with the 5-7, and Red Cannons have the lead. You joked with me before we went live, over-under on Red Cannons getting more than 10 rounds in the entire series. I definitely
stage
thought over, but you know, I think Spirit at the moment... Every team's beating Liquid at the moment. That's not really a very impressive result. They just don't look like themselves as an entire collective recently, and they've been so inconsistent with their results.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of things that Spirit are trying to figure out at the moment. Apparently, there's a lot of players just on different wavelengths and trying to get balance within the team. Something Don spoke about that they're struggling with.
Magic
means
sa
that there's a
stable
big disconnect within the squad at the moment, which means if there ever was like the slightest, slimmest of chances for Red Canids to push Spirit, it would be today. It would be here on this occasion. They're going to leave their hearts on the server here at their home event. Going to have to overcome one of the best teams in the world, though, even on their off day. They've still got Donk.
But Red Canids, mate, have Davideus. We all, we as a duo have covered Davideus a lot over the years in Tier 2 Brazilian Counter-Strike and lots in South American ESL Challenger League, for example. And we know, of course, he's a major playoff player now with Pain. But now he's back on Red Canids. He's fragging a lot better than he ever did on Pain. Obviously playing lower tier South American opposition, but he's looking at the Davideus we know and love. Flash through that short smoke, and Shay will entry Zontix perfectly. Donk on the rotation straight away. Magic's out under pressure, playing jail on the B-bomb side. But there's still that lurk up top connector, and they could go back, and they are going to, I think.
Donk could cut this round down at the legs, though. Yeah, he's dropped the bomb carrier, and it's Shiro, excuse me, not Donk. I just saw the M4. Donk was in that position earlier. Shiro making a really good play there to actually get the kill, and then he's going to be able to get the AWP as well. And if the job wasn't done initially, it should be now. Is there enough time? I think there's just enough time here. Donk is going to realize that he maybe has an opportunity to catch this player on the cross. Is not going to be able to get across, and now it's just about prioritizing his life. And Donk will survive long enough here to get his team across the line and tie up the scoreboard here for Spirit.
Davideus does actually get the kill, which means no one on Spirit survives winning that round. So their buy will not be good, and Red Canids will be the first people to realize that and recognize that. They'll know they've got a good opportunity here, and they're actually going to call a timeout to discuss it. As you can see on your left of your screen, the buy is not going to be good. At 3 MP9s in this gun round for Spirit. We've seen Jane call a half buy on rounds like this before.
Yeah, I mean, it is obviously very unorthodox. Oh, he's doing the challenge, Trav. He's doing the streamer challenge. He's trying to see how many he can get in 20 seconds. Probably not up Oni's numbers, but you're right that this is unorthodox to kind of half buy after winning a round. That is very James-esque. But yeah, I mean, if you're Spirit and you're such massive favorites, you're probably not going to be giving up that sort of ground here against Red Canids.
Yeah, just don't treat them with too much respect, or otherwise you could easily get caught, and they might still, who knows? Until it's over. A little bit unsure, Red Canids, about how to go about this purchase. One of the main reasons why they called that half buy, or called the tack pause, sorry, to go for this force buy with the Deagle, Tech 9, Galil, and a couple of AKs. So it was a really good play from Shiro in that previous round, really taking the initiative there, getting the bomb dropped in underpass and immediately dropping down, picking up the AWP, getting the second kill. It was excellent trading by Kawes, but there's no time to cross, and Donk puts a stop to what Red Canids wanted to try and do. And
this is one of those rounds where you take a... Oh, sorry, man, go on.
I was going to say that I mentioned the lack of quality weaponry for Spirit. Yeah. They're already out of util. Missed Windows.
Yeah, Red Canids. I was going to say, let's play the game of guessing who won the previous round based on the buy for both of these teams, because this is like difficulty level impossible. Red Canids have gone B a lot. In fact, they've looked to go B every single round, bar the pistol, and then obviously in the previous, they try to pivot away from B late in the round. Now, they're going to explore into this A side. Tania goes through that A ramp smoke. He's got Shiro in tow. In the meantime, Red Canids have just slowly pushed their way down the ladder into this A bomb site, and it's going to be Zontix who pays with his life for that information. You're not going to expect Shiro again. Maybe they do. You're definitely not going to expect Tania as well, but Tania's gone down. That puts Shiro in a bit of a pickle, stuck between a rock and a hard place, and he will battle back for 2.
Pretty good, but Kawes on low HP will immediately destroy Magix, and that leaves Donk last alive again. I'm afraid he will not be winning this one. Incredible work from Red Canids, really well paused through Palace there. Walking down the ladder silently. We saw Heavy God do that yesterday for G2 and get a really clean quad kill. This time, it's the double from Kawes and a double from Drop that will secure a 4-3 lead for Red Canids. And again, just the lack of utility for Spirit and just plain weaponry really coming back to bite them there. That's the opening kill from Kawes. If he actually goes down to that CT position, that would actually make a big difference for the mid portion of that take.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's probably the linchpin in the round there. That kill going Red Canids' way was maybe one of the main determining outcomes of the round, even though it was one of the first kills in the round. And then I like that late activation on the player coming through from ramp. So Red Canids prioritizes the hit through Palace. And because they've got that extra man who comes late through ramp, he gets the intel as we do follow the smoke all the way through to make sure they land it this time, which they do. Thank you, Mr. Chev and Jonas, our observers. But yeah, that late activation through ramp was also a key detail to make sure that Red Canids had the intel that there was already one player advanced in ramp and then a second in the corner there as well. So neither of those players able to catch Red Canids off guard, as Donk will use Tania as bait on the end of his fishing rod there to enable him to get an opening kill with this hero rifle.
Yeah, this M4 that was kept over is going to try and be the main thing to get Spirit back in this, and Magic's actually has made quite a bit of noise pushing forward to grab that AK, and Shay, you can tell by his facial expression on that push forward. It's been taken, and they know Magic's is there, and that is why Davides freaks out ramp on the timing. Good job. Now Donk from stairs, it already will pre-nade it though and destroy it. Shay, good job. And that's 5-3.
Indeed it is, and it's about trying to prioritize keeping the rest
Როგორ
of these players alive before Red Canids so that they can build up their bank. One of the main struggles for Spirit on the CT side of Mirage is trying to figure out their best way of going up, setting themselves up, because Tania has always been a catwalk player. He was the catwalk player on Gun 5, he was a catwalk player for Heroic on the CT side of this map. And then when he came into the team to replace Zontix, he was the catwalk player as well. When he joined the team, and then Zway became the A anchor, right? Now, they continue to juggle these roles around, where Tania is now the A anchor here on Mirage, and Zontix has returned back to his position on catwalk, which is where he had always played. And I feel like Tania has certainly been struggling in that A anchor role here on Mirage in particular.
I mean, getting Tania in particular into this Spirit team felt like a slam dunk at the time. I mean, we covered him so much in Gun 5. I mean, we remember that Gun 5 team with him and Yellow, who's obviously now on Paravision, was slapping people about in Tier 2. Tania was incredible. He carried that over to Heroic when it was kind of a temporary move to begin with, and he was so damn good, Heroic kept him. But yeah, it's just not the Tania we remember from those days, even against that really good Tier 1.5, Tier 1 opposition in Heroic. And it's a shame because we know what Tania has got in his locker. Let's see if he can show a little bit of it today. Even, you would think, against Red Canids, you could see a very good level from him. But Kawes waiting on ramp. Migo's looking, will get deleted. Eventually Zontix gets his kill from short. A rare headshot on Davideus. 4v4, but look at the damage.
Feels like they're lacking the AWP on Shiro as well. Again, they're not going to have it here. Fundamental part of their defense is Shiro with that sniper rifle on the CT side, and the CT sides have been a big portion of where Spirit have actually been struggling. The T sides have been alright. And again, the defensive half proving to be a problem here against Red Canids. We've got a game on our hands, 4v4. Damage done, like you say, to both Donk and Zontix, as Red Canids zero their sights in on this B-bomb site.
We smoke from Magic, so good timing. 4 players walking in for Red Canids. 45 seconds left in the round. They've got plenty of utility, not just for the take, but for the after plant as well. Magic's will switch hands there, maybe to make him feel a bit more comfortable on that sort of angle. Now Zontix will shift back to help. Magic's will once again put himself in jail. This is my favourite position, but it's usually only good for a 1-for-1. Ollie and Van. And they're going to try and make the push now. Zontix is here on time, but they need to get at least a killer piece here. Will that Molotov spread on bench? I don't think it will, but it's a brilliant clear from Shay. Goodness gracious me. Zontix now having to stand tall. He gets one, but he needs more, and he can't grab it. Drop will push him out of the round. 10 seconds for the plant. They're going to be okay. Rentu's got the line. He'll miss. And Shiro will get that kill with the M4. Unfortunately, one of the kind of patterns we've noticed with Rentu under pressure as the newbie to the team, he is a bit prone to the odd miss. Now Donk and Shiro in the retake, the two best players on Spirit to try and make it happen. It might have to be Shiro, but Drop is going to stand tall. 9 HP to spare, and Red Canids right now are in full control.
Getting loud in and out of the server as well. They're trying to add insult to injury right now and pile that pressure onto Spirit, who should never have had any serious problems coming into this series. ease here against Red Canids, but all of a sudden, they're under the cosh, they're under the pump, and they're feeling the heat here in Rio.
Shay is starting to show us, not just on the player camera reactions, but what he was able to do against Gentlemates on Overpass yesterday. He was the key factor to eliminating the Spaniards from Rio and keeping their home event alive. It's crazy.
That bloody AWP in Shiro's hands, man.
I know, it's crazy how much work he's been doing with the M4.
Has he even had an AWP once? I mean, I know he picked up an AWP and he got that kill in lowers, but that was picked up off of a Red Cannon's body. I'm not sure if he's actually started around with the sniper yet here, and we're already 9 deep on Mirage.
Oh dear. Spirit. Someone send out a search warrant.
Also, it does deserve to be said that Red Cannon's players are looking exceptionally sharp here in the server today, man. If we took the nameplates off, I think that was Red Cannon's, Spirit on the T side with how sharp they've been looking with their first bullet accuracy, their sprays, and this is all while Rentu has yet to really come online here with his AWP.
Yeah.
Going to slow things down here. Our Red Cannons look to see if there's anything untoward here in the round, recognizing that Spirit will be on the low buy and maybe expecting them to make some sort of a play.
Something I mentioned to you yesterday as well, that we know that Drop has got plenty of experience playing on Furia and MIBR. One of the things that he really struggled with on both of those two terms was big pressure moments in big games, and he used to really fall off individually as the in-game leader, or not. He's the in-game leader here, and he's playing really, really well.
Ma ten lat cagiem, po prostu też
11-5. Kowes knows there's a bit of default presence there from Magic. He's going to try now bait for Tania. They're going to clear it properly, especially with Drop coming through. There we go. Clean as you like, and this half buy is going nowhere. Rentu will get a second kill for his confidence, and it's 7-3.
A win and a half now guaranteed for Red Cannons on the T side of Mirage. Sure, it's their map pick, but they could have picked any map in the world, and I wouldn't have expected this to happen against Spirit, who are looking a little bit shell-shocked right now, because not only are they behind, I mean, sure, it's still map 1, and we're still in the first half, but that pressure of them just having been such overwhelming favorites coming into the series, as soon as you check the scoreline and you're like, damn, we're down 7-3, that expectation means that the pressure builds exponentially at that point.
Yeah, Red Cannons will have come into this game with nothing to lose, and sure, they did that against Vitality, but we know Vitality are pretty impenetrable. Spirit, not so. Oh, great flash in middle, the delayed one from Drop at 1:30. Take the headshot on Zontix. Kowes will entry Tania on A, and Donk only just gets there in time. Rentu, spotted on ramp, will not choose to fight that, and nor will Donk, to be fair. So 4v3 to work with.
And again, going back to their good old faithful here, it's only Magic's on this half of the map right now. Do they get a read on this to start to rotate anybody across? I mean, Magic's is even focusing on middle right now. And so there's nobody home. This is probably going to be a situation where once they realize that they end up just committing to the save, unless Magic's can find a quickfire double. I don't see any way back into this one. They still have residual util to deploy in the post plant as well. Magic's plays cap, not by choice. Forced backwards by the nade. And this is round over. 8 out of 11 now going Red Cannons' way. When do we start to panic? Do we hit that button already?
This is crazy. My word. Red Cannons maybe keeping an eye on what Falcons did to Spirit yesterday and trying to take a few leaves out of that book.
I think one of the main
things I want to praise Red Cannons for, which, a separate thing from what you already have, is the fact that they've kept this extra utility once they had taken a bomb site. You can afford to throw all their players in here, by the way. There's no problem with everyone going down because they've got all the money in the world for the final round of the half. They will give that hunt a go. But only a couple of kills for Spirit as consolation.
And say what you want about them not having Hallie here, about Magic being a new IGL in the infancy of that domain. This is the CT side, boys. This is where you're supposed to just have your individuals winning their duels, making good individual decisions based on their own game sense and their own situation as well. And then kind of coming together as a unit in that regard. It's anything but that, quite the contrary. It's Donk to fall first here. Red Canids on course for 9. They've been really good at converting these opening kills into round wins. Can they do it again here to really ramp this half home?
And Shiro knows he has to stick around. He needs to try and find something to answer back. That may almost expose him in that pick toward under. Now, again, it's a round where Spirits have lost an opening kill and they're scrambling in the rotations. They might just get caught in transition again. Wouldn't be the first time. We've got 3 over toward A at the moment. Zontic's holding on to short, having to worry about both middle and B. Tanir now close ramp. Flash will come through to give him a look, and he needs to deliver from it. Thankfully, Kawaz is full blind from it, and he will be able to upgrade to the AK. But now Rentu can set himself up from the catwalk position. Shiro peeks it, could be in trouble. Rentu will take it. On his S-tier event debut, he's killed both Donk and Shiro in a singular round, beyond his wildest dreams. Now Magix. Drop. Will drop, but Magix might need one more, but Davideus gives him no time whatsoever. Ridiculous swing. And now Zontix, he might not even be called into action from short here. They're going through CT to A. It's going to be on Tanir, I think. Stuck in sandwich, but he's going to be cleared by the Rentu Tech 9. I can't believe what I'm witnessing at the moment. Zontix 1v3. And all 3 angles are well set up for the crossfire. Utility, used, kit available, but Rentu's going to make it a quad kill. It's 9-3, but not to Spirit, to Red Canids.
Oh, racist. Okay. Let's tag is nach Benelux. Vitality Falcons Ghost. მე ექვსი ლაიქით მივარტყათ 1000 ავიდეთ, მაგრამ არ დაგეძავთ. ასებადრება და წიმავენო გუშველე რამეო და გასაშრობილი. ხო გეუბნები ყველა ყლა შეუძლია მირაჟის თამაშით რა არ გიო.
Do not rub your eyes. You are really witnessing Red Cannons up 9-3 on Team Spirit. The lowest ranked team in the tournament. They came all the way from the open qualifier. Is troubling some of the best players in the world.
Yeah, big time. They're a real thorn in Spirit's side right now. It was a 3-all scoreline at one point on Mirage, and then it was just a hot 6-round streak coming through from Red Cannons, putting Spirit on the back foot, proving already that they can bleed here in this series against Red Cannons.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm going to give you the old caster cliche. They need the pistol, Spirit. Not Red Cannons. It's Spirit who need the pistol. 3-9 behind. They're walking in through Palace. Already a resmoke coming through, though, at a really good time. Unfortunately for Drop, though, he'll get destroyed by Donk. Then comes the entry man himself, gets himself 2 off the bat. Rentu will put him down, though. Great confidence for Rentu off that quad kill to end the half after he had a very slow half overall. Maybe now feeling it a little bit more. There's actually some Molotovs and some extra flashes to work with here, and it looks like Spirit want to try and attack jungle. Kawes knows it, though. Playing safe. Yeah. Great tap on Magic. Kawes has been so clean so far, and there's 2 more to add to the tally. Tanir will find Rentu on the trade, though, and Davideus is circling on the spot, trying to find Shiro, and he can't. It is now all down to Kawes in the 1v2. And I think Tanir and Shiro have got this one under lock and key. And that's a great headshot from Tanir. So the must-win pistol does go their way.
Yeah, really well done there. I mean, Donk with an explosive opening kill there through the smoke to set the round in motion. And he combines that with the second important frag as well. Spirit then feel like they can't really commit to the original plan of taking deep CT control. So they instead reroute and try and go towards jungle. That gets emphatically shut down by Kawes with a phenomenal double kill. Those are some really clean shots coming through from him. It starts to get quite concerning at that point there for Spirit, but they regain control and they get it across the line to set this second half in motion. Long road back for them here on Mirage, but they've got to keep that belief.
Now look at this for Davideus. Not really a boost you see all too often. And these are the rounds you really got to be careful with. If you are Spirit, you've done all the hard work, now don't throw it away against the FAMAS, MP9, 5-7 and Scout. Shay's even got immediate counter utility if Davideus sees anything. But the bomb's going back toward middle. It's only Tanir lurking here at the moment.
Spirit just try and get an idea of what's going on in the round as they start to take some shape themselves. 1-3-1 split, keeping their options available. Player in Palace, player in Apartments. Both extremities covered. And it looks like they're just going to route their way up catwalk into B. Now, how do Red Cannons respond to this, considering they've got 2 players in this corner? Not going to be spotted initially by Donk, but it's really awkward to try and take fights in towards catwalk from these positions, and Donk will come through just in time as he cuts the scaffolding down from underneath Davideus. That is going to enable the Apartments player, and it's now impossible for Rentu on the Scout. Should be,
there's one, but yeah, it was only ever going to be one. To be fair, he's done very well to get that one. Magics will find drop, and that means Kawes has nothing to do. And ideally, you probably try and keep the FAMAS, even though it's only a FAMAS, and he will fall away. So well done, Spirit there. They parred it well. And yeah, unfortunately for Davideus, that tree trunk, as you say, did get cut down. So no impact to be had from that position.
It was probably... I reckon he was licking his lips because he hears those footsteps and he realizes I'm about to get this jewel here on Tanir. Look at how long Tanir was in position, and then Davideus hears him starting to advance. Then just as Tanir shows up, was about to show up in Davideus' cross, that's where Donk rounds the corner and gets the kill, and Davideus all of a sudden is like, mate, why did you... Oh, you didn't run away. You died. And that means the stack is no longer assembled, or the boost at least. And that will be Spirit at least closing the gap.
And often in these sort of games, it is a little bit harder for the underdog to hold on CT side because, you know, realistically, Spirit do have way more advanced tactics than Red Cannons probably have, right? And it's a very common pattern that a favorite does make a T-side comeback, even if it's the unfavored side of the map.
Absolutely
Why
key
is it
point
this
to
time
nail
it's-
there, Trav. Especially when you combine that with the fact that it's going to be Donk
I'm
on
going
this
to
T side.
parallel
He's going to be
run
exceptionally difficult here for Red Canids to contain and to try and win these isolated duels where
streams.
they can't always be the one that are calling the shots in the round, playing at their own pace, dictating where they go on the map. Instead, they're having to receive Spirit and try and deal with what's being thrown at them. That can be insurmountably more difficult as the underdog. And another factor to consider is, of course, Red Canids would have had some hope coming into this one, but they probably also did consign themselves to the fact that this wasn't going to go their way when they realized that they drew Spirit. Then they get themselves 9-3 up on the half, and all of a sudden, in that break between halves, it's like, guys, like, we're in control. This is actually like our game to lose all of a sudden. And then reality can start to set in like, oh, damn, this is our game to lose. And all of a sudden, it's like, we never expected to be here. How are we here? What's going on? And that can start to overwhelm you a little bit.
Matt, calm down. You're not the one being overwhelmed. It's Red Cannons being overwhelmed right now.
I am a little bit right now. Yeah, well, Spirit are too.
Oh, dear.
I'm a very empathetic person, Trav. I'm feeling their emotions.
Yeah, very valid. Very valid. Cowards will do well to get the kill on Zontix, but unfortunately, it's going to be still very difficult for these two digs to hold on. Drop dancing around on the bench. He's got Davides on default with him, but they should be cleared. And even though Drop does actually dig Donk out of the round, they have space. And I say they have space. I mean, Tanir's 6 HP, Magic's is 22. This was not easy by any stretch. And Red Cannons can still lock them in with some aggressive exit positions here.
Yeah, I mean, any damage or any further damage would certainly be welcomed. Already 2 kills in the round. Tanir is low. They could get one more frag. That would be fantastic here, just to force Spirit to rebuy a lot of their weaponry. I mean, Shay says, mate, it's all on you because I'd like to keep this AK in play. And Kawes will find the timing. And like I said, Tanir and Magic, they're both low. Kawes is not at all trying to win this round right now. It's just about trying to keep ETs in and around this bomb. And yeah, good. There's no way Tanir's going to get far away enough, right? Not on 6 health.
Maybe.
In fact, yeah, only just. Oh, nope, not even.
Okay.
4 kills in the
Yeah,
eco.
not bad. Really not bad. Keeps Spirit a little bit more honest. Yeah, I mean, you know that some of these Red Cannons players do have big event experience. I mentioned Drop earlier. Obviously, we know Kawes played big events with Pain. He's not even, permanently signed to Red Cannons. He's only on loan from Pain. Shay is on loan from Imperial. You could argue that Red Cannons don't even have a full team in that sense. But yeah, they are proving that they are no pushovers whatsoever. But now, real difficulties will begin on the CT side. Ren2 has got his AWP out. He's had one very, very good round in this series. That was at the end of that first half. But it can't just be the one.
For me, it's this gun round. It's this gun round for Spirit where they'll settle back into the map if they can make it work. We've seen this picture, we've seen the story already before here on the B stream between 3D Max and Falcons, where 3D Max went up 9-1, and then on the T side of Inferno, we had that masterful comeback from Falcons, where they went on to win the map 13-10. Can Spirit replicate that here against Red Cannons to dodge this bullet?
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot less concerned for Spirit now, and I'm feeling more concerned for Red Cannons. I'd love to see a crazy upset, but it's going to be difficult from here, even with a 9-6 lead. Shiro will entry drop, there goes Davides, Magix will find him, and now all of a sudden Shay alone on B. He doesn't have any help here whatsoever as they're going to close in on him from short and apartments. This split is going to make him feel a lot of pain, I'm afraid. Needs to get the kill immediately on Tanir, but Tanir does not allow it, and Ren2 needs to get out of there ASAP. As well to find that kill on Magix, but even he might be able to save. Donk almost catches him. But, the gap is 2, and they will be hunting, as you say.
All right, everybody with me now. Let's have a nice deep breath, because this has been a ridiculous map so far. Okay, cool. Listen, Spirit are back. They've drawn within 2. They're going to be feeling a whole lot better about this than they were 5-10 minutes ago. Really good for their confidence as well to battle back on this T side, go flawless so far with 4 consecutive rounds, and build themselves into this T side.
And whatever happens from here, Red Cannon's going to say, look guys, well, we made them sweat. So we should be proud of ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
But of course, still in the lead, they'll still believe that they have a way to win the map. But let's see, we've got that Ren 2 AWP coming in this round, even though don't have much around it. 3 Deagles and an MP9. Actually, utility isn't that bad considering it's a half investment. Sure, looking for the jump spot.
I mean, he's going to need some kills here. Always going to have to save the AWP because they get 3,400. That means he will be up to enough money to afford an AWP, but only just in the next round. A couple kills will push him over the edge to get that Kevlar and some extra utility, but it's a bit of a gamble here from Rentu.
Much prefer the angle on top of the pot in ramp from Kawes. This one's a little bit easier to pre-fire, I feel like, but Shiro's creeping in, and maybe that shadow advantage will help out Kawes. Looking for one more, and Donk will drop as well. That's the bomb, but he sees the AWP on the ground, and he's like, ooh, shiny, and goes a bit too deep for it. But the round's on.
Poison Chalice in a way, but you're right, he's done the damage and given his team a chance in the light investment with those 2 kills. Kawes has been a monster here on the server. 21 frags, 17 rounds deep. Can his team finish off what he has started? Spirit to slow things down. They pump the brakes because they want to try and keep the CT side guessing as to where they're going to go. That's a big miss from Rentu. Extremely costly. Magix has heard the reposition coming through from Connector. He's going to look to close the door in on that player, but it doesn't matter because Tania will hold his own to get both those frags. Can Davideus deny the plant? Absolutely. Now with only 18 seconds left, this could cause a problem. He's got the AWP as well. And he's going to connect on the shot to finish off the job.
Davideus, there's the individual ability from one of the best Chilean players we've ever seen. Maybe the best Chilean player we've ever seen. That is what we want to see, and that is the kind of round which could get Red Cannons closer to that finish line. Oh my goodness, Tania did so much work, even on low HP, to get that second kill in Connector. It felt like they were under complete control for the majority of it.
Initially, but he didn't go far away around enough the box here to actually completely cover himself from CT. Extremely costly mistake there from Tania.
Yeah, almost like he was a little bit flustered after those 2 kills he got, and with how low HP he was really panicking to get that plant as ASAP when he didn't need to rush it. I thought for sure Rentu missing that shot on ramp was the round-ending mistake. But now all of a sudden, with the damage that's been done to Spirit in a couple of these previous rounds, if Red Cannons win this one, Spirit have no money at 11-7 down. Nightmare.
Oh man, all of a sudden, and they were kind of coasting back into the game, but losing that round throws a big spanner in the works. Some questionable decisions made, some mistakes made. Red Cannons will open up their account here in the second half as a result, and like you say, if they win this 11-7, probably becomes 12-7, and then Spirit need 5 in a row to force overtime.
Yeah, it's been a pretty quiet game by the standards of Davideus, but impact kills are what matters. If they win a singular round, you've made up for it. And he's done it. And now on B, Drop is holding on. Donk is going to go down already. Davideus is there to help. He knows it's a short player coming through, but he's out of bullets on that M4. Now Shay is stuck. Zontix is looking for him, but he's the bomb carrier and he's going to get caught. Bomb dropped in apartments, 20 seconds left. It's a great kill from Shiro, but rotations are in. And Magic still only has that Mac 10. He can't do anything about it. Shiro, can he even get away and save? Rentu will miss another sitter. He's missed so many shots in this game, which really makes it even more impressive. The Red Cannons are winning 11-7. They're 2 away from winning map 1. After time?
Oh, and Shiro could after time. He will. He's gonna, unless he can connect on that shot, which he doesn't. Maximizing the pain right now in on Spirit. And you can see some serious concern looked on their faces. Donk head in hands as they're on the brink of this first map getting away from them.
What a kill to take. Good call by Red Cannons to rotate into B as they did. They had players in insurance policy positions. Again, Drop getting very important kills in pressure moments. And look at the money for Shiro. $350. He can get a smoke and a decoy if he wants. What's that gonna do ya? Nothing.
With only 2,400 round loss bonus behind them, it's not like it gets much better for him in the next. Spirit don't really have any option but to play for overtime from here. Red Cannons have come alive on the CT side. Super impressive that they've been able to jumpstart their campaign after having lost the first 4 rounds with a half-by win. That brain fade there from Tania has really caused some havoc now for Spirit.
My word.
Red Canids are on the brink of winning this first map in this lower bracket affair against Spirit. Donk is 11-14, Trav. Numbers synonymous with him even on his bad days. When you combine that with the fact that it's against Red Canids, it looks even worse.
All they're going with here is the smoke and double flash. Bomb clock will be the goal. Get any extra money for Shiro. They have an incredible opportunity here. Many opportunities, 5 opportunities to win map 1. Zontics will give that one a little bit of a cheeky glance, but nothing doing. Drop one in the angle. They've got full mid control with short being covered by Davides, drop covering the underpush. This plant is getting less and less likely by the second.
All signs point in the direction of Red Canids getting themselves up to map point and Mirage their map pick. 5 of them to be precise. If they can get it done here in round 19, they've kind of realized what's going on here ahead of time. They've rotated some players across. They've got a really good crossfire set up. 2 players on the bomb site, 1 on Cat. This should be impossible. And there we go. Just dropping left, right, and center. It is going to be Spirit who are going to have to win 5 rounds in a row to force us into overtime. Oh my goodness,
this is not clean at all. You can immediately tell, even though they're playing against mostly Glocks in this round, Red Canids are so nervous. There's barely any headshots hit in that round and lots of whiffs. They are feeling it right now because they know the position they are in. Their home event, a chance to pick up a map against the top side. What an opportunity.
All right, Spirit. Your life here on Mirage now hinges by a thread. Red Canids on the brink of doing the unthinkable. Winning the series, impossible coming into this game. Winning a map, extremely unlikely. But now we have to question everything we know. Because Red Canids have completely shape-shifted here the entire fabric of this series.
Rentu, now would be a lovely time to hit some shots to relieve the pressure on your riflers. That one stunning quad kill he got at the end of the first half got them that 9-3, but he's been absent since. Donk and Magix have a gap. They're going to work their up connector, and that's a lovely opening on drop. And now Kawez is under some pressure. He'll get deleted immediately. And the under bulk player in Davides surely has nothing he can do with this one. And there we go. A double peek will come through, and Donk will get a double. So, step 1 of 5 complete.
Yeah, and made to look easy as well as they go through the motions and processes without much of a complication. Checks and balances all intact for Spirit in that round. Not much of a contest in middle, able to get a lot further forward than what Red Canids would have been comfortable with. And then just that explosion up connector. 2 kills in quick succession, then that third added to the tally soon afterwards. Rentu and Shay looking to save their weapons. Tania looking to keep them locked in.
Oh.
Great frag found from him, and he's got the position now on lock here for Rentu.
Oh, poor Rentu, getting destroyed from every which angle. So, they stay alive for 1 round longer. How much longer will it be? They get to overtime, they will be given 1 more. Both teams will, obviously.
This is what I was talking about earlier, where Red Canids may even be in disbelief because obviously there wouldn't have been any pressure coming into the series for them, knowing they're playing against Spirit. There was no expectation whatsoever. All of a sudden, they're on map point of map 1. Like you say, they're probably feeling pretty damn nervy right now. They've got to continue to do what's worked for them up until this point. 1 moment is all they need to conclude proceedings here on Mirage and get that job done.
And obviously for those of you who maybe aren't
Öğretmenim
aware,
Spirit
are playing without Hallie at this event.
Მოიცა
Hallie,
მოიცა
the
ვაჯერ
coach, is
დაელი
having some health issues. So we hope
პირველი
he
მაპი
gets
არავის არ
better
მოუგია
soon.
ჯერ
Sotfik, the academy coach, standing in, but Sotfik has all the experience in the world.
ავი ancient-ის მოგება მე მგონი გაუჭირდებათ კარგად ხმარობენ
Zontics and Art Frost. It
Donka პლეიუს ფრაქში თუ გავა 3 მაპია პლეიუს ფრაქში არ ყოფილა 3 მაპია პლეიუს ფრაქში არ ყოფილა ტიპი ეგეთი თუდი სტატისტიკა
They pulled out the secondary
Let's
AWP.
take
It's a
it.
great kill on Shiro. Step 1 in this gun round. 2 MP9s on Shay and Kawez are a little bit of a concern, but Drop has an M4. And already, with that opening kill, Spirit are leaving the A-bomb site entirely.
Yeah, we're
Time
gonna
to bring
go
the double ops to the table here. A bit of a gimmick for Red Canids that normally can at least get you 1 round in the half. By virtue of catching your opponents off guard with that second sniper rifle. It has spilled the blood of Shiro already. Spirit now clustered together in towards middle, and Davideus continues to plague them with the second AWP. Magix has been felled, and now
მოიცა არ ინერვილო Donka აძრობს ამ რაუნდს მოიცა
Isn't it crazy that they pull out that secondary AWP and immediately it finds him?
მოიცა აძრობს Donka ამ რაუნდს
Davideus looking to try and
ნანახი
end
მაქვს
Spirit here once and for all.
მოიცა
He
ნანახი
does get a
ნანახი
little bit over
ესეთ რაუნდს Donka არ აგებს იმენ
That is a freebie for Donk on the trade, but there are still 2 more CTs on this A-bomb site. Nading toward jungle, they're going to try and cross through. There's still, they Kawez MP9, and there it is. Zontics removed. Donk is all alone. 1 versus 4. In other situations, I would say absolutely he wins this one, but there's no time. Still finds 2. 3 total, and an incredible headshot on Drop, surely. Not a clutch from Donk at the very last gasp. Look where Shay is. He's playing time in Palace, now he knows he's coming. Oh, it's so nervy, jumping at Donk. Who's winning it? It's Shay. They made it difficult for themselves, but there's nothing candid about that performance from Red Canids. That was impressive. Spirit are in trouble.
Oh, we nearly get that Donk moment that we so desperately desired, and you can see the look on his face, the disbelief. He cannot fathom the fact that they've lost a map here, the first map of the series in this lower bracket. My God, Donk nearly saves the day for Spirit with an unbelievable 1v4 attempt, but his efforts go in vain, and with that, Red Canids are 1-0. Here in this lower bracket second round.
Isn't it incredible that Rentu was struggling on the AWP for so long in that game? Had one incredible round, sure. But it's Davideus picking up that secondary AWP. Here we go, we see it on the replay. Unbelievable multi just when it was required, and Red Canids are in an incredible position. Spirit looking like they are nowhere at the moment. 13-8 win for Red Canids. Unreal. We'll see you in a minute.
That's what that is. Როგორც გამოა ჩახლევებული მოიჭველი. პარებული არ. ანუ კაცისთვის პლუსი არაფერი არ არის რა. ბაქ შემთხვევაში. Yes. როდესაც შორს ხარ მშობლიური მხარი. ეგრე გამოდის. Leciał na czaj. A ty co ci ancienty? 와. 왜라 스카이 시작합니다. აუ ტიპები საცხოვრობენ. თორიან ღარიბების რო ბედნიერები არიან.
Whatever happened to make a fool out of me? I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years I'll be suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be a
რა ვიცი, არ ვიცი რა გითხრა, მაგრამ
making love to a whole new life. Learn my lesson once I'll skip the rewind.
ოხოხოხო.
What was left for me?
რა სერთობიან ძმები ნახე. აი მე გოჭო სად მიდიხარ?
Need your validation, I'm here to get my stars. Picking up the pieces of the puzzle you blew up.
ზღვის პირა ქალაქი. რატო ბათუმის ლამაზი ქალაქი? აუ რა რაღაც იყო და და ინტერნეტში მოგეგროვინოს ლიოში წასულიყავ. მადლობა ბრო, მადლობა. Latina gogol varsa. It's different. რა ისინი ცოტა ისედაც ჩავი ტიპები არიან, რა ვიცოდი. აუ, ჩვენაირი ისიციან, ზებრაზე გაჩერებ. ოპა. ჩავ შეხედე რა ხო. შავი კაცი ვინ არის? ყველა რო კაი ისა გაყვიდო.
Number 1 and squandered it.
There's Chopper now, huh?
აქეთ არის G2 3 მინუტის სპიდი მაქვს.
They've thrown that fast cross.
G2 წესით უნდა მოუგოს რა. კაი ფორმაში არიან G2.
Ooh, peeks in, clean headshot. That's what you want to see. He's got the aim, and so is Tack.
He was completely blind.
Yep, full blind headshot. They're crossing. Very loud about this. Masuta's going to have that first tap. A nice headshot from Masuta. He's done very well here. Solid as a rock. Triple kill from Masuta, starting as they mean to go on.
Okay, well, tempering the pace of G2 with that one. Tack very fortunate to get that kill while completely blind. It's all about exercise, getting the opening, slowing them down, playing towards car. Here it is, Bosch. Yeah, had a pack to choose from.
Could have got two there. That second tap, not too far off.
And then Masuta just unleashes, liking his addition to the team. And in with the force. Sapias boosted up, gets a tag. Gravity brought low. Might want to get out of lower tunnels if he can. That's a FAMAS that he could give over for free.
Push car, your own peril, Mac, as Scout was surveying.
I think it was interesting with that interview as well. Freya touching upon, hey, saying you're playing with less pressure. And right there, Mattis getting into, yeah, well, we had very limited time with Tack, right? That just reinforced what I'm talking about in terms of the thin strap book.
That's what makes it so admirable, how competitive they have been. Not only against Vitality, but the fact they've got to take this one.
If hip.
3 on 3. No,
flattens
them. Macafall Starfan, the A side is just looking like a second round conversion coming their G2's way. 3D Max a fumble. Oh, it's Meek. They tried to bring the fight and just flattened by the Tech 9 of Nerds.
We saw a lot of this as well. Pack roll stuff from G2, just silently slinking up Cat in a lot of early rounds. Now this one wasn't immediate, but still that group play as Tack has been let off the leash to try and hunt Gravity down, and he's not too far away. The low HP on Gravity after that scout tag. He's been noted towards suicide. Everyone else will spring to action to remove this and try and wipe the board. So Gravity is going to do his very best to hold on to this, but I think Mattis, with this flank, should have him dead to rights. I'm going to hit the shift key. Keep running, Gravity. You're right where I want ya.
A moment I thought he was going to try and go for an outlandish knife attempt. I mean, it makes sense financially, you know, it would have been nice to get the extra injection of cash, get some pious on an early AWP presence, but regardless, I mean, winning the second round, it's going to kind of redeem the lost pistol. Let's see from Nerds' POV.
Too easy.
First couple of clicks, just really, too easy. I think that's a great way to summarize it.
Well, the lay of the land is this. You just got owned on your map choice. You've gone out and had a team huddle. You said, boys, it's fine. Dust 2 up next. We can pull it back. You know, let's bring some energy. We don't want to get eliminated here. We don't want this to be the end. You come in, you win the pistol. And then you just get stripped by a 4-spy. So the high that you were just riding from doing the hard work, everything you just talked about outside, immediately you get reset to the feeling you had on Inferno.
Yeah, a very familiar feeling. Didn't block that either. Cross smoke lands.
There's a variation that you can throw that is much harder to block. Right, well, the last time I saw the T side with 3 FAMASes, but here we are.
How far do they get them? Gravity. Chips away at Mattis, gets across the ramp, another body shot from Lucky's D. Maka will finish off the job with his USP. Nothing else really for 3D Max in this one. Gravity, they know he's around the smoke
Oi,
somewhere,
man.
and wow,
Oi,
uses his
man,
Steven well.
მასაც კი ნაღამ დაუტრია
Nails
და
a headshot onto some Pius before the round it comes to its
ერთი იმისთვისაც რომ მიეწოდებინა
usually that wasn't a force back from 3D Max. That was just a couple of pistols invested. So I guess they're going to take another round right now, which is the same, and then go full guns into the follow-up. I don't see them buying right now with Maka at 4K, Masuda at 3.7. This is going to be another round that's essentially the same thing, and it's not the most glamorous approach. It's also not the most competitive approach, but it does mean that their first gun rounds will have an AWP for Maka, all the bells and whistles. You won't be playing from behind, being more limited, but it also means that you give G2 a 3-1 lead in the early stages of their map choice. The confidence brewing.
Mantis.
What
we're seeing from G2, and regardless of what happens in that other series, you might even say that G2 are the favorite now.
We know one sunny day doesn't make a summer, but Red Cannons are feeling hot at the moment. They've just taken a map against Spirit, and I tell you what, now all the pressure is on the favorites' shoulders.
I mean, yeah, it does feel that way. I feel like this break would have served them extremely well to try and reset between maps because they've just suffered an anomaly. Nobody ever would have expected Spirit to have lost a map against Red Cannons. Now, the conversation shifts to, are they actually going to lose the entire series and get eliminated by Red Cannons? Because that would just be completely unthinkable.
I mean, especially when you look at the Red Cannons team as it stands, right? I mean, they haven't even been that great in regional South American tournaments. That's something I really want to bring up here going into map 2, right? Because Ancient coming in here, Red Cannons, they have a 50% win rate on it with 20 games played. It's way more than Spirit play Ancient, because in general, Red Cannons play more matches than Spirit do. They're grinders, of course. But they've lost a team called Dash, which aren't a very good team in South America, a local LAN in Brazil. And they've also lost to teams like Marsborn and 9Z and Odic as well. So they haven't really got much form on this map. If Spirit want to answer back, well, not if they want to, they have to. It should be here.
by Gentlemates on this very map yesterday. A 13-4 loss was what they suffered against the Spaniards. So surely this will not be done into Spirit looking to try and turn up the pace here as they charge through Donut in towards the say bomb site, and they just going to thrust themselves straight through that smoke. The game plan was always to get the trade, and they've managed that successfully. There's a lot of pressure here from Red Cannons. They're looking to try and unsettle Spirit before they actually get the bomb down. Spirit will hold their own, and they just want to continue to force these fights. They're really looking to kickstart their campaign here on the second map.
It's a 2v2 temporarily on the A bomb site, but Magic's will now activate. They know where he is, so they might try and force the issue a bit quicker on the A site to anywhere near that bomb, but I think they now realize they're pincered in and they're just looking for the kills, and with that option being taken, it's not going to work out all too well. Spirit are going to hold on, Zontix will get the kill, and Tanair will finish it off with a triple, and Spirit will start well on Ancient.
As they did on Mirage, they're 3 for 3 in pistols, if you can even believe it. They lost map 1 13-8 after having won both pistol rounds on Mirage. They even converted their pistol rounds as well, Trav. It's not like, okay, they won the pistol, but then they lost to the 4 straight afterwards. Nuh-uh. On both halves, they won the second round, which makes it even more catastrophic and unbelievable that that map got away from them.
The natural force.
This is history in the making, and Spirit do not want to be on the wrong side of this history.
And funnily enough, Red Cannons don't have history on the team anymore.
True.
Good attempt from Kawes, but Donk was always going to get the frag, and there we go. Drops in with the MP9, will manage to get Donk out of the round, but the force won't pay off, and Spirit forcing their way into B will pay off. It'll be a 2-0 start, and Davideus and Rentu will try and keep what they've got to have something to use in round 3.
This is good for Spirit just to settle themselves into the game here, because those cracks from Mirage would very quickly start to creep into here on Ancient if they got off to a poor start as well. Instead, with the strong start, they can paper over those cracks and start to build themselves into the second map.
And yes, for those of you who are just joining the broadcast, that dot, that white square on your screen at the top of the scoreboard, that's not a bug. It really is one map to Red Canids.
$13-8 as well, like I said, it was dominant. Gun rounds looked so good. Individuals were extremely sharp for Red Canids as well, which was very impressive. Outgunning Spirit was not a sentence I expected to say coming into this broadcast, but that absolutely was the case on the previous map. I feel like there's going to be an element of Spirit, just like I said, looking to kickstart their campaign here on Ancient by brute forcing their way through these first couple of rounds and just trying to boss Red Canids to remind them who the real boss is on the server.
Yeah, there's that sort of thought process to it, I think. I think there were certain moments on Mirage where Spirit tried to play like the dominant team. They tried to play assertive and play like they're the favourites, even without Hallie on the team. But yeah, Red Canids had a couple of individual moments. I mean, Ren2 getting that crazy quad kill at the end of the first half, which was kind of his one impactful round of the game. That was superb. And then Davideus decides, well, Ren2, you're missing a few shots. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. He grabs a secondary AWP and then gets a crazy triple to help assist that final round. It's absolutely incredible that Donk attempt went down to that closer clutch with Shay and Palace. I'm baffled that it got that far, but Shay got it done, jumping around with that MP9, using that movement accuracy. You know, that was nerfed on the MP9 relatively recently.
Yeah. I mean, a 1 versus 4 in like 20 seconds was what Donk had to try and deal with, and he got extremely close to making it happen. And it was actually really good to see that Shay didn't choke that one out, because I feel like most players in that situation just almost like a deer in the headlights get completely shell-shocked and have no idea what to do. But he didn't give himself any time to actually think about it, right? Because like second AWP, as we now sink our teeth into the first gun round here on Ancient.
It's funny, I mean, I mentioned that Red Canids play a lot more than Spirit, those local lands in South America to try and make the major and try and just get better as a team, try and get Ren2 a little bit more experience. As a reminder, it's his HLTV debut at the beginning of the year. This is his big event debut, S-tier debut, whatever you want to call it. And now he's played both Zyro and Donk at his first event. That is not something most players can talk about.
Yeah, what a sculpt this would be as well. And then they'd be one best of 3 away from getting themselves in the arena. And if you beat Spirit, that would give you all the belief in the world that you could get the job done. I suspected this would be the game plan from them. Brilliant utility usage. Shay and Drop never stood a chance.
This is a little bit more like it. 4-0 will be the score, and Red Canids might not even be able to save here, because I think the hunt will already begin in a matter of moments. Shiro still has that Mach 10. There's no reason for him to keep hold of it. He should be pressing W and looking for the exiting Davideus, Ren2 or Kawes ASAP. There we go. They've all left the bomb now. Made sure they've come at this saving attempt from Red Canids from 3 different angles too, so they know that there's been no one to slip a gas and a crazy ninja or something like that.
Yeah, these kills would go a long way as well, because if they can pry at least 2 of these 3 guns out of the hands of these Red Canids players, it means that they actually won't have enough money to justify the buy in the next. Those 2 kills. Oh, no way! In the last tick of the round, Donk is going to round the corner, demolish Ren2, send him packing. No survivors for Red Canids. As Spirit have come into map 2 with a bang.
Yeah, not much you can do about that. Look at the buy they have now on the half. Back down to the 5.7s and Deagles and MP9s. I would like to see Red Canids play.
Wow, I'm going to GG.
Donk out middle.
I'm going to GG.
That was his signature on this map for many a moon, and still kind of is in a way. He's still alive though. He's getting from Jaguar, but poor drop. Oh, that's
Prime Vitality uite Prime Vitality ბევრად თესლი.
So well done from him. I mean, sure, this is against the half buy, but really just flexing his muscles right now is Mr. Donk. And maybe that little 1v4 attempt at the end of Mirage kind of brought him back into the fray here to a degree, because obviously he was nowhere to be found throughout the rest of the map.
Yesterday.
Completely unlike what we're expected to seeing from him. And yeah, you're right, yesterday as well was
unheard of from the
young destroyer. But now, 5 kills, and we're in the 5th round here for Red Canids across the board. There's a 6th at least as the ragdoll goes flying. Amadeus, have you got a big moment here with the Stairs of Eagles on the right side of the map, and he's got the pillar to play around, but he can't connect on that first shot.
სტრიმი დავალექოთ, არხი გამოვიწეროთ, 200 ლაიქს ავიდეთ. 2 საათს სანამ შეუძლდება სტრიმს 200 ლაიქს ავიდეთ Fortnite-ი. 40 კაცი გვაკლია ახალი გამომწერი და გამოიწერეთ ის წერგავს გამოწერეთ.
Every interview he's ever done and anything he's ever said to anyone really.
აი ტურნირს რო უყურებ ხოლმე რა, მოვიწყდება რა იმენა, რომ აი ეგრე არის ის რა ქვია.
Whatever it takes.
ეგრე გამოიყურება. ანუ ეგრე ხედავენ ტიპები რა in games. რო ანუ ჩვენ რო ხედავთ ეხა კედელში ის ანუ მარტივია.
As stoic as someone like Zontix in terms of what sort of emotions he's feeling. It's always very easy to get a read on the state of mind of Mr. Donk based on his player cam, that's for sure. He doesn't shy away from showing his emotions.
აუ დონკა ბიზია დისეკრევე, როგორ მოახერხა მაინც გადმოტანა თითქოს გაეჭედა ხელიო და. ახი გაეკიდა. ენტრად ბიჭო ხავადასო. მაგრამ 24 კილი მაინც არ მგონია. აი მომკალდა 24 კილი მაინც არ მგონია.
Poor Rentu is having a bit of a shocker. I mean, they had plenty of time to get that kill on ramp, but just whiffed pretty much everything, and that is probably what comes with the nerves and the map, and just it being your first big event in general. Sure, it's vague comfort that your first big S-tier LAN is one in your home country. It's like he's had to travel into Europe for the first time to play this event, but yeah, he's kindly put, he's being outclassed at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, who would have expected anything less at this level of the game, to be completely real with you? Like you say, return to schedule programming coming through here with the series between Spirit and Red Canids. Fantastic start here for the favorites to try and put to bed what had transpired on that previous map. Bit of a rude awakening for Red Canids.
Yeah, and we came into the series saying we wanted to see Donk look like Donk again after what Falcons did to him yesterday. Magic's once again his comfort place on the team, as we know.
Literal right-hand man.
And yeah, already he's trying to warm back in on Ancient.
ხო რა ვერიკო რაღაც ხოძე იცოდა ალბათ რომ წააგებდნენ უკვე ანუბისის მერე იმენა ანუბისის დიდი არაფერი გაუკეთებია მაგრამ მირაში ვაფშე გაწშვი
as you mentioned Donk is exactly like that as well. At the moment Red Canids, I'd love to see them
more
caution to the win because
კედლებშიც
nothing is going right now, and this is a free hit on Ancient. Like, you know you really shouldn't be a map up anyway, even though you played so damn well. Just press a W a little bit, try and get in the faces of Spirit. Don't treat them with respect and see where it gets you. And it has got them a kill back this time.
Oh!
They have. I feel like they've tried that a little bit already, you know, with their swinging in towards but you are right, that I like the word you use there, free hit. I think that's a great way to describe what Ancient is for them. But right now, they're the ones who are being clapped in the server. And it's a great read from Spirits after that early death goes down over towards the B-bomb site, and they get that kill on Donut. They just use that to ride their way into a vacant A site. Flawless here from Spirit. As they assume full control. There also was a life game from Kawe's on Mirage, must be said. A 2.01 rating from him, by far his best performance against a tier 1 team in his career. odds of that have happened. The odds of that happening were extremely low. Odds of him replicating that performance twice in one series, surely 0. So we're going to need to see the rest of the team trying to find some sort of a semblance of that level here as well, if there's going to be any chance for Red Cannons.
Again, they're hunting the saving players of Shay and Kawez. Probably not long for this world. There goes Kawez, and Shay now stuck in Jaguar, but he's managed to Scarpa in time, so he's done well. But yeah, I mean, again, as I said before the map begun, not a good map really for Red Cannons at all. They've managed to find a way to beat Sharks on the map, a regional rival. But the only regional rival they've beaten recently is Galori's at that Bet Boom Circuit X LAN. Previously, they'd lost to 9Z twice, Dash, which I mentioned at that Fergie in-house tournament. Mentioned. That was an overtime loss against Milesborn, which was not a good look. And as he said earlier, on 13-4, so maybe this is to be expected. This probably is what Mirage should have looked like, but as I said, free hit, see what they can do. But at the moment, Spirit know what they can do, and they're in full control.
It's also very good to see that they've been able to reset like this, even without Halley between maps. Just try and pull the team back in line, give them some advice, just get them level-headed once again. This is going to be a big test for Magix in the infancy of his IGLing career as well, suffering a map loss like that against Red Cannons, and then being in a position where he has to like re-galvanize the team and get everybody with their heads back in the game and make sure he keeps his head in the game. So a challenge in that regard. And a bit of a challenge here in the round for Red Cannons, as they're able to make something work with these weaker weapons. A couple pistol kills coming through for them. All of a sudden, it's a 5 versus 2.
Lose it from here. Look at the setup they've got. I mean, even Drop will get a kill through the wood in cave. So all of a sudden, completely nowhere. Spirit get a little bit more lackadaisical and get punished for it. That 5-7 stack gets all the damage. Rifles can be picked up for free. With all 5 players alive, that will do wonders for their money.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just about to say, we have had a 13-0 on Ancients already, with Na'Vi besting Bait on that map 2 days ago. And I'm glad I didn't say it before this round, because then I would have been accused of obviously jinxing it. However, it's going to be Red Cannons who get the round done, and they make it look easy. Like you say, maybe Spirit just getting a little bit relaxed there in that round, a little bit complacent, and it costs us.
Hey man, whatever we say will always be accused of caster cursing things. I don't believe in it personally, but there we are. Watch this. Donk's going to get a crazy entry. See, he didn't curse that one. Davideus will Davideus will go down immediately. And now he's going to try and press the issue even further behind the smoke. And Shay has no idea, I don't think, and nor will Ren too. They're giving it cursory glances, but Donk's ready.
Oh,
a clean tap on Shay. And he'll say bye-bye in this round. Donk's looking for them all, pushing through red. 2 players residing here, looking to try and clear every single angle. Oh, it was so close to the 4th, and you could tell he really wanted that 4th on the possible ace, but in the end, all that matters is that Spirit win another clean round. It's going to be 8-1, and Tania is rounding on these 2 saving players as well. Kawez is more stuck than a stuck thing in this corner. He's trying to brawl his way out, but he'll get traded by Tania. And now, as you can see, Donk knows this is what it is more like for Spirit.
Ach, ty bo wysiadł tyś.
Immediately after they lost to the half buyer as well, as a key win there for Spirit, just to make sure that there's no momentum whatsoever born off of that round win there for Red Cannons. You see that graph that came out from Luz Raposa recently about first bullet accuracy?
I didn't, but I know he does good content. Educate me.
So who's at the top? Have a guess.
Is it Donk by chance?
It's not Donk. It's not Donk, which was crazy. It's Frozen. Frozen has got the best first bullet accuracy out of any tier 1 player, which is just ridiculous. Donk is obviously right up there, but it's top 3 Frozen, Rops, and Donk.
Well, there you go. Save Frozen. Any agreeers on that one? I'd imagine so.
Just everybody watching this game, no doubt.
Good kill from Shay. Tania will go down. Get a couple of consolation rounds at the end of this half. 9-3, 8-4. This will keep them in the conversation. If it's a 10-2 or 11-1, we know it's 100% cooked. It'll be a nicely cooked meal for Team Spirit to get to overpass ASAP. I said earlier, right, I mean, we were thinking that overpass would never be happening between these two, but Shea was brilliant against Gentlemates on overpass yesterday. If he can rekindle some of that, then we might still have a game rather than what we are expecting to be a bit of a walkover in map 2 and 3. Drop's holding on really well here, though. Gets himself a double on Donk and Zontix. Now Kawes knows what's going on. He might choose to push ramp here, one of the more unexpected places to be at this stage of the round. But look where Magix is. And Rentu, even though Magix is last alive, oh, he's got a freebie, but now I don't think it's going to have any impact in the round, thankfully. Never mind, Rentu reads it well, falls all the way back, even making noise with it, plays it a bit safer, and gets a nice kill. So that's 2 for Red Canids.
Yeah, really well done coming through there to at least get themselves a second run and try and give themselves something to work with going into the second half. I mean, obviously, even if they win these last 2 to get 8-4 on the board, that would be far from desirable, but it means that on paper, they haven't lost the map in the first half.
Lane about to be taken. Pretty fast opening to the map for Spirit with how they went about things, and it looks like they're going to run it back here, and Kawes was not ready. That's more of the explosive Tanir we saw from the Gun 5 and Heroic days. No holds barred, B bomb site taken. And sure, the Red Cannon's rotation is multiple on shelves, maybe go for a flank, but Zontix is still there to hold for that alongside Shiro, and that smoke is covering it off to make that retake impossible. So even with the money in the bank they've got going into the final round of the half, they're already committing to a save because they know they're probably going to be hunted anyway.
Yeah, true. I mean, they have been already at one point in this half. It's Spirit going back to their good old faithful. That's just been their default when they've lost a round. Is all right, let's just brute force our way back into B. As you say, they catch Kawes completely off guard by progressing forward before he's even been able to drop that smoke. So they're already way advanced ahead of that smoke grenade, get that kill on Kawes, and with one frag, that's already round over. And now, I mean, now it is map over in the first half. Even if this is 9-3, there's no world in which Red Canids are going to be able to come back from a 9-3 deficit on the T side of Ancients against this informed Spirit, who have looked a hell of a lot better. Donk online, the rest of the team doing their job to a really good level as well. Far more convincing.
It is, and right now the focus is just getting themselves out of this small hole they have dug for themselves, but they'll know it's only a very, very small step on where they want to be. Mentioned that their form, how inconsistent it's been since those changes that have come through to the team. You know, I think I was pretty happy that they brought Zontix back and moved Tanir into something a bit more comfortable, but it hasn't really panned out that way to begin with, and it's looked very uncomfortable overall for the entire team. At least this game, which should have been way more comfortable than this, is looking a bit more free for Spirit here. Davideus is going to try and make something happen with the M4 in middle this time, pushing around this smoke. Donk looking for the late entry on this occasion, and there's nothing you can do. Sometimes when Donk is on the other side,
nice
lineup there from Drop, so actually take down his opposite number, IGL versus IGL, not really a duel, more just a frag coming through there from Drop to bring it back into a 4 versus 4 as Spirit will set their sights in on A. Donk left his own devices on middle. He's going to have to hold this ground here to try and circumvent any rotations. Try and keep this donut player focused in on middle as well. Not a duel you're going to be taking when Donk's in this sort of form, but Shay says, I don't care. Destroys him, and that's going to allow for him to now turn his attention back into A. He's going to drop this advanced smoke to give himself a bit of room to work with, but Tanir will deny with a really well-timed spray. The planter, and Rentu with the no-scope on the follow-up, though. Extremely unlikely on that second attempt, but he's actually gotten the frag.
Zontix needs to make something happen from Temple, but he's going to look away as soon as 2 players encroach in his position and then just ignores it entirely. Okay, Zontix, bit of miscommunication there maybe. What can Shiro do with the rifle? Behind default box, Against Ren
Öteki?
2, Drop, and Kawes, there's one tap. Looking for a second, he's going to get encroached upon by Ren 2. Shots have been missed, but Drop will figure it
Sad
out.
kaart imena
Red
prosto.
Canids do manage to scrounge a third round at the end of that half. They got a 9-3 on map 1, they won the map, but Spirits are 9-3 up here. They should win the map. We'll see if they can in a few minutes.
აბა ანგარიში დაწერეთ. ანგარიში დაწერეთ ძმებო. Every game on the stream is do or die today. So. მაგის კი, აიჯილე. 12-3. პისტოლი ვნახოთ აბა. დამეტეთ 5 სპირიტ.
More like the Spirit we know and love, both in the server and out of the server, with the attitudes on the side of Donk and Magix. But the support between the two of them, they need it right now, because there's still a map down. They haven't secured Ancient yet, but it should be done in a matter of minutes.
Absolutely the direction that the game is trending in right now. Spirit's in complete control, and there should be no world in which that wanes here on Ancient, completely destined to take us to the decider, which would be overpass and will be overpass, with all the confidence I have in Spirit finishing off the job. And I mean, they may be on the CT side, but that's not going to stop them from attacking here in the pistol.
Yeah, already having a look in middle to see if Red Canids are preparing for a shout, but they're going to see the Jaguar stack instead. Now Shiro with the dualies, immediate double kill. 2 guns are better than 1, and maybe he's going to get 3 kills. Beautifully held. And now Ren2 and Shay are left a little bit confused about what to do next. Ren2 might be the play with the utility, but the unfortunate part is now he's got no teammates around him to use it for. And that bomb, of course, also dropped on the edge of Jag. try and put a molly in there to force a couple of players at bay, but Shiro is not being cleared, and maybe it could be a Shiro moment here. There is 4 going to reload, almost jumps at the last player with the knife, but who cares, because Donk's there to help.
არის შანსი რომ დავთ ხიქილი და
Important round to start the second half for Shiro. Nice quad to get them to double digits.
Sheriff Shiro on the scene slaughters the foxes. My goodness, he goes hunting and he does a brilliant job by finding all of those kills. I mean, the fact that he's even able to get those first 2 frags initially, and then he even has time to get the smoke grenade out and then get the pistols back for that 3rd kill was just sublimely done from him. 4 for 4 in pistol rounds now, Trav. Spirit have had not a single loss. They haven't had any problems in that department throughout this series.
No full eco.
And now
Hey, Caster, you from Georgia, bro.
Wants to breathe.
All they've got.
What did you have to fuel yourself for the broadcast today?
And where are you from?
Oh boy, I had quite the meal. 4 eggs scrambled beautifully into some toast with cheese on top, an avocado, and a tomato.
Okay, I didn't expect that to be that extensive for that answer, but
I know.
You don't disappoint me usually with that, with those answers, I've got to say.
I've been eating some big breakfast lately, man. What about yourself? What did you go for?
I just went for my classic sandwich and some crisps.
Ой,
British,
ой,
you know,
I emphasize British with like an even more.
Yeah,
British
I pronounce my T's, man. I pronounce my T's. That's all I'm saying. I do it properly.
I appreciate that. I won't lie. Otherwise, I don't know if you're saying 3 or free. Either way, what I know is this round is free for Spirit. It's 3 rounds for Red Cannons and 2 away from Spirit taking us to a
full eco done. Now we can actually cast the game again. Actual interesting round upon us. Let's see if Red Cannons can show something on a slight recovery, or if we're going to speed run to overpass. 11-3 the score. And it's going to keep the MP9.
პირდაპირ ჰითი, აი ხა შეიძლება წამოიღონ ერთი რაუნდი. არა გაიგებს უკვე დონატის კაცი ორიანი მინდა დონკავს. 18 კილი დონკ. დავაი, -2. 20 kili.
Donk will only hold on for 1.
Opa.
Luck actually does find magics, as we can see him retreating from middle now. But Zontix has dealt with Rento, and that's an annoying one. That's a bomb on the floor now that they're going to have to creep forward to grab, and a lot of time on that smoke.
თითქმის ყველა საიდზე იწერება. oi. Aha, ეს 4 ვინ დაწერა 13 13-5-ია, უეჭველია განგარიშია. იმენა მაგის თემა.
Frustrating them through from CT. Tania now in donut. Is he going to look to try and make a play? If he goes 3, might be able to deny this bomb plant. That's not going to happen for him. Dropping his gun up, but not in time to deal with Tania. Thankfully, Kawes is on the scene to restore calm and get the job done, as Red Cannons will keep themselves on Ancient for a little bit longer.
I said earlier about Red Cannons maybe throwing caution to the wind and just giving this one the good old college try. And I think going for that rush A there was that, and I'm glad to report it hasn't failed too horribly. There's that Neverdays lurk I was talking about. Great replay to catch that. Kawes will hold on for some more impact after how good he was on map 1. As you said, repeating that is pretty impossible, and he's not repeated it, but he's something to talk about there on the hold. Now, Spirit's money is on the edge of being broken, so we could have an 11-5, and if we do, it should be 11-6.
That would make sense, considering the financial status here for Spirit and Red Cannons. They're looking to make moves early on in the round. They've already scaled 4 players up through middle, just waiting for that smoke and donut to fade, and that might be their moment to then look to accelerate. But it's Donk who's on the scene with one of these 3 rifles, and deep space has been taken by Zontix in A main, and there's no pressure on him right now, so he might be a really difficult player.
როგორ იცოდნენ რომ დონკ აიყო და გაეცალდნენ. 19 ლაიქის მივატყაც მე 200 ავიდეთ საკითხავნა იქნება.
To reroute and reassess the situation.
Donk's job in that round, or in this round thus far, was to just jiggle Donut and see if they were advancing. In the end, his presence alone, his aura, have kept them at bay from Donut.
ესეც მეხუთე.
They burst their way through Red Room.
ესეც მეხუთე. და ვაფშე 13 ხوار.
To make sure that Drop didn't get caught on the secondary angle works really well. Zontix now alone on A, and Magic's alone in Jaguar. Red Cannons now just need to group up, make their call. Should have that 11-5 I was talking about. Can Zontix be a bit of a snake in the grass here? There's one. Shay was low. Now they know where he is, and they should be enclosing upon him from Donut. You've got utility to use in that position too. Zontix does find one more, but now the Molotov will be an issue. And that plant should be able to come through. Magic's advancing. That's twice now Magic's has been caught by a Red Canids lurk. And Zontix will be trying to get out of there.
Yeah, well navigated here from Red Canids. As you mentioned, the aura from Donk and the smoke grenade as well forced them back from Donuts. They decide, okay, let's try and rather take this through middle, and then it's a really good flashbang to set those two players up that were advancing through Red Room. That was a Ren 2 flash thrown there. I think it was Drop and Shay that then combined really nicely there to actually get that control, get themselves a flurry of frags. 3 kills in quick succession here between them. Sets the round up brilliantly. And at this point, Red Canids, they just try to keep Spirit here for a little bit longer, kind of deprive them of some of that momentum that they've built up throughout Ancient up until now, and try and hype themselves up as well to improve the mood in the camp. If they could, you know, get 7, maybe 8 rounds here on Ancient before they inevitably lose the map, compared to what would have been losing like 13-3 potentially.
Ekstremement mister
themselves, and that can help going into map 3.
Exactly.
შეიძლება ის რამე ESCS ტურნირების მოხდა. Просто გასართობად.
Beat 3D Max 2-0. Quite a comfortable one as well. 13-6, 13-1. Sampius and Mattis leading the way. And Tak once again playing very, very well. The lack of pressure maybe on G2 at this event, with Sampius as the interim in-game leader. Nertz is that secondary caller with that help. G2 perform at their best. Good kills from Zontix here. Rare headshots with the dig from him, but he will go down to Kawes. Now, let's see if Red Canids can keep this comeback trail going.
Also, that means we have confirmation of what will be our lower bracket final match here in Group A.
versus
the winner of the series. And that would be for a spot in the Rio, at the arena at Rio.
Pharmacy Arena.
On stage. Yes, sir. That's what they're playing for right now, is to book themselves a date with G2. And that would be later on tonight, by the way, Trav. That means 2 best-of-3s in one day.
Well, in current form, I'd pick G2 over Spirit, if I'm completely honest with you. Even with Tak. Anyway, fast play coming in here, already mid-control for Davideus, and he does best on this occasion. They're starting to work their way back into this game. Kawes playing around this smoke. Magic's past each other, but Magic's gets his vision back first. Now there are 2 more players where that came from. Davideus looking to find one more headshot, and he does as Tania tries to come and help out. Deleted by the Chilean goat. 3v2.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out what to do here, because they saw Zontix earlier on in the round. They saw that he was the one that retreated back through Donut. Ren2 holds the flank. Really well done. They recognize that they've got to force CCTs to make some sort of a move. Ren2 punishes that move. They know that Magix was over towards B not too long ago. And so they will just charge across over at A, that vacant bomb site. And that's another gun round going their way. So maybe they're prying the door open ever so slightly, just trying to get their foot, jam their foot in between the frame and the door, and see if they can ask some questions here of Spirits on Ancient, which seemed like it was a formality at one point. You could also see the miscommunication, by the way, in middle in that round, because after Donk goes down, Zontix decides that he's not hanging around. He looks to retreat back through that smoke. At that moment, Shiro goes through the Red Room smoke to fight in middle. So Shiro and Zontix on completely different pages at that point.
Davideus will close it.
Spirit. The
Davideus POV. That hop up on the little shelf near Jaguar to get that kill on Tania was particularly clean. And of course, Davideus knows what it's all about. Getting into a major playoffs in the Americas. With pain. All the way to the semi-finals. An incredible tournament for him. Now back on one of his older organizations, where he really made a name for himself on Red Canids. And he's fragging as good as he ever used to.
Against some of the biggest and best names in the world, making it even more impressive. Just going back to the point I was making as well, I mean, that has kind of been one of the big issues that Spirit have highlighted, is that they're frequently not on the same page. And we can see to combine as well as they probably could have in that situation, making plays that kind of contradicted one another. the CT side has been where Spirit have been struggling.
ეს 8 ამის მერე ბაი რაუნდი
Just
9
maybe seeing those issues
მერე
creeping
იყო
in
10
here on Ancient as well.
დონკაც
They'll
დადებს
still be
წესით
breathing
24
easy, but not much if they lose, not a whole lot if they lose that
And
next
it's
gun
not-
round.
Obviously, an issue if they manage to find this round, but these often can get out of hand, even from these sort of positions. Zontic's MP9 big shadow advantage, and now Shiro is here with the P250, but Zontix has to watch into that main position. He can't help because he's occupied by Shay. Even though he does take Shay out, the A-bomb site's taken comfortably, and Donk may get a headshot. It's only on the retreat. AK for Magix to grab after Donk gets that kill, and I'm sure that will be dropped over to the man himself in the next round.
$11-8 makes for far better reading than 11-3 ever did, that's for sure. Seemed like it was a closed case at that point. If they win this next gun round, all of a sudden, I reckon there's a little bit of a cause for concern at that point. This is going to deny some of that momentum that Spirits had built up with all the success they had throughout majority of the map preceding this little fight back coming through from Red Canids.
We spoke about how Cowhead's had a bit of a lifer on map 1. I think it's important to mention for me that Drop is playing very well as an individual while being the in-game leader. Something that I touched on at the beginning of the series is that often Drop has really fallen off individually in big pressure moments, in big tournaments, when he was in-game leading / just playing as a rifler for Furia and MIBR. But he's having a good one here when it matters to try and keep his team alive in his home event.
He's been really good throughout the tournament so far. Been very impressive. There's the flash. He's gonna go straight through. Donk, who does the damage with the triple. Made to look easy as usual. And that should set Spirit to get themselves up to
Back
map
to
point.
2KD, and again, as we saw earlier, he's hunting for more, but Drop will put him down this time. They're going to be a little bit careful. 2v5s can get out of hand. They do know Drop is stuck. That is the Donk we know and love. Especially on Ancient, just controlling middle all by himself, pretty veto and Drop now working their way up ramp.
ისი არიან გადანაწილებულები ახლა ამათმა. ეს რო გატრაიდნენ ახლა ესენი
does have the ball in his back, does have utility as well, to be fair. But
დაიძაბება სიტუაცია. 1-2-ში თუ გატრაიდნენ დავუყე დარჩა კლაჩზე.
Got the line, he's got help from Tania. Every angle's being covered. They have got up a very long way though. That's going to be a nice clear for Drop. Unfortunately, let's go down for his trouble. So Rentu, the new boy, S-tier event debut, but wall banged out of the round. There's not even a chance for a plant and to be set up, and that is what can happen at this level.
Yeah, I appreciate the effort there of what you were trying to set up yourself for Rentu in the 1v3, but just denied before you can
ეს რა ქნეს просто ესე რატო გამოვიდა ნახე იმარო ეგრევე წაიგეთ
risky approach trying to walk through the smoke at that point. I mean
მადლობა 200 ლაიქისთვის მეუბო არხით გამოიწერეთ სტრიმის და ლაიქეთ ვისაც არ გაქვთ ლაიქებული ბარემ
for Spirit to seal the fate of this map and take us to overpass to settle the score here and see which of these two teams will be eliminated here at IEM Rio 2026.
მეცა 4 რაუნდის ბაზარია და ერთი პისტოლ რაუნდი რომელიც მოგევნე ანუ ბაი რაუნდებს ისინი უფრო იგებენ ბიჭო
extra prong that was kind of missing. They had it, but Bonk deleted it in that previous round. And now Magix might be going for the peek forward. Bit of a gap on that right side to work with. And now Drop knows he's close, trying to get that damage through the paper-thin walls of Jag. Going to fall back now, though. The bomb is dropped still outside middle. They haven't made a call yet at all, have Red Canids. Still just holding in their default. The booster might be clear red room, but no one at home.
Yeah, Spirit are saying we're not going to give this one to you by just clashing straight into you at the start of the round and then maybe just losing this by virtue of Jules. You're going to have to come and get it. And you've seen the high-low setup in Cave with 2. Well, how about the AWP in the mix there as well from Shiro? There were 3 players.
However, Red
Canids have been able to find a big gap here as they carve their way through middle. And Spirit have got no idea that this is happening right now. penny will start to drop for Shiro as
Alex, შენ ის Alex ახარ?
attention is being kept on B by this little bit of a fake that's being thrown. They're setting themselves up for a B split. They
No,
very
it's
well
gone,
may
yeah.
be, and that will keep Shiro's attention away from middle. And now, off the back of losing that party, making their way up ramp, they decided they actually have to try and shift their focus in towards A zone.
არა, აღარ ვაპირებ გაგზავნებას. დავარეთაიერე. აიგა ტიპმა 26 kili დადო.
And then that allows for Dong to step up with the brilliant double
Nice,
kill. And
nice.
Spirit have got their campaign back on track as they bounce back
And
on
that is more like it from Spirit and from Donk. He was completely
Music
shut out of
producer.
play by Falcons yesterday, and in this opening map, even though he almost had that incredible 1v4 at the end to try and save Spirit, he was also not at his best. That is more like it. And
Adre CSS community-ში თხოვიჩდებოდი ხოლმე რაღაც.
appearance really in Rio, showing what we all know he is made of. Red Cannons have to go to overpass to try and create what would be the upset of the year, maybe, so far.
რავი, არა მგონია გავაგრძელოთ. სტრიმერობა უფრო მისტორდება და სტრიმერობას მივაწევ. რამეს პატარა სპონსორებს გავაძრობ და პატარა შემოსავალი რო იყოს აქედანაც თემა იქნება. რა შვები, რა შალიჩო.
There's only embers left in what was a fire, and all the loneliness got me feeling tired. There's aching in my chest, it's like a live wire, and the only way it's gonna end is when I can see you again. And down, I need something better to do than spending hours thinking of you. Pour another, I've had a few. Don't like who I am on my own. And why is it feeling times moving slow? No, this won't last forever, I know. But lately it's been hitting me. There's only embers left, all the moments we lost. I'm sick of with my thoughts.
Overpass in 11 minute. ფესით level 8-ში ვარ გაჭედილი მუსიკა და აი რაღაცები ძირითადად ისე ყოველ ამბებში მეც ახლა არც არაფერს. შვენიერი ბრო, შვენიერი. არ მატებებთ, კაი კაცი. ახსოვს 1-2 დამხმარები ხარ. არ მოიწყდება ვინც ადამიანი ვინც მეხმარება. მოიტანე ქართულად და ეგრევე გუსტი იქნება ბიჭო შეიძლება მაგრამ აი მარტო რო ჩალიჩობ მაგდერ რაღაც ედიტინგი და რაღაც არა აი ხა პრობლემა შორტების გაკეთებას ორი წამი რო ჩაურდე გააკეთებ ან ვაფშე არ სჭირდება AI გაკეთებს მაგრამ აი ის არ მაქვს რა აი ჯერ კიდევ ვეძებ რა თავს რა იმაში ან სტრიმერებმა მისწორდება და ეგეთი კონტენტები რაღაცა მაგრამ აი ხა მაგალითად მარტო CS-ი აღარ მინდა რომ იყოს კონტენტი ჩემ არხზე რა აი ხა GTA 6-ის გამოსვლას ველოდები აი უეჭველი მინდა რომ GTA 6-ის კონტენტი იყოს ან აი ძალიან დიდი მინდა რომ იყოს ჩემ არხზე რა ნოემბერში რაღაცები მინდა რომ ვცადო რა კიდე რა რო ვაჩვენებს ყველაფერს ვიცი რო ხერია Arminda! Steam PUBG იქნება GTA 6 PlayStation-ზე მარტო. Swift-ი ვინ არის? ჩემი ჭამიანი. მოვიდე ხა გაკოცო გინდა? counter-ში მე ჩემი თავი არ მოვწურე. ანუ როგორც მოთამაშე და დალშემ კიდია. თავარი ეხა იმაზე არ ჩავიდე 9 ლეველზე და დალშე რაღაცა საყურებელი რო იყოს, ხო ხდები? აი 3000-3500 ლეველზე რო იტრიალო. ბიჭო, უყურე მომისმინე. მე ხო მაგ ელგატოს capture card-ი და ელგატოს capture card-დან შეგიძლია ჩაოლებრივ გასტრიმო ის რა ქვია. ამ კომპიუტერზე შევაერთებ, ჩაოლებრივ ამ მონიტორზე დავაერთებ და ეგ არის რა, ჩაოლებრივ როგორც ამას გისტრიმავთ ეხა მეორე კომპიუტერით, ეგრე გავსტრიმავ იმასაც. ანუ ელგატოს capture card-ი არის უთესლესი რაღაც. გამო ეგ არის იმენა ტოპ გამოგონება. აქედან აიღებს ამ გამოსახულებას, გადააქ მეორე კომპიუტერის OBS-ში, OBS-ით სტრიმავ. შესაბამისად მარტივი არის. PS5-ს რო დავითრევ, შევაერთებ მაგაში capture card-ს და გადავიტან იქ. მაგრამ ეხლა PlayStation-ი გაგზმაო და რაღაცები არ ვიცი მე. PlayStation-ი სად არის PlayStation-ი? არა, Cyberpunk-ის დახროვანი. აუ, რა მაგარი ადგილია. აუ, რა მუსიკა. ესეც AI-ის გაკეთებული იქნება უეჭვენ. დაენძრა, ბიჭო, AI რა ხოძია, იმენა მებასება, იმენა რა კაცია, იმენა. თავარია რამე არ გვიქნას თორე, დალშე იყოს რას გვიშაოს, გაგვიმარტივა საქმე მაგ ჩემის მოტყნული შვილმა. ავარია შავი რობოტები არ გამოუშვას რამე არ გადაფუზონ სადმე კომპიუტერებით გაგვიძვირა მაგ გახვარმა ხო ოპერატიულები გააძვირა ხო მე გადავედი ბიჭო წადი ნახშირი აუ ეგ ალექს ეგრე მყავდა ძმაკაცი, ოღონდ ვიცი რომელ წელს 2015 წამთ 16 წელს მყავდა ეგრე ძმაკაცი. ვეუბნებოდი ნახშირი მინდა თქო წავიდო და მთელი რავი 80 სტაკის მოქონდა 64 ნახშირი. ძალიან მაგარია. ეგეთი რამე თუ მოიფიქრე, საბა მაშინ Minecraft-საც ვითამაშებ უოჯერ. ან გებაზრება ხო?
Spirit have looked like shadows of their former selves at Intel Extreme Masters Rio over the last couple of days until that map of Ancient. Sure, it's only Red Canids, but Donk is back, putting in the numbers we know he can. 26 kills, 13 deaths, 2.07 rating, 134 ADR. They're going to need more of that, though, to confirm keeping them alive in the lower bracket.
I mean, surely it is just business as usual here once again, with Spirit bouncing back the way that they did on Ancients and looking a whole lot like the team we'd expected coming into the series. I don't think that's now going to be derailed again, because sure, it's one thing to have a slow start and get completely off guard. Maybe they were complacent coming into map 1, just expecting to dominate on Mirage and coast through the series. They then get that rude awakening. They look really good on map 2. Now surely they remain locked in and finish off the job, right?
You would think, and of course, something that you mentioned yesterday, Overpass, Orpa's map, Rentu is not really looking like the player that he wants himself to be at this level. He's been really struggling throughout this entire series, and no, when you've got Shiro as your counterpart to go up against, maybe you can expect that, especially on your big event debut. But he's going to need to show up here to give Red Canids any chance at all.
Absolutely. Red Canid's going to be starting off on the CT side as they did on Ancients, and I think it might be really difficult for them to try and contain Spirit on the T side. Sure, Overpass T side, generally speaking, is quite difficult, but I think that the pace and ferocity that Spirit are going to bring to the server here might just completely blast Red Canids out. And oh boy, if they hadn't already had a good enough chance with all players alive on the server here for Spirit as they get the bomb down, they've been able to boost the
Let's go!
At least Carl
Levy Ackermans, mადლობა დონაციისთვის.
added into the mix as well. A bit of a resistance put up by Magic though. Magic's rather with a quick fire double will certainly help. No kit in play means time is of the essence.
Face
He'll go down, and Drop and Shay will do some
Rezi,
work. And now it's on to
entry fraggerat.
HP from heaven. That bomb is being diffused.
Mama ჩემი IG-ლად გავაჩსკიო რა ვახ.
And they might get all the kills.
Rezi, entry fragger, mama ჩემი IG-ლი. Ეგ სამი ვინც არიან, ეხა დავტოვოთ Frozen-ა, Twist-ა
felt
და
really
Broky.
awkward when he was so low on health, and all of a sudden he was the last man left alive. That boost into heaven ends up paying dividends as Zontic is able to get 2 key kills there from above and find the frag on the diffuser just in time. That was the necessary kill. His prioritization was on point. And it's Spirit who come out the gate swinging here as they pick up on Overpass where they left off on Ancient.
Yeah, Force Buy will come through. They have enough to get Shay on the M4. That's what the update to give you $50 per kill. Extra opportunity to buy a bit more.
Bravo. Nice call. ნახე, ტიპი ჯერ არ ყოფილა. ტიპი ჯერ არ არის coach და რა ტაქტიკა გააძრო უკვე, ნახე? რა კოლი გააძრო ტიპმა? საიდან გაქოლა რომ თვითონ იქნება? Bravo, ძმა, bravo, მე ხელები ამიწევია. მეორე ხელი დაკავებული მაქვს, ორივე სავწევდი
couple
უბრალოდ.
of events prior, one LAN as well in Sao Paulo. That was pretty much it. He's already played an Intel Extreme Masters against both Zaiwu and Donk.
It was either Spirit or Falcons here in this lower bracket game, so it would have been super difficult regardless of who he came up against. A trial by fire for Rentu in only his second LAN event of his career, and he's got a hell of a test ahead of him here over on the A-bomb side. A force buy back from Red Canid to try and respond to the pistol round where they had lost it out. He is the only man here right now, and he's fallen back into bank.
Yeah.
And this should be impossible for him to hold on by himself with only a scout.
Yeah, unfortunately, this stack will not be successful unless Rentu does something unbelievable, or Spirit second guess themselves.
GTG შუა თამაშის დროს იქ რო ქოლია გასაკეთებელი. Gold.
Critical damage. Poor.
აი მე დანადავაგდე. არა, ღმერთო.
Shifting away with that.
რაფრთხილად ვიჭა მოვიტეხე შესირო შემჭხილი.
He's on the hunt, which means he may be able to get a kill on Rentu as he shifts away toward B, but they are committing to a 5v5 save here, are the CT side.
No, I really like their decision not to actually try and shift the defense away from B. They gamble stacked on that B bomb side.
ვინმეს გაუხსნე კეისები შოთა. კი, ფაშა ბაიცეps მაგახსნა.
Unfortunate, but it means that they will
Dana,
be able
როგორც
to keep
მახსენს.
5 of their players alive here and save their money and still
არა, გახსნე, როგორ ვერ
effectively
გახსნე.
have a 4 sport set of weapons to work with. So I think it's
ლანია, მაგრამ ინტერნეტთან ხო არიან დაკავშირებულები, იმიტომ რომ სკინები ისე ვერ ექნებათ.
Rentu able to get far away enough to survive the bomb explosion. It's going to be Spirit who go up 2-0.
აუ დაიღალა ძმა.
Yes, a compilation of the entire round.
Მთელი რაუნდი წარმოიდგინე, მთელი რაუნდი ეგრე რო ხტუნაო.
That's how I listen to my voice notes. 2x speed.
ხტუნაობა რაუნდი. Imam.
That's unfortunately sometimes the reality of professional Counter-Strike. If you guess incorrectly, that's what you've got to do. Anyway, Spirit will be very aware that they have exactly the same purchase in this round as they had in the previous. M4 on Shay still in play. They might not know about it. And guess what? Cowers is in the same role again.
Can we get a counter going of how many times he's had to jump here in these past 2 rounds?
Do you think he's a mouse wheeler or a space bar jumper?
Oh, I hope for his sake this is a scroll wheel jump going on right now and he's not having to push space every
Oh,
time.
რამაგარი დავალება აქტივ
Disgusting space bar user, I hate to admit.
Just outed yourself, Trav. Why would you do that live on broadcast, mate?
Hey, man. Hitting headshots is what matters. Rentu can't, though. And, oh, he gets a tag, but, yeah, no 360. Trick shot to work with here.
We'll give him some style points.
But no kill points, I'm afraid. Rotation up is pretty quick for Davideus, and Tanir is close. Thing is, Davideus is very exposed from bathroom, and as soon as these players catch him in the side, does well to find one. He's got some help actually. Launching into the action, but that help will now be deleted as Donkfights drop, and Shiro will manage to clip Shay out of the round as well. And Kowers is a smoke and a kit, but there'll be no ninja possibilities here. He's buying next round anyway. He might give it a look just for the hell of it.
That's the only chance, right? That's the only way he could conceivably win the round is if Spirits exit the bomb site early, he gets a kill on one, drops a smoke while defusing, and makes some magic happen. It's definitely his plan and what he's hoping for. One player already making his way down to B. Second following suit, but he's going to have to run from here, and that's the problem, is the steps are going to be heard, and oh, he hasn't even gotten himself close enough, unfortunately. He shies away, Trav.
Disgusting.
That will be the 3-0. Yeah, indeed. Unfortunately, doesn't roll the dice. Some damage done, at least with a couple of kills coming through from Red Cannons as they're going to be buying up in this next round. It's Spirit who come out the gate swinging. Can they get this first gun round under their belts as well? Because that would really solidify their strong start here on Overpass.
And yesterday, when Red Cannons were able to beat Gentlemates in that game we covered on the B stream, it took incredible moments from Shay on the T side to get that game won for Red Cannons. And is that really replicable? I'm not so sure. So they need to get a handle in the game here very quickly, otherwise it's going to be disappearing from them. Expectedly so, but they've had a chance given to them by their brilliant Mirage, and it would be a shame if they went with the Whimper.
True. Because they weren't able to bring nearly the same sort of ferocity to Ancient with what we saw out of them on Mirage. But I mean, that was to be expected, considering the struggles they've had on that map in general. Tanir gonna have a duel offered up to him. It's a really good understanding of the angles here from Kawes with the position that he's taken up, that he can't be spotted from lows and that he can just step out and immediately force that fight. But he has lost Avadeus in water already. Spirit look to build themselves in this round, now taking some shape. They have kind of kept their options open with Donk feeling out towards long and Tanir in lowers, but with the time ticking, they're going to have to make a decision, and it looks like the B bomb site's where they're going to try and finish this round.
And Rentu playing from Pillar, he has to get this opening kill. He's whiffed a few of these from his position already, and even more so now. Cows has gone down. Completely enclosed upon. Zontix will find drop, and Rentu is so stuck. It's so uncomfortable to watch.
Bro, თუ არ იცოდი თამაში თავში დაგებანათ მარტო მირაჯი რო ყოფილიყო რა აი სამივე მაპი მირაჯი რო ყოფილიყო ჩემს სპილით დააგებდა.
Position looks really ugly.
13-8 არა, კაი ანგარი შემოჩნდა.
And unfortunately,
Here beats inch. ბურს დაგიჭრეთო, ბურთი არ ითამაშო. გერმანულზე დავდიოდი სხვათა შორის 12 წელი ვიარე გერმანულზე.
That kill there on
Kawes, ძალიან კარგად ვიცი რა. აი ხა გერმანული ვინც იცის დაადასტურებს რომ ეგეტერო.
Open up that B bomb site. was even a team flash in the mix. Zontix got completely blinded up by a flash thrown over Monster Tunnel, but he was able to regain his vision in time. And that makes it impossible for Ren to left to his own devices.
პირველი როგორ მოუგეს და სახე გააადრეს, მოუგეს არ ქვია მაგას. ყველა დუელს უგებდნენ თითქმის აიში. არა მირაჟია მაგითო. რა არეწერა. რა არეწერა ძმა, აზრი არ ხარ შენ ეხლა არიცი გემო.
Isn't it crazy? I can remember the Castle Lions from like 2016.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Props to you 10 years ago. It was a completely iconic moment, though. There's a reason it's called the Guardian, because really only one man's capable of piecing those sorts of moments together.
Good times.
ერთი ფინალში აღარ მოხდება. კი, როგორ ვერ მოხდება თუ მოიგეს ეს თამაში და მე კიდე ხვალ კიდე მოიგეს? მოხდება როგორ.
Right drop. What you got for the team here? Absolutely not the start that they would have been hoping for. I mentioned that obviously, generally speaking, the CT side of overpass. But I actually think when you're such a massive underdog like Red Canids are in this game, I think there's a weird case to be made to actually want to play on the T side first, or maybe it's more so not wanting the big favorites to get to start on the T side, where they get to come into the map, dictate the pace of the game. I know it sounds crazy, but I've seen it happen all too often where you have this massive disparity between teams.
They
just run away with the game by getting to, like I say, dictate the pace, play on their own terms, warm up into the game as it goes on, and not have to remain static and wait for the game to come.
Red
Cannon started on the T side, completely blew Spirit out the server. Not saying that would happen here again, but I think it's really tough to try and start on the defensive half against an already warmed up Spirit.
Another 4-man setup on B for Red Canids. Committed to his role. Poor guy. That's how he spent the entire map so far, it feels like. Either that or saving. Anyway, it's a similar setup. Ren 2 alone on A with the scout. Spirit, no, they don't need to just run in willy-nilly. Take their time, set up on long, use the utility around bathroom to block off green bin, block off truck. They're going to work their way in now. Shay's there to help. Actually, there is a rotation a little bit quicker this time. They could be locked behind some utility still. Actually, Shay will hold on. Find Magic. Says drop with one, but a really important kill from Shura in the end. USP of Ren 2 will drop, however, and we'll call it 5-0.
I'll navigate it from Spirit, despite running into the numbers on the A bomb site. They make light work of the defense. Like you said, important kill coming through from Shiro to really alleviate the pressure and basically hammer the round home. Clean shot there from Tanir to finish off the job.
Red Canids
starting to run out of chances here in this first half. If they can't win this first gun round, then the rot really starts to set in, and it feels like this becomes completely impossible for them if it isn't already.
Yeah, maybe took it just a little bit for Spirit to warm into the game today. Feels like, unfortunately, this third map might be a bit of a damp squib of a map. I'm hopeful for a closer game. We shall see. Shiro going for the classic towards short, getting ahead of the utility, going for the peak. And Shiro will go down to Kawe, so that's a change up. Boost coming through with that nade that did perfectly counter it. Banked off of the girder. Tanir and Zontix tagged down low.
სხვა სტრიმები ნახე და იმის ქვეშ წერია, აი ბოლო ვიდეო რაც მივდეს მაგის ქვეშ წერია ლინკი რა.
That doesn't just get immediately traded now. Magix is going to try and find a timing. This is just dry contact. This is them not wanting to get what's going on. Magix is going to cross in towards the corner here and probably remain posted in this position. No need for Red Canids to go advancing though. With that man advantage already in play, they're going to want Spirit
Santimetrები დარიგდება 300 ლაიქის მე.
On the bomb side itself, and one player in heaven. Donk is hoping that with the utilities dumping into towards that bomb side, that he might be able to pull some of the attention away. It's a really good flashbang there, but thankfully for Kawes, he's got Davideus in support to keep him alive. The kill will eventually come back here for Spirit, but it should be too little too late.
Davideus has also taken up the position that Kawes was playing, and that is exactly Good job from Red Canids. They're in the game now. They're comfortable until you get that first round on the board. It's a cliche, but it's true. And as I said, that's exactly something they put into practice on their B-side defenses yesterday. When they lose that Barrel's player. He'll creep Davideus into that position. Maybe it could be the other way around on occasion. It could be Kawes being the one to bait. And we've seen them play head down on that position to hide their player model and try and get a couple of cheeky kills. And when they're going overlooked, that time there was never really any risk in the round, though. It was just a bit of an insurance policy to get Davideus that frag.
I've noticed Donk has actually been playing the extremity quite a lot on this map so far. He's often almost been like in a weird lurk role where he's been by himself on the top side of the map. Obviously, there's a lot of space there for him to work with, and that's what you want with a player like Donk, where he can try and force those duels and back his mechanics, try and find some 1v1s. But it is quite interesting to note that he's often been just like left to his own devices to feel out the opposite side of the map to where his team is going to try and finish these rounds.
There we go. Rentu's got one. He's hoping rather than just the singular, but Zontic has entry Kawes again. Davideus playing the same position, but they'll know he's here this time. Lots of mollies in water. It's a very obvious position he will be in now toward Barrel. Rentu's here on time. He's got to hit some shots, and these flashes are still going to be very awkward for him to deal with, and they're really encroaching on this position. Drop has dropped in to help, though, and Davideus is doing a great job once again from the barrel position. Two quick headshots. Rentu does hit his one shot, and Shiro is not going to be attempting this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, Spirit actually missed their window of opportunity with the exec there, looking to try and force themselves into that B bomb site. Had they continued to commit after they'd entered the B bomb site initially, it would have only been the Barrels player that they had to contest. But because they just decided to slow things down and respect the smokes at that point, that's when we see the rotation start flooding through from the red cannons. They get two players in the bomb site, they get one in heaven, the util starts to be deployed as well, and they completely stifle the attack. Needed to see a little bit more of a killer instinct coming through there from Spurs, I reckon.
Yeah, a little bit stalled. And we've seen that work before. I mean, there was actually a round yesterday that Gentlemates put together, right? Where they just waited behind those smokes and with that patience were able to break through. It was a bit of a gamble. But Spirit, it didn't work on this occasion. Red Cannons were fully in control and read it perfectly. Zontic's through short already. Short control imperative on overpass, as we know. And he's already going to put himself in that corner.
Yeah, Spirit have exhausted their funds here with an investment in round 8. If they lose this round as well, then Red Cannons should draw within 1, and all of a sudden the decider is well and alive at that point. Couple consecutive rounds going the Brazilians' way. Can they add one more to that tally to break the finances here for Spirit? This one's worth 2. 2 for the price of 1. Everybody loves a good special, and this is certainly one of them.
Oh, the boost on the default box for Drop to have a little look, and unfortunately it doesn't work for him. It's a good kill from Zontix to grab. Now Rentu feels like he needs to make a move, and there are many players coming his way, and he could get caught in the connector swing. On the back of Magix, and the setup is good, but it relies on Rentu entirely, and he will connect with it. That's a really nice one on Tania. Now we're of course worried about some bathroom progression, and he'd be absolutely right to be worried about it, and Donk is too ready for Rentu to swing. It's now on Shay. He'll get in the back. He's not completed it yet. Finally will, but he's out of bullets. Zontic's creeping through. Kawes are trying to make a play. Not going to happen. Magix finds Shay, and Davideus is on the smoke near green bin. The bomb now going back toward B with that site being clear. Unfortunately in the wrong position.
Oh, what could have been had Shay gotten that kill on Magix, that would have been the bomb dropped and the round thrown into disarray. Magix will hold his own though and get that key frag to then create that space, and obviously with the space being taken by Zontix with getting that kill on Kawes, they realize that B is the best course of action. And Davideus, just by virtue of almost being trapped, probably has to attempt this one. They've got some money to play with, so why not? He starts to creep his way forward. Nothing on offer. Magix will eventually swing to get some information. And now Davideus wants to try and force the issue because he knows that there was one player towards that A bomb site.
Frozen რა შეიძლება მალე უნდა გაიქცეს. მე პოტრიმი დავალე კითხი გამოიწეროთ 40 კაცი გვაკლეთ 11 წელს გამომწერებდეს მან
on the bomb. He's probably going to try and tap it. It's exactly what Zontix is relying on as he steps out and gets that kill.
15 კაცი გვაკლია.
Maybe a lot of lower ranked players would think, okay, we can't lose the round from here, just hide and we'll win the round. But sometimes it is a better decision to peak on those sort of timings when a player's making noise running in, when they're not ready for the swing, when they might be, as you say, in the process of looking to try and tap the bomb. And it worked well for Zontix. Spirit up to 6-2. Reckless have money via the last couple of rounds they've won, but they don't get a 6-6 half. I am not entirely confident, and really, realistically, if you look at previous games on the map, 6 on T should be enough for Spirit already.
Yeah, they're going to want more. They're 6 inside of 8 here. They're going to want to try and put red cannons away in this first half, and if they can win this gun round here in round 9, they're basically on the brink of enacting that already, because then they go up 8-2, and that's completely an unassailable lead. What's the game plan going to be? It looks like thick and fast and towards that B bomb site coming through from Spirit. Do they just continue the charge? They absolutely do. Flashes over the top. Donk leading that charge right now. Surging forward. Noise has got players trapped in towards the back of the bomb site. It's really good flashes coming through from Spirit to keep Donk alive for a little bit longer, but it's a couple kills that go back and forth. Tanir's going to start to run out of ammo, but he will get a kill before he does. Kawes trades positions with Tanir, but you've got Magix on the spot there to get the kill necessary and gain full control. That was all over the place, but it will be Spirit who come out on top.
That was a absolute kerfuffle on B there. That was very hard to track for both teams, really. But in the end, Spirit break through, and as you say, just too much presence too quickly. They weren't really ready for it, and Rentin's about to die. To Shiro, no staring at each other like we saw with Martinez and Shay yesterday.
ხელში რა უჭირავთ? ხელების ის არის, მე მგონი. ორი მწვანე რაღაც ეჭირა, ხელში თუ რაზე იძახ.
But just not clean on the kill on Magix.
თუ ეს ჩაისფერივით რაღაც რო ეჭირათ. Ek tu eჭირათ, ვისაც ხელები ოფლიანდება, მაგათვის არის რომ გაიშროს ხელები.
In particular, I mean, they was it 9-3 or 10-2 on Ancient?
I think it was 9-3.
9-3, I think, right? Yeah, so 9 out of 12 rounds there in the T side going Spirit's way. Here, 7 out of 9 rounds in the T side going their way as well. Got to give Magix his flowers here, especially without the coach. This has been all him with some really good calling, great direction, some good ideas coming into the rounds. And even when there's been some spanners thrown in the works, they've still been able to come up with solutions and adaptations on the fly to figure out those difficult moments. This one here, for Red Cannon, certainly a difficult moment. A light investment with the round loss bonus behind them means they can dig a little bit deeper into their pockets. And Spirit immediately recognize that this is going to be a lower buy, so their best course of action is probably jewels back up towards the A-bomb site they go.
Look, smoke will now come through with that long presence. And Zontix is already up to front bathroom. Bomb is with him, and some of that extra utility will now be used for a proper execute on A. And once again, Rentu is in a very similar position, just not being as assertive, doesn't want to be when all the utilities flying in. And I get it. Davideus as a flank, but with an MP9, can he really activate it? It's going to be checked at some point as well, and Rentu is already creeping away, so it might only be exit damage here for Davideus. Zontix creeping up. Let's get the kill. Now down to half HP, and running him down for that trade. Nair wants nothing to do with entry from Shay, but that switch to the weapon for Shay to grab the AK is awkward in the corner, and Tanir will help out. Just bouncing off of each other right now. Tanir and Donk.
That's how you make a search. შეიძლება კიდე გააკეთო ეგეთი რაღაცა. მაგის მე არ ყოფილა მან. მაგ ლოკაციაზე არ ყოფილა.
Donk will not miss, as he so often does.
Yeah, well done from Spirit there in the post plant, because as soon as they identify a threat, they just all immediately zero in their focus on that threat, right? Like you say, see Davideus in bathrooms, okay, let's charge him down, let's get that kill. Then they recognize that the next threat comes through from bank. Okay, we just overwhelm any players trying to come through from there. We stack up the numbers, and that works the trick as well. Red Cannon's never really able to set foot back in that A bomb
Target
site.
smoke,
Spirit,
yeah.
8 out of 10. Now just 5 rounds away from surviving the scare here against Red Cannons.
And definitely a tougher test against G2 later tonight. They're going to have to be on their game for that one. G2 have looked really good.
რა ტრაექტორით წავიდა? მე მგონი 10 დატო დავარდა თურმე.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the shock of that first map they lost
ანზი თამაში წავა რა გუნდები არიან რა, არიან სპირიტის რა, სპირიტი რა გუნდი არის რა გუნდია. თვითონკარი იქით ნორმალურად რო აი ისტორდება ყურება თორე აი რაც ტიპაჟები არიან და არც ისინი არიან აი ზონტიქსას ყურება რატომ არ გაგისტორდეს ან ნირასი ან მაჯიქსასი ან შიროსი.
More of an advanced angle for Rentu on long. Seems like that's one of his favourite positions to play from with the AWP. One of the safer ones. I don't blame him on his big event debut.
Once
again, I think Spirit are going to look to run this one back. They know that the
Rentu is
going to try and play from the edge of the site instead. You will find Donk, important opening to grab. Hasn't got much space on truck to work with though. Being burnt down to 45 and the flashes on show really good. And in comes Tania. Oh my goodness, an absolute wipeout on A again. Even with the opening kill from Rentu, they still can't hold on.
Magic
For a team that have been, I was going to say extremely poor with their flashes in recent times, but just straight up barely throwing flashes on the T side. That was a really well constructed round from Spirit, using the flashes brilliantly. You see, boys, you see how much easier it is to take duels with players who are completely blind? There's a lesson in there. Oh, did you see the observer? Yes, he gave it a little nod.
Indeed.
Cheers, mate.
It's
crazy to see though on the stats that have come out recently how Spirits are, out of like tier 1 teams, a team that by far use the least amount of flashes.
It used to be that
super effectively used
to be the Nafany way. Not anymore. If anyone's been watching Nafany on TDK, you'll know that he's completely changed that thought process. Any TDK enjoyers, maybe?
Speaking just on the outside of the point,
yes.
what I mean.
I mean, how many miles is it from London to South Africa? I'm not sure. I haven't done the math.
I mean, I know the kilometers. I think it's about 9 to 10,000, I would guess.
Not bad. I'll walk it. See you in a minute. Quick push in towards short for Zontix. He's going to have control of it already and could catch the jump spot. Close. But no cigar.
Dangerous.
Dalbert
gave themselves so much breathing room here before they go to the CT side, because the CT side is where they've been hamstrung lately here with this team. It's where they've really struggled and been underwhelming, been underperforming on the defensive half regardless of the map. It's their T side where they haven't really dropped off as much. So the fact that they've already gotten 9 rounds here, potentially even a 10th, but I don't think that's going to make any difference in the grand scheme of things, has certainly done themselves a massive service.
Set piece based from Spirit. Now they're doing one on toward B. They've been lots on A, and now they're choosing to finish off the half with a bit of variance. Donk will get tagged on the jump across there. Now he'll know there's a bit of presence in that bottom position. Karis holds on, needs more than the one though, and can't get it. And just like that, both B site players taken down. Site open for business. Drop ahead of the utility though. Doesn't want to overpeak until he's got a teammate in support. And not taking a tag to the molly will make up his mind to go for that path. But Rentu smoked off, and with Zontix taking the headshot on drop, that is going to be that. Rentu knows this half is over. 1v4, and there's nothing you can do. USP, a team dink coming through, but Spirit won't care one jot. You can see Wicadia there waiting in the background. He wants to play his game, and he might be able to in a minute. Spirit are up and looking comfortable once again.
მაგარ ხოძე არიან, ხო. მეორე მაპი რა ანგარიში მოიგესო რა თქვით? პირველში ვნახე რომ გადაუარეს და მეორე რა ანგარიში მოიგე. 13-ით 1. მეუბედურება. იქი დანები დარბოდნენ ხო უოჭონი? Pas მიჩვენს 300 პლეიერიო ჩამოვარდი 2007 იმედე მოხდება სულ როგორ მოვიქცევ გარვით. არ ვიცი, ეცადე რომ იპოვო კომანდა რავი, აი თუნდაც რუსები რო იპოვან ვიღაცები რა, ვინც კაი მოთამაშე შეხვდება, ეცადე რომ დაამატო ფეისით და მე ებაზრო რომ წამოაი ვითამაშო დუოდ.
Normal service resumed for
თან შეხედე თუ სოლოს თამაშობს ისიც რავი რა პრობლემა იმისთვის შენ თუ კარგად ითამაშებ
looked like they were loving life, but now it's a little bit of the opposite, I'm afraid. And Team Spirit should be working their way to that lower bracket to be facing G2 later on this evening. The game's not done yet.
ბიჭო არ ვიცი, კაი გუნდს რას ეძახი ხა 4 დონკას თუ დაუსვო და სიმპლა იქნება შეიძლება ხო.
Winning one map for Red Cannons was extremely unlikely. Going on to win this series felt impossible. A miracle would have been required, and it certainly is now being down 10-2. Feels like Red Cannons are a couple moments away from being eliminated from their home tournament. Shiro was devastating with the Julies on Ancient, but this time, he's only going to be able to get one. So Red Cannons at least give themselves a chance here in the pistols as they start to push him towards A.
Jigs behind the smoke. Molly for back dice comes through to block it off, but they are going to be jumping into Magix, and it gifts him the two most free headshots of his life.
Male, now he's a gadawidit. Male.
And now they're easy for Magix, and they just get gifted headshots.
Oh, I'd love to see that again in a replay, because that must have been pretty crazy, honestly, with the USP up close like that, with two players leaping in on him. That would have been, I think, a very impressive couple of kills out of Magix, and if the job wasn't done already, it certainly is now a formality from here for Spirit to get themselves into that match against G2 later on today. Winner of that gets themselves into the playoffs and will play in front of the crowd on the stage at IEM Rio.
Yeah, it will annoy Spirit to have to play more games than maybe otherwise they would have wanted to confirm that arena spot, but look, it might warm them up even more. Who knows? Kinnear holding on with the MP9, about to get jumped on by Shay, but Magix is there as well. He was helping out on A on the pistol, now he's on B to stop the push. Drop trying to tap his way to victory with the Tech 9, but he's about to go down, and Kinnear will launch himself at him and just absolutely run him down. And Spirit are running down Red Cannons at the moment. Comfort 12-2, and Yeah, it's just a formality from here, as you say.
Well, thank God they've survived the scare, because it seemed like they were spiraling at one point. And had they lost this series and been eliminated, this would have been the worst loss suffered by the Spirit organization in the past 3 years, and the worst loss suffered by this team since they added Donk into the mix. They haven't lost to a team outside of the top 50 since Donk has joined the team. Not in a best of 3 on LAN, at least. That would have been a completely shocking result, but not going to happen here today. One more round is all they require to get the job done and book themselves that date with G2 later on.
Donk wants the speed run ending. Will get traded by drop. A little bit of life left. But shouldn't get too ahead of themselves here. Just play it as you usually would. Finish off the game properly. Magic accidentally drops down there, and Kratos will lose 8 HP, but you won't care one jot.
უვაჭველი კაცო, უვაჭველი G2 ამათ უვაჭველი მოუგებს. არა, აიცი შეიძლება იმათთან
This is
უკეთესად
what we had anticipated coming into the series for Red Cannons, I'm afraid. And you know what? At least they gave us some goddamn entertainment. That was crazy cinema what had transpired on the first map of Mirage. A 13-8 win for Red Cannons. I've never seen their players look so sharp. Kawe's had a ridiculous performance on that map, but they've certainly reverted back to the mean since then. Spirit have gotten better and better as the game has gone on. And it's just a matter of getting a couple more kills, and that would see Red Cannons exiting the competition.
Yeah, a shame, but I think, you know, Red Cannons have nothing to be really upset about. They came in as the biggest underdog. They came all the way from the open qualifier. Nice shot from Ren2. That could open up the B-bomb side a little bit. Now only Zontix is here to try and defend it against 4 players coming his way. Flash to clear Monster, but he gets both Kawes and Drop. Looking to hold on. Oh, Ren2. Not a clue about what's hit him. And Zontix has deleted them all. Magix is on site, and Shiro will clear it from heaven. Spirit get the job done. Red Cannons have nothing to be embarrassed about. They played...
რომელია?
Contention.
Looks like Irma and Wonderful are about to be flashed in, or rather just Irma.
Ოლე ხავე.
Kalash not sitting anti-flash. Would be susceptible. Backs away though.
Is this meant to be reactive? Right? Is it the bricks molly and then the flash, and they capitalize in that moment?
Well, they throw it after a moment of silence and they get nothing.
I guess you can only stay in this setup for so long because they completely evacuated long. So you can't stay in that setup forever. You know that the possibility starts to creep in. So I wouldn't say that Na'Vi have a very good read of the situation right now. This slower pace from Hotu working wonders for them at the moment. Late long take. Frontales flashes, here they come.
Alexi, ear pressed to the wall, knows what's up. Wonderful playing this car angle. And he's got the shot. Far too comfortable for the CT side. One back from Frontales, but you need for sure to do something here. The Juke strikes, and now car position's vulnerable. Frontales takes him down. Wonderful's gone. CT rotation from Bit throws the bomb across for his teammate.
10 seconds.
Kaze can stop this though. He's going to be so hampering to try and plant. It should be an easy frag. He gets the chance to plant. Still, look at the health. And I brought down round one. Na'Vi pull it off.
That was very tense, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Frontales and Juke for sure nearly turned that round on its head.
Well, they keep so much financial pressure on with those kills. We'll have to see some drops come through to make this one work for Na'Vi. And there might need to be a conversation if they can make this all happen. I think Bit has just enough to facilitate that. A little bit clunky along there from Hotu once they get the space. I think there was a team flash that came into play, or even a self flash, either way.
Я не могу как поставили лицо.
With the saves, they've been able to equip a little bit more, so
ანუ არ ვიციო როგორ, короче, არ ვიციო როგორ მოვკვდიო. ეგ თქვა. რუსული ვიცი ძალიან, მაგრამ 12 წელი ვსწავლობდი.
Well, it doesn't find him. They'll do this high-low two-man hold, knowing that it's unlikely that Mizu has company, has friends in the tunnels.
Does Emma cheat past the doors line? Okay, so they are feeling it's something B-centric, and the read appears to be right on the money. Hey, can you get out of my way, Chief? I'm trying to make it into lower
places to be. All right.
Well, they are able to get in, and the sound cannot really cost them too much, but the beat pop to be lined up. Flash. Juke blind, nobody swings.
არ შემიძლია როგორ დამედო ბომბი. არა, ეგ არ უთქვა.
Oh, walks around the corner, leisurely pace. Makase comfortable to collect, and now back's a turn for Emma. Set up to succeed and shredded.
That feels very nice, right? Emma, the A rotating rifler, goes in, hides on B. It's the mid setup that gets spotted from Ju. He goes, they're both outside the site, and you go flying in, and then you get blended. So, put together there from Na'Vi to get their fifth.
Yeah, just a manufacturer.
ანუ სამივეზე დავდიოდი ერთ დღეში. რა პრობლემაა? 12 წელი ვსწავლობდი ყველაფერს.
Frontales to save again. So very tempered pace.
აი მაგალითად ქართულს ვსწავლობ 28 წელი. მაგრამ ინგლისური ეგეთი ლაინები რაღაცები რაცა ცოტა გვიან დავიწყე.
But also
ესე გავუშვა წინ
with that pace at times if you're not making dents.
იცი როგორ გავუშვა?
They retain the AWP.
ასტერიქს და ობერიქში რო არის, ხო იცი? ერთი ეგვიპტელი ტიპი.
As much as you want to be considering it, you have to take some chances.
Oh,
tension feeling high. Very high in the Hotu camp with some of these reactions. That's a different look from the Norbert we had in the pre-game interview with Freya. Felt a bit more realistic about either outcome. But once you're in the game, the competitors, the drive, the adrenaline pumping, the frustrations brew. Boosted up. Frontales back cat. And noted by Wonderful. So he won't be hanging around to give a free kill. Wonderful aware. Blade will be unhappy with that. They could go mid to B again, right? Frontales. They're going to allow him to par out first with the AWP. Okay. Can he catch a player in rotation?
არა, თამაშობს დღეს 10-ზე თამაშობს Falcons წინააღმდეგ, კაი თამაში იქნება.
They apply some pressure short with the Molotov. Norbert committing in with his block, and that's what he was waiting for. They do force a reaction. Wonderful. Down to Frontales' sniper. They need a second one from him, and he's gonna get the chance. Immer swings to his demise. Frontales impact. A saved AWP, and now a man advantage. Still feels like Na'Vi have the advantage by virtue of it just being that AWP, but as I say that, Kalash scavenges Immer's M4. Apply some additional pressure towards the A site. A fumbled smoke, though, it's not going to necessarily have the desired effect.
Eyes on Mizu, though. He's starting to take some space over towards B. Or at least he was.
I mean, but essentially, you just have to make sure there's a trade. You can even let Bit have two.
Back plat, though. This is strong for Bit.
Yeah, he could get the whole team here. Starts the test. Double, triple from Bit. Comfortable at the back of the plat. And Frontales is AWP, the last man standing despite his early impact.
What do you think he's going to do?
He's going to try again for the save.
He's trying to keep that death column as low as possible. It's Mr. Frontales. I'll retain the AWP again. You know your teammates. So it looks like everyone's happy to lay down their arms as we call this one 6-3. I understand that was against the Eco, but it did get out of control. They did have the number disadvantage, so very well played from Bit. 7-3 for him, and he's had some impactful rounds. One on a saved AK of his own, and this up against a round with Frontales, manufacturing openings with his team. Well done. Right, that's you're forcing the short players away into exactly that, and they catch him.
Really well done.
Are we going to see a pacey round from Hotu this half? I think probably not at this rate.
Norbert did study under the school of Jane.
Look at this from Emma.
Yeah, Emma's just running straight up to guard, plays this
with
pole position. Up on the palm by Norbert.
Love this setup.
Hyper aggression. Look at it go. Emma with 2 kills. Makaze responsible for last.
Hook, line, and sinker. This round's done. Frontales will not be saving his ult.
1 HP lower.
I don't think he's going to be winning a 1v4. Nade at the doorstep. That's down to 12 points of health. Really nice time for Na'Vi to throw in a little bit more of a limbo setup like that, and Emma delivers. So looking comfortable on Na'Vi. Had this discussion a little bit early in the day when we had G2 on our screens. The idea in this matchup, you want to get it done as quick as you can with as little stress as possible, so you can set your sights on the final best of 3 for one of the last 2 spots. We've already locked in 4 teams. Falcons, Vitality, Mouse, and Furia. The hometown hero will be here. And also the world number 1. Mouse return to the playoffs. And Falcons with their goodbye tour for Kixon. Storyline for all of those. Na'Vi want to stay in the conversation with that world number 2. I think Norbert, whack him on a desk, mate. He's out there going, well, there's not really a world 2 or 3 at the moment. It's just Vitality.
Which you can't really argue with.
I think the most exciting final, maybe not based off of the Counter-Strike we've seen from Furia recently, but in terms of the storylines, Furia versus Vitality, that was starting to heat up towards the tail end of 2025. And just the fact that a Brazilian team having a tough time winning a trophy in Brazil, how many more times are you going to get the Professor in an arena game in his home country?
Yeah.
Where he is in the conversation of lifting, not playing a show match, not here for shits and giggles, here with a real chance. We'll see them play later today. Vitality did the same against Falcons, but here we go with a partial guns out one final time into the last.
Versus Na'Vi is already quite convincing. A lot of people putting Na'Vi as that number 2 spot in their internal power ranking.
Yeah, they played with heart, is what Emma said. This is a B rush.
Okay, there's the pace change you were asking about. Tech9s are on their way. Bit to be tested. Ooh, wonderful in support. Catches Duke for sure upon entry. Bit mantles up, brings the fight. Makaze chips in and sent back. Frontales. What's he playing for here? A death from a different position.
Just wanted to see a little bit more of the map.
8-3, not a single casualty for Na'Vi.
So 19 kills is all that Hotu have got so far. Just a lack of output at the moment. Early stages, this was pretty competitive. It was 3-3 at one point.
Having fun. Having a whale of a time.
Is there anything before the halftime break for Hotu, or is this a bit of a landslide? We're 5 straight. Can it be 6 for Na'Vi? This is their opponent's map choice. It's their territory of Ancient coming up next. So the fact that you are ragdolling them right now, you're going to be feeling comfy. Snug as a bug in a rug going into Ancient.
Good flash to get them past Alexi B's angle. He's sticking around. He's got Immer as well, ready to fight in limbo. Oh, wow. Wonderful's gone too. Oh, has to find the double. He can't do it. Can't hack it.
Look at Fisurais. Asipin Gucci თამაშობდა ხოლმე ერთ იმენა.
Leave with an 8-4 half.
Wow, რითოთხი გაიհაფია.
Bit and Makaze on the way back in.
And they've announced their presence there with that incendiary.
Hotум ვის მოუგო ძმობას გაფიცებ გამიჩეკეთ.
There's just no way in for this one.
აქ რო არიან.
And no flash to force this through. It'd take a miracle right now for Na'Vi.
Makaze managed to find vision over the first smoke ahead of the second.
Well, there's some flashes, but now you're on your own bit and you run out of time.
სტრიმით მივალაიქოთ არხიც გამოვიწერს, მოგოს 10 კაცი გვაკლია 11,000 გამომწერამდე.
Against Hotu. Charges forward into the 8K and 8-4. Okay. Something to work with. Started fantastic. 3-3 goes 8-4. Na'Vi.
Wow, Legacy sorry-0. Wow, რა სიძახი და. ხო. კალაშა თუ ბიტა ძმა. ვინ არის вообще კალაშა? და ვინ არის ვაფშე თქო მაგას ვიძახი ბიჭო ნერვებს რატო მიშლით ანუ ვინ არის რა წარმოადგენს თქო ბიტასთან შედარებით რეზო შეჩემა სადახარდო ენაცვალე ნაოპერაციებელ ბუცელზე შენ გაკოცე შენ გაიხარე რეზი გაიხარე კაი კაცი ხაცმაო კაი YouTube ჩანელი გაქვს შენზე გამიგია კაი წამოწყებები გაქვს მიხარია რომ მოიხოდე მიდი დავაი ეხა ჯიმში ჩედი ცოტა ჯანზე მოდი და ეგა ყლეს რო გავხარ მარტო თავი რო დარჩი კაცი თქმა თავის ოპერაციაც რო გაიკეთო თუ შეიძლება რომ ან დაждდეს ტრან ის ცოტა პარაპროპორციულად იმიტომ ზემოთ ყლე ხარ ან თავი ხო წარმოვიდგინე როგორია და ან ზემოთ ცოტა ყლე ხარ და ან ცოტა ის გინდა რა ან გარეთ მოხოდა გინდა ეხა რო გაждდეს რა ეს თავი დიდია ტანით პატარა ნუ ახლა მეორე არხზე ლაივებს შევიდეთ სირისის. ვიკეთებ კანის ოპერაციას. კანის არა ყლეო, კანის რა გინდა თავის. თავი გაქანო ყლესავი. ხტები? ანუ აი ყურე როგორ არის? აი ეს არის რაღაცა ტელეფონი, აი ეს რომ დაადგა, აი ესე ხარ, აი ეს. ეხლა არა, პირიქით, აი ყურე ეს არის თავი. ეს არის ტანი, ანუ ესე ხარ, იმხელა ყლე თავი გაქვს, რომ ანუ ეგ არ დაპატარავ და წონოთად. ალბათ რა არის, იცი? თავს ცალკე ქონდა ის, რა ქვია, კუჭის თვითონ კუჭის მდგომარეობა ქონდა ცალკე რა, ანუ კუჭი უნდა გამოიჭრა თავშიც არის შენთვის. რაღაც წონას რო გადასტები, მე კუჭი არის თავშიც. თავი მაგ დიდი ტანი, ხო, მაგას გეუნებ ეხა ამერია შეჩემა, მაცადე, გიხსნი ეხა. სპეციალურად მიხვალ გადაგიკეთე მაგის ოპერაციას აკეთებენ ჩაჩავაში. მიხვალ ეტყვი რომ ყლე ხარ. და ეგრევე ავტომატურად მიხვდებიან რომ ეს ყლეა და რატო არის ყლე. ან გაგატარებენ ის არის ყლეთოლოგი არის, მიგიყვანს და გაგატარებს აპარატში და დაგადგენენ ეგრევე რა გჭირს, ვისი ყლე ხარ, რა ყლე ხარ, ან როგორ ხარ, რა მდგომარეობაში.
Gentle Mates Liquid, Passion, Legacy and 3D Max and one of these two is going to be added to that list at the conclusion of this best of 3. Na'Vi taking on Hotu, a clear favorite, no doubt about it. However, we've already seen that Hotu got hands. They've already been hitting some sharp shots. However, Na'Vi more well drilled and Bits bomb site on lock. You can't get into B. He made that.
არა, ანტიყლე არ შემზღუდა, იმიტომ მე ჯერ ჭუჭუ ვარ. უნდა გავიზარდო ჯერ კიდევ. სადღაც აი 100,000-ო გადასტებ მე ხარ უკვე რა, ეგრე და მე ჯერ ვერა, მე ჯერ ჭუჭუ ვარ და არ მოხსოვდავ.
I think this is a vitality pistol. That's the Apex flash from Mizu. Your teammate can't swing off it if he's mollied, Chief.
This is the fight. Still hits it. Oh, you're going to feel pretty robbed if you're Frontales. And they return to it, hoping that's misinfo. That's going to lead to Kalash overstepping the mark. Mizu too going to be playing on this elevator.
If Mizu takes contact first, they know that Kalash is here somewhere.
Oh, but he actually does draw them in. That makes sense from Kalash. Draws them into Mizu's USP for 2. An advantage. Could be in a pistol here for Hotu.
Oh, they're going to boost. No? Through. What?
That's a choice. At least it's traded by Duke for sure, and now Alexi B.
ო, გუშინ მყებოდი კაკრა შენ ისტორია შეჩემა რა.
Duke for sure.
იჭებს მოუყევი რო აი მეთქი. აი მე რაც უდათავა. აი მე. გუშინ 4 ცალები თეისტი შევჭამე და შაქარმა მიწია სასტრაფო მყავდა გამოძახებული და დღეს ცოტა მაპატიეთ ვერ ვითამაშე ბიჭებო.
What? That was the first bullet then. It didn't look like it was anyone else.
Wait,
აი
can we...
მაგიტო არ იყავით ცუდად მაგხელა რო იყავით
It's kind of an
შეჩემა.
eco. Could we...
Yeah.
If we could...
What
What?
the fuck?
Is that a sub-tick?
Send it to Valve. Send it to Valve.
I'm having a... Okay.
რა მოხდა თო?
We'll get the team on the case.
It looks funky.
ეხლა აღარ ჭამ вообще.
Okay, I've always wondered what the lineup is for this little flash out the doors. I always just wing it. You just crouch on the line, middle of the tire, jump, throw, crouch while crouched. Okay? No one's home?
All right.
Wonderful, is it kind of confirmed?
რა ვიცამაო რა დავაშავე აბა მე იმენა 2 კილოს ვერ ვიმატებ იმენა დავიღავე გაჭედილი ვარ ამ 75 კილოზე.
Wonderful. Going to be trying to get his boys set up with the
Ah,
Overwatch. Gets himself up onto the plateau.
Yeah, he would love a tag, wouldn't he? They're ahead of the block. Does Norma get flashed in? I don't think you need to. Oh, okay. Hello.
Oh, always feels good. Didn't get the third.
Saw the bomb, though, so...
It's a good shot. Duke for sure has got Emma booked.
Emma's Deagle, though.
Yeah, he is no slouch on it, just as he looked away as well.
It helps when he's looking the right way and not reloading. Okay. Bit with the P250. No chance in this one. We'll call it 8 to 6.
ისევ არ გასუქდი არ გამომაღლე.
Guns will come out.
აი ისე რომ გამოყავდი და ისე რომ გასუქდი ხა და ერთი 240 კილოზე
Likely to
ვარ.
buy into a scout again after that investment.
არა, კაი ფორმაშია, მაგრამ მაგარი ჩამომდნარია, უხდებოდა სიმსუქნები. რა, აი რენდიც ისეთი სიფათის ტიპია, ეხლა ნახე რა ყლეს რა ყლეფოდა უყენია, შეხედე, ანუ გადავალ ეხლა აი პროფილზე და იმენა ყლე არის ჩვეულებრივ. შეხედე, აი გადავედი ეხლა აი ამის ინტო პროფილზე და აი იმენა ყლეობა რა არის, გასუქდი ისე შეჩება.
Get through both of your opponents if you want to go 6 spots, which is now 2.
I'm actually
გასი გამხდრე რომ კაი
they'll face the winner of this, I mean. Just the Aurora bait. I'm not sure.
Oh, really?
Like, I don't know if there's... I wouldn't immediately assume it's an Aurora win. Like, looking at the form of Aurora currently, their game against
ხო და
Mao
მაგას
is kind
ეუბნებოდი დღეს თავზე უნდა ბარიატრია.
what's the opposite of confidence? Doubt. Filled me with doubt.
Sure, they were. It felt like a non-starter from them yesterday. I think that's a fair surmise. For me, it's. I start looking map pool, right? And Aurora get rid of Ancient. I think that's one of the better maps. So that's kind of where the seams start to come unstuck.
რას დადიხარ შეჩემა მილოვა სტრიმზე გნახე და იჯექი დღე და ღამე და რა ვიცი. რაც ხალხი დათის საკეთი კითხანი გავიდა გამოვიდა. და ნახვედი დაჯექი და აღარ ამდგა.
Let's see what wonderful scout can get done. A tag onto Duke for sure. A 90 damage inflicted. Got him right in the hip bone.
Connected to the leg bone, I believe.
Kalash.
This is... I like this a lot.
Super aggressive.
Because he smoked up a tunnel.
Right.
Sit on the radar there, right? He's gone straight through the smoke. There's absolutely no way in the world Emma is expecting, at least on that timing. When he returns, or if he returns later, maybe. But Kalash has so much information. The luxury right now to be able to say it's not upper B doesn't mean it's not B. It could still be the B split. From the line to the smudge to the flash, Duke.
რა შევი სპონსორებთან დაკავშირებით? სპონსორები ეხლა თუ არა?
Gets nothing. Emma just none the wiser. Duke for sure. Don't forget.
და ბოლოვინმე თუ ჯერ ვერა სპონსორობებს.
So jump spot from Alexi or just peeks it actually confirms his
აი
position.
მეთქი იმან მოუგოებ დუელი და ისე გამადა პირველი ორი ტყვია.
Yeah, they will. McCarthy's going to play this fade. It's Frontala's FAMAS versus an AK-47. They're going to fight for it on the fade. How many does McCarthy get here? Really good understanding of what the CT's reactions could be. He's in the perfect angle.
Oh, he
smashed it.
Yeah, that was great. Casual to get that done. Very well done there. I think playing in the fade of a smoke, cool. Playing on the fade of a smoke if you have multiple teammates, okay, because you can say, oh, look left, you look right.
Yeah.
But playing
Bicho,
behind the fate of a
მე
smoke
მინდა
when
ამის
you're on your
თემაში
own,
ეხლა რაღაც აი
not a good idea.
ოთახი
right?
რომ
You can see it, he
მოვაწყობინო
doesn't
რა
want to
რამე
risk that
სპონსორი
because
და
where's
ისეთ
he gonna
თემებში
wait?
რა
They
ეს
could be
თამაშებზე
anywhere,
და
so that's
ოფიციალურად
just
რაღაც
allowing them to bring
კასტინგი
the
და
motion
ისინი
in.
რა აყვანები და თემები რა ამის ლიცენზია ხო ავიღე მე და
Something 4A Hotu.
რაღაც
Have
თვეში
them
1-2
invested in
ტურნირია
this.
აქვს ხოლმე ხა და ნორმალურია რა
Pushed everything bar the AWP's cash into the center of the table.
Yeah, which means next round you can have a glass cannon AWP.
Woo!
But what else
With
are you
what?
got? So I guess he's saving for the rainy day. He could have invested a little something, but not to be.
Nice shot from Akaze, glass trading, and spotted the drop off. So at least gets himself an upgrade and gets away with a 4-on-4.
You reckon?
That's all right.
You reckon his favorite weapon's the AK?
მე მე დავალაიქეთ არხი გამოვიტანოთ ავიდეთ 300-ზე აუროდის მოვა ვიტალიტის თამაში დავიღალე ამ სირების ყურებით
Bomb on Alexi, a
Oh,
little bit
Vitality
worrying
Falcons
right
guy,
now on the
Kumari,
island towards mid. Sure, Emma can pipe in quickly from lower to help him, but if there was just a eruption out of short and middle, which there could be because they've lost long, Alexi could have been overrun. So regrouping now with the rest of his teammates as the search begins. Some steps. I don't think they would have been heard from short there. They were only a couple of them. Frontales. He's got the M4, but he doesn't have any armor.
Too easy for him. He's handled both of their aggressive attempts towards the tons. Now, Norbert waiting. This should be overlooked by him.
It's 30 seconds. This can still get out of control.
ოპა დაინძრა
Oh.
რა საკეთებ
You know, but you can win the round.
რა საკეთებ ძმა
Okay.
რატო ხნაი
Who have the guns? Well, everyone's got a gun now.
Everyone's got some.
14 seconds.
Flash, if you could just hit one. Nice.
Oi, dro. Bravo.
Frontales finds it. Hot to have turned this one on.
Dro.
He's got
Are
it.
qopare
Was hidden. You can't find him in time. For Hot to have stolen
ვა
away with a
იმა რა გააკეთა თო ტროლავდა
Frontales got a kill even though he didn't have to invest into anything.
The craziest knife in that situation. You know, I understand you still win the round, but
He's the GOAT.
yeah, that's right. That is true.
მიდი
Norbert the
რეზი
goat, I did
გვაკლია
forget.
შენი სტრიმები
I just can't believe this.
მე ხა ერთი რამოდენიმე დღე
He's got. He's chasing.
აი ეხლა ნახე რაღაცის გაპრეფა უნდა ნახე თუჟიკ რა ელოზე ხარ ეხლა ნახე რაღაცას დაწერს სირი იმენა ვიცნობ ამ გამოცირებ
Well, they're having fun now.
Oh, well, I mean, that makes this game a whole lot more interesting.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would just be Navi kind of putting it in, on the green.
It's AKs for Navi, no AWP for wonderful Frontales.
He gets his AWP out and a full belt and armor, thanks to all their hard work in the previous. No one there to receive this flashbang double swing.
მიქსებდა
procedural map control.
დაგემატებ
I'm curious as to the finish. They've applied some pressure middle. Frontales is ahead of
ხო და რა
the CT smoke.
ვიძახდი
Is that a
მეზე
missed
რა
smoke,
ქვია
perhaps? Wonder if it
ბლეა
might have whiffed that.
დამავიწყდა
It doesn't look
That's bad.
perfect. B split right now. Or B pot, one of the two. Bombing upper tunnels on the back are wonderful. Emma there as well. Makazi starting to saunter up the stairs. So Alexi's going to apply the mid to B pressure. The other four are going to erupt through upper tunnels.
Clash has his smoke and he's still holding on to it. Does the CT smoke? Yeah, exactly. Perfect time. Throws a deep
Ai,
block
me
smoke.
pira
And
karga
he's going to
tabloka.
hope to catch them as they push through it. Nice from
He's
Frontales.
helping.
Catches the mid lurk.
He helped
Here
me.
comes the commit. Kalash begging for backup. Mizu's a mile away, but still manages to catch one onto him. A quick progression from Akaze makes it awkward. He shuts down the B anchor.
Ai, ორი კაცი ამდენი ხანი შუაზე რა საკეთებდა?
Damage from the HEs. Frontales peeks in, gets caught on the bolt. Makaze with high impact once more for Na'Vi. Such a valuable asset to the Na'Vi squad.
They had so much money and it doesn't look like anybody bought a kit.
Oh, that's how
ო რას ვიძახდი რამოდენიმე დღეა RP-ს თამაშობ იმის Red Dead-ის ადრე ხო შენ თამაშობდი მაგრამ დასწრებს ოღონდ ქართულ სერვერზე შენ რუსულ სერვერზე თამაშობდი ვიცი როგორც ვიცი გევასებია რუსები მაგრამ
And he's not going to get anything. Fishuron's in the cars, eh? Quick tap out a bit. And it's now super uncomfortable for Duke Fishura. RV10, Hotu 7. And yeah, that's a bit of an oversight on their part.
It looked like it was going to be an absolute mare there as well because there was good suppressing flashes coming in from Hotu to slow the scaling of Na'Vi getting side. So you see just stuck on the plat, able to get one, then traded. Good parting, but the flashes
ხო არის ეგეთი რაღაცები არის კი.
On the retake you're under more pressure because you didn't have that kit.
ანუ უფრო ის არის რა hard RP-სთან მიახლოვებულია რა. იმ დროში უნდა იყო იმენა რა.
Well, they force again. They won one of these. Why not again?
You need a 5-7 to do more than that, though, because Bits just won the round. Runs out long, double headshot.
ხანდახან თამაშობ ხოლმე აი 1-2 საათი, 3 საათი, რა როცა მცალი.
A blemish on the potential for an instant guaranteed round for Na'Vi. Norbert would have to do something crazy on this ramp fight and spots the head of him towards the car position. Not a great range for the 5-7.
ბიჭო ხო, მაგრამ იცი როგორი რაღაცა უყურე. ეგ ერპე რა, რასაც უყურებ ახლა, რასაც კამადა თამაშობს და როგორც თამაშობენ რა. ანუ რეალობა არ უნდა დაგაკარგვინოს მაგან რა. თორე არა დარწმუნებული არ ხარ მაგ თამაში მენა კამანდა არის რომ რეალობა აქვს დაკარგული მინდა აი დღე და ღამე მაგას თამაშობენ და აი მან ცხოვრობენ რა და ეგ ძალიან საშინელებაა რა მაგას ჯობია ისევ რავი მენა ჩაულებრივი ნარკოტიკი არის ეგ უნდა ისიამონო თამაშით გაერთო რაღაცა აი ყველა მომენტით რა თან კაი სერვერია ეს რაც გაიხსნა ახლა ახალი გორგასალის ადმინები ჯიგრები არიან
Oh no.
He's going to have to buy more in spawn.
11-7. I feel the score... I feel the scoreline makes the game feel closer than it is.
They shoot each other in the pit.
The game doesn't feel like a
ვიცი ახლა ვახოთ ეგრე არის ყო? არა აი რამდენი ხანში გბეზრდება? აი ხო აქ ლიმიტი რაღაც აი როდის გბეზრდება ვერ ხვდები.
Here it comes.
არ გბეზრდება? აუ რა გადაატარათი.
Yes, much cooler.
Yeah, much cooler.
Much cooler in slow-mo. So, with Kalash on screen, would you like to hear my fun Kalashnikov fact?
Is his full name Kalashnikov?
No, no.
Oh, no, you mean the AK-47. Yeah, okay.
AK-47.
ეხლა GTA 6-ით დატოვებს და ეგ იქნება ძმებო. იმოუწევს უკვე. ითრების შემოკრება გარშემო.
I didn't know that, but I'm learning today. Okay, yep.
And
12 საათი
they wanted to use the normal naming scheme. You know, they wanted to just use the last name of the guy.
რამდენი საათია? რამდენი დღე არის ძმობას გაფიცებთ? 12 საათი მინახეთ რამდენი დღე არის ძმობას გაფიცებთ. მაინტერესებს ანუ RP-ში რამდენი დრო აქვს დაკარგული ცხოვრების.
I don't think that would... Nah.
And Balash could, you know, be his alter ego. But that's my fun fact. The Galil was made by a guy called Kalashnikov.
ო, რეძი, GTA 6-ის სერვერი მოხდა, შეჩემა კაცი კამანდა პულს გადაიხდის დაადონა რაღაცა და მე გააუქმე რა. და ისევ საკაცი. 500 დღეა?
Util down, sight, last Eagles outside, the Util.
Okay. Not bad, is it? Imap having another good one.
Well, they know Frontales is coming through spawn. So Wonderful will deal with that. And that will be the 12th. So this has happened relatively quickly, I would say, even though it has been some slower rounds in the first half, the second has had a bit more pep, a bit more spice. And there you have it, confirmed. Just one more round now. Na'Vi doing what they need to secure another match today. Those playoffs. Can't see them just yet, but confirming this, they know it's right around the corner.
Yeah, they'll be playing the winner of that elimination game, Aurora and Bait.
I think it's going to be very nice as well to be the team who finishes first.
Yes.
Because it's going to, especially a prep-heavy team like Blade. And I imagine you would have also, because you've got your analysts, they would also be helping prep for all outcomes. And because you play Aurora so often,
it's very rare to see a CT side use a smoke to cross. Nowadays, feels very HE. Investing one of those valuable defensive resources just to get across the sight line here. Flash into the tunnels, though.
27 წლის არის
doesn't catch him. Busy, preoccupied with his progressions, and look at that push from Tales. He feels robbed. He feels robbed. He hits the headshot onto Wonderful. Immediately goes down, but Alexi B. Oh, hang on, look at this. Makaze's chasing Mizu. Didn't anticipate that lovely push from Makaze. He's got that tempered aggression. Norbert should be good for that one. Clears out the long side. Man advantage for Hotu. Oh, no, excuse me. What am I saying? 3-on-3.
Now it's man advantage.
Now they've got the man advantage for Hotu.
Imma's entrenched in the site, and they don't know. So he is pressed all the way in. Juke suspecting something's up. Wonderful should let Imma take full site control before he plays, and that's why.
Beautiful. Beautifully constructed from Imma. Knew he had the timing, knew he had the gap. So now Wonderful parts with the bomb. That would have been the end of Wonderful. He can provide the covering fire with the AWP. It's all working out for Na'Vi. Nade right down the gullet. Kalash 52 in a 1v2. needs to be able to isolate these, and Wonderful's managing his angles well. Immer on the jump up 13-7, just 20 rounds required. Dust 2 goes Na'Vi's way, and they puts them one away.
აი რა თამაშები გვაქვს აბა ერთი გადავხედო უცებ.
Yeah, their map, Ancient up next. Na'Vi looking to run this one damn quick. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back after.
Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. You hate me. Ahora. Why? Why you fucking coming fast? Why you fucking coming fast? Don't go anywhere. What do you mean sorry? You hit me? I hit my head. There is blood.
One more coming. Dead. One lower. On front line. I left low.
Აი, ჩვენ გვინდა კაროჩე G2 Spirit-იც კაი თამაში იქნება.
Maybe he's slow, guys.
კაი, ეს თამაში და ამ თამაშის მერე იწყება წესით. უკვე უნდა დაიწყოს ეს ვიტარეთი ის. შეიძლება ადრეც დაიწყოს ანუ, ხო?
I'm going behind him.
Just tap angle that you can hide, okay?
Don't see him.
Nice.
Nice.
Yes.
Smoke. Big, I think I saw.
Wait,
Flash.
I'm ready to smoke doors.
Smoke doors.
Smoking.
Flash.
Flashing. Flashing.
Doors.
Car clear.
Stay, Xbox. And doors.
Window.
Door on full blind. Window.
HE window.
Two guys.
I'll plant insta.
I will go pick
I'm planting brown.
Go Veto, you take boys. No, you
window with top. One more window. I'll be Xbox.
I'll go in door.
Keep boost for Xbox boys.
Two down.
Yeah, I heard two. I'm pretty sure.
Hold the window for me.
Можешь левее стоять просто. Левее, да, вот так стой. Я смотрю.
Door one.
Door. Two down. Hold window. Hold window. Door out. Picking.
Пикай.
Time.
Хорош, Валер, блядь.
It was a valiant attempt from Red Canids, but unfortunately not enough to be taken down. Spirit over on the B stream. Rentu, really appreciate you taking the time. Commiserations once again. Tell me about that first map, because it was a great showing for you guys. What do you think happened after that caused you to be unable to close out the series?
Yeah, like you said, we did a great first map. I think we played Ataria's team. Gameplay, communication, everything was good in the first map. That's why we won. And it was our pick because we were confident on that map. And we tried to do something different from yesterday against Gentlemates on Ancient. And I think we dropped the level a little bit in the last two maps. And Spirit were a better team on Ancient and Overpass. I think this is a good opportunity for me playing Atari's event. I don't think I played well today. I wanted to play better. I think I made some mistakes and let my team down some rounds, you know. But that's life, you know. I will play more tournaments. I will get more XP, and I hope I can come back here in Rio to play another big tournament like this or in another country, you know. But I'm very proud of this team. I think comparing the first day to today, I think we are evolving a lot, you know. And I think if we stay at the same level as the first match, we could have won against Spirit and guarantee a spot in the playoffs, you know, against the, I don't know, I think it is 3D Max or G2, right? Yes. Yeah, that was our main focus, like going to the playoff here in Brazil, right? Because we are a Brazilian team. We hope it's the last thing that dies in our body, you know, but that's what happened. Spirit played a better game today, and that's it.
It's crazy. Whenever I speak to you, it still blows my mind that it's your first Tier 1 LAN because you're so eloquent, you're so mature as a player. I just wanted to ask what you have taken away from this experience. Of course, it's gutting not to be making it to playoffs, but for you to be learning, growing as a player, what's the main takeaway for you?
Like I said, is gaining XP because this is the second time I leave my house to play some tournament, playing CS, you know, and it's an honor to play against Donk, against Zaiwu, the best players in the world, you know. But like when we are facing each other in the server, we are not friends, we are enemies, right? Because everyone is trying to win, but that's life. I think it is a great opportunity for me, like I said, because I was playing Tier 3, Tier 4 tournaments in January against some teams in Brazil, and now I'm playing against the best players in the world. It is amazing, and I hope I can stay with the team and I can start playing better, and we can smash some teams in the next events, you know?
You certainly haven't had easy opponents here for sure. I'm sure you've garnered a hell of a lot of fans for you personally throughout this run. People wanting to see more of Red Canids. Sadly, you won't be at the major, but do you know if there's any other tournaments coming up for you guys? Is there a boot camp on the horizon? What's happening for the team for the rest of this part of the season?
I think we will play a lot of tournaments in Brazil, like Circuit X, like Pet Boom, those tournaments that gains a lot of VRS points for us. Of course, we didn't make it to the major, and that decision of me going up to the first team was because of that, because they didn't have any chances, so they put me in the first team before the time, you know. And our main focus now is going to the hotel. We will talk, we will see the game, what we made of some these mistakes we made in the match, and we will start training. Now I think we have like some weeks to train without any tournaments, and that's what we are going to do. We are going to fix the mistakes. We are going to train a lot to practice against the best teams in the world, because they are here in Rio, of course, and get ready for the next season to be in the next major of the year.
Well, Rentu, it's been an absolute pleasure to get to speak to you, get to see you in the server as well. Commiserations, but looking forward to seeing the bounce back from Red Canids.
Well, I'll say it's a lukewarm take from you on that one.
All right, yeah. Maybe I oversold.
You definitely oversold it.
But it is still crazy to think though, right? I mean, if you told me that would be the case like 9 to 12 months ago, I maybe would have laughed a little bit. So it's just amazing to see his evolution and development.
I mean, yeah, I've loved to watch him ever since he came through. Been super enjoyable. He is like a mini Xantares in many ways, and now maybe these days his heir or even his superior. We'll see.
Certainly the air feels that way. I like that way of it being described as there's going to be an executing towards, say, bomb site piece together. Xantara is super prepared for that boost up into snipers, and that's going to be info gained because that came silently, and he couldn't have gotten up there without giving away the audio cue without the second player in position.
Yeah, and with the dig being heard in ramp from Kenzazor, he's not really got much say, and Aurora know they have full control of it. Shame they had a pretty rough bite at the end of this first half. Always a very painful one for any team when you're on what is pretty much a dig force, and it's the final round of the half. Nothing to grow with. MPL already tagged down on his AK. Now Madger, as we fly into his POV, he's got rotations already coming his way. They know the A-bomb site is clear. There's been a little bit of a check by Soulfly. And Woxic, again, an uncharacteristic miss, but the thing is, Madger is still here, and so is Xantares now. There is no way out of those apartments. Dizzy will give it a go, but now the time is really getting lower, and Xantares is about to be cleared. Almost a double spray down. AK retrieved, but 9 seconds. Has to pick up the bomb and get onto the site to get it planted somehow. He's going to go for a tap to begin with, but surely that doesn't work. And actually a crazy headshot on Wicadia, but the trade is quick. And Aurora will recover a good streak in that half from Bait, but it will be Aurora to win the half 7-5. See you in a minute.
Guys, don't be late for Prague.
Late?
Oh, don't get me started.
He told me 10:30 theory the other day.
Without me?
Secondary IGL things. Anyway, he joined the 11:15.
No way.
I literally went over to him, took his headset off, and I just said, "Little bro, remember, you are just the coach."
To Blade?
Boys!
Anyway, he takes a timeout, gets on comms, turns to me and says, "Any suggestions?" And I'm like, "Little bro, you're the coach."
To Blade? Fair enough.
And I'm like, go B? No. Go B, but then go A? No. Brother, I named 7 other variations. Finally, I say, Fnatic into game religion fake, ending with Astralis.
Typical.
Which I know he wanted to do in the first place.
And what does he say?
If that's what you want to do. Bro, I literally stood up, took his little strat book, and boom!
Boys, what are you doing?
Discussing strats.
Brainstorming.
What have I told you? You don't need to do that.
You're the boss. My little brother. If you're gonna make a call, make a call. Say it with your chest.
Only us two taking responsibility. Leading.
Secondary leading.
Oi!
He's a coach. A manager, man.
So he's like, why you order Mackies? That's not in line with our nutritional guidelines.
He's obsessed with greens.
But his TV page is full red. Anyway, I just told him, little boy, take their fries out of the bag.
Bro, I've literally got him like that.
Wait, like that?
Like that, like my newborn sibling.
Fucking told him.
Little bitches.
Alexei, really appreciate you taking the time to have a little chat with me. I do want to reflect upon yesterday's game versus Furia. When a moment like that happens on Nuke and the comeback is cemented by them, what kind of conversations are you having after that game to hope that that doesn't happen again today?
I think everyone knew what went wrong and all the small situations we played wrong. But at the end of the day, we needed to understand that we're not out of the tournament. And you know, two games today, it's gonna be tough, but we had a 3-hour preparation still yesterday and did all we could to be ready for today. But first it's gonna be Hoto, and then it's gonna be a team that we're not sure who's gonna be up next, probably Aurora, but we'll see what happens.
Obviously, we don't know the outcome of this particular match, but when you're doing these back-to-back double days, right, what's the typical routine for Na'Vi when you come off a victory? Maybe you don't even know who the opponent is coming up next. You guys going back to the hotel, you eating, you resting, you practicing? What's normally the routine?
I mean, historically, it's been pretty rough for us. It's a shame that we need to play some of these Tier 1 tournaments with this format. I think, yeah, it's not the best thing in the world, but at the same time we understand that we just need to be sharp the whole day and we can't lose the focus when we go for a break. I don't think the break is going to be too long, to be honest, because I think the other match is starting after 5 o'clock. So it's going to be pretty hectic. We just need to get some food in, try to do like a small preparation, and you know, just stay sharp individually.
Just looking at Na'Vi overall in the past couple of months, obviously great result at EPL, grand final appearance in Rotterdam as well. Cements you as number 2 in both the RS and HLTV rankings. Do you feel like the second best team in the world right now?
No, I still think that, you know, we didn't face all of the opponents, and I do think that, you know, our EPL run wasn't as impressive as some of the runs that we've had with the team. I do think that we played good in Rotterdam, but I still think that there are tournaments to be played, and I think after we get all these events, including the major under our belts, we can safely say where we belong in the rankings.
And then just mentioning the major, obviously everybody's working towards peaking at the perfect moment. In terms of your, your growth over the past couple of months and the results you've managed to bolster, do you think this is the right path, the right state to be in right now with Cologne on the horizon?
Yeah, I definitely think so. But I do know that today is going to be rough, and we really are fighting for a playoff spot here. We really want to, defend the trophy from 2 years ago and just overall play in front of the Brazilian crowd. And I'm gonna do everything I can to make it happen today. And I think this event, going into the playoffs now and just playing game by game, I think it's gonna be important for us and overall just important for the sake of the whole season.
Well, let the fight commence. Thank you so much for your time, Alexi. Good luck.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Freya. Let the fight commence. And RV's pick of Ancient, already making it a rather convincing win on the Hotu pick of Dust 2.
Yeah, that was short and sweet. I understand the scoreline seems close, but it didn't really feel that way. A couple of rounds that Hotu were able to dig out in number disadvantaged scenarios, or a couple of really nice shots being hit. But all in all, felt like one-way traffic for Na'Vi. Mentioned there in the interview, they are the, I suppose, defending champs, at least as far as Rio is concerned, but it was some time ago, even longer ago since this man lifted the trophy. Hotu, do they have anything in them to make this a competitive series, or is it going to be a quick 2-0 just like the G2 win over 3D Max to kick? Alexi, when asked does he feel like the top second best team in the world, saying no. So aware that there's a whole lot of competition to face.
Now, I am always on decoy watch, and Bits bought one.
Dun, dun, dun.
Extra $50 invested. And he hasn't immediately just thrown it willy-nilly. Is there a plan? You can see the bombs outside B doors.
That's forced the rotation, right? So Duke for sure can't cover the red cross. Frontalis has to come back. He wants to support Mizu. What started as a 4-man B stack is now Norbert, Gusht, and Kalash cowering. This is a relative retake setup when the execute comes in.
Kalash. Did he crash? Didn't pull the trigger. Had Makase's head in a vice there. Just walked into his crosshair, and now Mizu on sight. Gets the backstab onto 1, 2, 3. Nearly 4. Can it be more? Makase forced into the clutch. Closes it down. One hell of a round.
Oh, that's some smoke criminal action right there. Behind him, pants around the ankles, and just absolutely deletes the Mizu.
Oh,
take
he's
a bow,
good on the
son.
Pistols, man. He's so good on the pistols. This time the USP. Let's see that one again in the replay. Takes his time, composes himself. The third so important, and then being able to fall back into cover, return with a fresh magazine, and catch Makaze dealing with Duke for sure. It's a massive round win.
Yeah, that was sick. Well, they missed their elbow smoke.
It's actually all part of their plan.
Yeah,
because then Mizu pushes Cave and catches them with their early progressions, you see. He didn't look that way, though, because he didn't want to.
No, this is tough. This force, you need to hold on here, Hotu. You cannot get reset early.
How was Imma manufactured a straight-up AK-47? Makaze dropped it. Oh, Norbert, inspecting the concrete, loses his head. Mizu's getting flanked from Cave, losing control of the M4, does well to stabilize for 2, but still the sight is lost, and Imma's AK feasts.
Yeah, short-lived success, isn't it? A pistol round with a stunning individual performance, but just bowled over quickly.
Who's going to clutch this time? Eyes on Kalash with the M4. Sounds like an oxymoron.
Oh, Imma's absolutely juked him here.
Yeah, powerful. Now walking around the cube, Kalash spots out Makaze. And he goes down. Well, that's the end of the conversation.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
You can't put that one back in the bottle, unfortunately.
Oh, it's such a good word. You can deliver it in with such vigor.
And he did it in both languages, I suppose.
Yeah.
He is absolutely spewing.
He just went anti.
His teammates flashing for him in that moment. It's like,
See, it's so flexible.
Yeah.
Can do it with a sigh, can do it with nice inflection.
Well, Kalash has been able to get them an opening, so 1-for-1 on the early skirmish over towards middle. Duke with the A main space also takes away a little bit of pressure.
Oh.
Now we're turning it up a notch.
Okay, this is already more exciting than Dust 2. Bomb's going A, and Duke for sure is in a forward position.
Perfect weapon for at least one.
Especially look at Makaze's health. Instant headshot. Instant headshot. Makaze would have to be lightning fast. The crouch peak. Duke for sure couldn't track him. He's such a demon, is Makaze. Norbert can't get the bullet necessary, and it's fallen through their fingers. They've lost the bomb site. Frontales and Mizu tasked with a retake. Oh, never mind the retake.
Mazova, Mazova. Why?
Hang on.
But they're not finishing A.
So
frustrating.
Mizu's about to peer around the corner and know that he's lost track of them now. They could have gone through CT. They've slipped donut. They're both so low. If they're spacing, they end up overlapping. Mizu can still win this, and he's found the information quite quickly.
Makaze investigates.
Oh my god, it's me.
Okay, they'll get the bomb down B.
And then Makaze will maintain the CT rotation, which then tasks Wonderful with worrying about the heaven jump up. The around the world, you're not going to expect that.
He's going to hear this if he doesn't cut noise soon. Cuts it at the right time. Mizu, no kit, so has to speed this up. Oh, can't even pull the trigger. Yeah, wants to punch his desk. Navi going to be very happy with that one. The way it started, Deagle headshot, 5-7 connects. They lose their ramp players. Duke for sure is going to be tearing his hair out. The fact he didn't get anything up against Makaze. We'll see it here. This is the clash opener. Wow, Deagle, spectacular. Frontales, another. 3-on-4. 5-7 made it 2-on-4. And then this Frontales push going wrong.
That. Oh, mate. Yeah, that's a whiff right there. There's really no other way to put that. I think Norbert's death is my least favorite of the lot. But he's on his own.
His too.
Right, wait for the team.
Yeah.
Right, they didn't play any of that together. Now this is an eco that's going to be stripped limb from limb. They'll get the guns out into the next, sure, but almost a wallbang to finish. Just Mizu on B. Pit doesn't know it yet, but if he just kept spamming, he could have had that one done. 3-1, the score will read in a moment's time. Felt like we could have had the force by wars, a bit of back and forth, a bit of argy-bargy, but settling into this, and this is home turf for Na'Vi. So Makaze does his best work. Take a look, 9-1. Today, I think we've had clip of the tournament, which was the maddest 4K on B.
Lightning fast.
And whiff of the tournament.
Matisam გააკეთა რამე მაგარი კილები?
Sounds about right. I would agree with you.
Banter of the tournament so far to Nerds.
Yeah.
Apex has been dethroned at this one. Don't think he'll be walking away with that medal. Can't really do the same level of yelling on stage. Your opponent can't hear you. Okay. It's going to be Clash.
Navim თუ მოიგოს სპირიტი versus არა. G2 სპირიტი არის უკვე დაჯდა.
Depending on AWP or not for mid control.
ბერვა ლეგასი, ბერვა აურორაში გამარჯვებული ეთამაშება. ნავი ჰოტუში გამარჯვებული.
Complexion. That's if we get nameplate Counter Strike. I think
ძმებო 14 ლაიქით მივარტყათ ბარემ ავიდეთ 200-300-ზე.
Kazi, one of the best of the world, is taking this mid space. But they're ahead of this. They're in B.
Oh, and Frontales finds out the hard way. Bit nails the shot. Important timing. Clawback from Norbert. Mizu finding Imet as well. Oh, he's trapped. Trapped in the corner. Cowering, staring at the concrete. Eventually brought down by Makaze. And it all falls into perfect place.
Yeah, neat and tidy. Contact walk up the ramp. And that'll be that. Clash gets one for his troubles, but 4-1 and because he was dead. Just I don't know why he didn't want to swing. He was dead.
Took his time.
Yeah, I just think those early frustrations
არც ფურიასაც კაი შანსები აქვს, რასაც უყურებ.
is going to breed some discontent within the roster. They were already having some frustrating moments on that number one, and that
Vitality არის პირველ რიგში ჩემი ფავორიტი.
A 13-7 scoreline, it didn't really feel that way.
მე ალბათ ნავი.
Coach Mo.
ფურია რა ალბათ.
The pistol you won because Mizu went ham.
ამ სამიდან რომელიმე უნდა
The
მოიგოს.
force fight you could have won because everybody did their job until they didn't. But yeah, the only round to your name, an individual play. So partial territory again, as the max loss bonus will facilitate the buy into the next. Well, you almost won one of these. Why not again?
Yeah, what's to say? You can't.
You can get close. You can get in touching distance. You can see it.
It's right there.
But can you convert it?
Imir partners up with Makaze mid, and there's flashes to get him out.
don't
Gone.
მაგრამ დღეს შეიძლება გავარდეს G2-სთან თუ წააგის.
You can always see the sense in what the Na'Vi players are getting up to with this mid space. They molly the pocket, right? Okay, so you can only be either right in front of us or on our left towards Donut. And they've, again, look how quickly they're able just to garner this space. A minute 25, you've already got 3 players in Donut. You're wearing into an A split.
It's perfect as well. Alexi can catch rotations. He tucks under the box.
Does Mikaze clear tree?
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
And the instant headshot in the back of the head. Not messing around an RV.
Oh dear. 5-1. This is a speed run right now.
Yeah, I mean, also you've already discussed it, but to reiterate that
No,
the quicker you do win this, the more time you have to prepare for your opponent, which is actually going on right now. They'll be playing the winner of that Aurora bait game. And I'm taking a quick look. Looks like the first map is coming to its conclusion now.
Yeah, we did get the G2 versus Spirit locked in. As I wouldn't say expected. I think that the 3D Max G2 game in my mind was meant to be closer, but it turned out Red Canids are the ones who pushed Spirit the distance into a 3-mapper.
I just saw an interview that Maka gave on his exit with HLTV.org. It was Maka. The headline reads, "I don't understand how and why we lacked the elements we needed to play today. It's really hard to swallow this one."
Yeah, it was very uninspiring.
It was.
Okay, well, they bought again. Second gun rounds.
Here we go. Imir goes striding out and gets the space. What a luxury. You've invested a donut and a red smoke for it, and you reap the rewards. Bit of a staging area for either a pivot B or questions on donut. Kalash responsible for that.
Yeah, the big part of this is, do you want to try and take some space back? And normally, either you're pushing into A main, you're regrouping donut and red, or you're coordinating something over towards B. This AWPA should be blind. No, dodges it. Frontalis, though, still.
Oof.
A dead man.
Horrible. Yeah.
Such a risky position to play.
It really is, especially given the ramifications of that. If Mizu didn't get that frag, okay, ramp player down. Flash into cave. Norbert has done his job.
But it's Donut's my focus.
Yeah, Kalash got pulled away into CT to rotate and acknowledge the pressure on B, but now Makaze.
They might get a timing in.
For sure, a back turn. Kalash will draw his attention. Nice trade. Okay, they've got that man advantage now.
This is a must convert.
Oh no, Mizu's conceded the advantage.
You know that Norbert's a B defender.
Yeah, you're going to be looking for him. Imir and Alexi going to be dumping their nades. And they know where Norbert is. It doesn't look like it. Alexi's not acknowledging it. I thought Imir might have caught a glimpse. Alexi in the clutch makes it a 1v1 instantaneously. He's up against Duke Shura. He's going to fake it and catch him. Crouching, unable to find the headshot. It's going to be a frustrated Finn. Hard to find round 2.
Yeah, Alexi faked him out, drew him into the crosshair. Just unable to connect the dots on the shot. So hard to hold on, get their second.
It felt necessary, didn't it, if you want to have a competitive affair here? And it was so tough with this forward aggressive orb line. The flash already a bit of a counter, but he did manage to kind of maneuver his camera away from the flashbangs. Still, though, he lost his angle.
Scrappy from both Duke and Alexi there.
Yeah, not happy with that one. Knew he had him bugged. And immediately, upon Hotu's posting of a round, Blade's going to pull the lever.
Yeah, I think they do have another buy, even if they lose this one. But with 5 rounds already, I think maybe he's saying, okay, well, hold up, donut players. let's connect with the rest of the team. I understand you had all the space. I know that you weren't, but let's just make sure that we're finishing these rounds together. So an MP9 for Frontales, having a tough go of things at the moment, 1-7.
All-time Ukrainian მოიგებს თუ all-time Russians. ო, რუსები უაჭველი მოუგებენ,
Playing to stop mid. I think
დაუფიქრ. წარმოიდგინე, ეხლა შეიძლება შეკრა ისეთი კამანდა რუსების. ჯერ ეხლა აქტიური მოთამაშეებიდან, ანუ ძველებიდან არ ვიცი. რავი, სახეც მონესი, დონკა, კიოსუკე. რავი, IGL-ად ვინც გინდა დასვი რა აზრი აქვს და გინდა ზონტიქს რაღა და ისა იყვანე რა ქვია. ზვეი ან რომელიმე, რავი. ასიძახ სახეს გააძრობენ და უკრაინელებს ეგეთი მაგარი მოთამაშე ბევრი არ ყოლიათ. სიმპლა იყო ერთი და აუ მეტი ვინ ხა. ისეთი არავინ არ მახსენდება რა ეგეთი მაგარი. ვიტა wonderful და ისე ხა სიმპლას ვერ შეკრავ ერთად.
And this is the right play from Norbert. Just play for info.
არა, all time Russian მოუგებს უოჭველი ყველა.
Big advantage that you've been able to garner.
He's fine just holding red room, to be honest. He can trust
me. Like it, right? This
is on the angle.
This is the fight. Peeks in, nails it. Headshot.
Shooting.
Moralized. Finds it in there.
Really nice shooting from Mizu there. Wow, you're a dead man.
Throws it out of bounds.
Yeah, cheeky from Wonderful.
Those finances are tight over there.
It's going to be hard for them to piece this together once they run into Donut and realize, well, where's this guy's AWP gone?
Here we go. The search begins.
Yeah, you ain't getting to that, boys. Oh, no, it's disappeared. Well done from Wonderful to at least deny that. So, just carry through an MP9. But it's AKs for 3 of the 5 and Kalash with that M4. Still, as mentioned, Na'Vi have been able to accrue enough cash for another purchase. So having to get through 3 straight rifle rounds are hot too before they can bottom out the bank balance of Blades boys.
It's fair to see Makaze with empty hands in middle. Wonder if it's going to deter them trying again. They'll try again. Pulls us into a 3v3. Nice from Mizu. He dips back.
აი მაკაზეზე მაგარი შუის მოთამაშე შენში რა ვიცამაო რა კიდე ვიძახი აი ძალიან მაგარია ტიპი პროსტო რა ისეთი ტაიმინგები აქვს ისეთი აიმი აქვს რომ ენშენში რა მაკაზე მაგარი ძალიან მაგარია შუაზე კაროჩე იმენა ჩემი აზრით აი საუკეთესოა რა აი დონკაზე ბევრად მაგარია ესეთი მაგარი მოთამაშე შუაზე მართლა არ მინახავს კაი ან შენთი მაგარი ისეთი აპასნი მაპი. ადიყურები, გაჩეკე ბოლომდე შეჩემისაში. თამაშის მოსაგებად ხარ შემოსული და
frustrating death for Mizu and now Makaze down to Frontales. That's a huge
არა დაუფასებელი არა, მაგრამ
entirety of ancient. But now Norbert.
შუას ძალიან ყუმარობს რა, აი დააკურდით პროსტო სიტიდანაც როგორი თამაშობს, მაგრამ ტიდან.
That's the shadow advantage, but Wonderful's rifle sings, nails the headshot. Should be set to collect. Frontales going to have a look. Picks up some kit and a full belt.
2,400 lost into the
next. This would be such a redeeming 1v2.
I guess the smoke in the kit makes it a little bit more enticing. The long game screams save.
Yeah.
But the ego probably wants to give it a look.
He remains silent, so that clock continues to rot. He's really, really running out of time. And just talking of time, timing.
Great awareness. Right, okay, no one's testing us from CT. I'll give it a look. We'll clear our corners and a big smile on the face a bit there. Happy with that one.
ეს თამაში თუ მალე მორჩა, ანუ გამოდის რომ Vitality და Falcons-ის თამაში შეიძლება მალე დაიწყოს უფრო.
Stream of orange over the top from Spawn to help facilitate that mid fight. Needed a little bit extra. Did Makaze and Emma to make sure that space was theirs. Very emotive, aren't they, on the Hotu side?
I mean, Mizu's having a great game. He feels like if he doesn't get 2 kills, it's not going to be around.
Well, they forced.
All right. Fight mid. Oh, down goes Makaze.
A play.
Frontales.
Oh.
Son of a gun.
Oh, I bet he can't believe that guy stopped. Why is he stopping?
Why?
Rimmer takes down 2. Oh, no. Oh, you finally get your ult. No smoke CT. They're crossing.
You're expecting the wide pathing.
Yeah, of course you are.
Just, nah.
You just hit like a pebble and
Stop it on a dime.
Look,
Call it 7. 7-3. Na'Vi. Their map choice, and I'm sure there's been a...
Oh.
Nah. Frontales and Norbert are on the wrong side of the map.
Yep, good point. Well made. 7 for Na'Vi.
Another kill for Mizu, up to 14 now.
It does feel like Na'Vi have, been very even in their sight hits. They've spread them out.
Oh, okay. You like a bit of A, a bit of B. It's the Alexi special.
The Alexi special, indeed.
Sometimes we go mid.
Oh, Norbert, you'd like to keep your guns, and with the loss of Bit as well, nice extra $300 for me.
Relatively impactful. Wonder if we'll be able to drop one, but
მე ჯითო მათემატიკური ბიგარი ჯითო მგონია რომ გადაახევს სახეზე იმას რა ქვია.
He will have to buy a Galil. Doesn't mean that Bit will end up with a Galil.
რა ვიცი მა. რამის დადება არა რავი ბიჭო დადებაც იმენა მაგარი აპასინი არა და მგონია რომ იმენა პირიც მოუგებს რა ჯითუნდა. არ ვიცი. არა ისე დაიწყეს ტურნირი გაუჭირდათ იმათთან მაგრად.
Yeah, they do.
Gentlemaids lose მოუგეს. კარგი.
Test for Mizu combines with his teammate Norbert, and they've shut down. It's a 3-for-2 exchange.
Oh God,
awkward for him there with the incendiary out. Throws himself out his util to try and buy some space.
If he just stays alive,
he's doing that.
It can give Makazi's lurk an opportunity to try and commit.
Oh, he's got 3 of them on the back line. Spots Frontales' orb and jump scare for Frontales. Doesn't want to go down, doesn't need to give him that fight. Let's Ime now cook.
Ime rasizos.
Interview for sure.
Ime merti გაიღო. მეორეზე info აიღო ლონგია და იმაზე.
Now Makazi throws a smoke he can progress upon, walking straight.
როსი ძახიტო, ეგ როგორ მოუგო?
Just Frontales now in the clutch. Makazi.
Sick games behind the smokes, Makazi.
Yeah, he abuses them, walks straight through.
Back and forth. Frontales has lost track of everything.
Yeah, well, Makaze's smoke created so many question marks. He's got a good idea that he's gone back this way, so fair play, but...
Wow, bicho, rasi dzahito.
Every fight prepared for. Navi have really found themselves a diamond from their academy.
This is...
academy, excuse me. Navi Junior. It was Navi Junior.
Yeah, well, you're right, it was the academy.
ის როგორ მოუგო ბიჭო დუელი? ეს როგორ მოუგო?
Well, there's lots of different academy names, aren't there?
Ares. Ooh, Listerine face for Mizu.
They shouldn't be winning a couple of these.
Okay,
him has got an opening.
იმეც მაგარია ხარი მოთამაშია იმ. სამი ლაიქით მივარტყაც მე გავიდეთ 300 ბარი.
Mizu swings. And Mizu dies. This is a real disparity between these two right now. Na'Vi considered the world number 2 by the rankings, not by themselves, but either way, they're making Hot2 look like they're in a whole different category. Flashes too late. Alexi gets that. Norbert's now long side. They swing in. The trade should be there. And it's just Duke walking out middle into Makazi. He owns this side of the map and confirms the 9-3 half. Na'Vi playoff match later today, and they're looking hot.
რა ცუდი ამ დროს ლაპარაკიც რო არ შეუძლია და 2 წუთი ესე ელოდებიან პროსტო. აბა Forza 6 გავსტრიმოთ, მებო რო გამოვა? მივახუროთ მისიები ეგრევე ერთ სტრიმში. რომ მაგრად მისწოდება თავიდან რომ გამოდის ხოლმე Forza, მაგრად მე ვასწავლე, აი მანქანებს რო აგროვებ და მისიები. რატო? Показываем იცი შუჟი ტრამპმა რო აიყვანა ბოლოს ის პრეზიდენტი დამოუწლა სახელი. აუ რა ერქვა კოლუმბიის პრეზიდენტი? გავს ხო? ერთი ლაიქით მეორე კაც მე Venezuela.
Practice light or whatever we've decided to call it. Na'Vi are leisurely strolling towards that.
Venezuela!
They got thrown here, and now they're going to fight their way tooth and nail to once again meet the Rio de Janeiro crowd. It is that last day of groups, getting those last slots locked in.
Falcons, Vitality, Fury at Mouse. Just 2 more teams to find. Spirit versus G2 will be from Group A. Na'Vi versus Who from Group B. Okay, they're going B. They've thrown the red smoke. They're trying to apply pressure to make them think it's an A play, but Imma and Donut with no contact. This B stack can stay exactly where it is.
Yeah, Bit's going to be tested. He's got the setup with the crossfire. Going to disrespect that smoke, and the dual Beretta's just done low, distracting. Bit gets 2. Kalash does as well, though.
Good flash.
Yeah, forces the long players back. Makaze side by side with the leg CB. Imma a late arrival, but a nice quick click on the Glock from Duke for Shura. And it looks like this pistol's going their way. A necessary pistol if Hottie want to have any voice in this second map.
Imma gets that one right there. I think, okay, I could back him for this 1v3, but now they know exactly where he is, and they've been able to set this up. So they'll triple swing him.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Baits them in. He's really given it a good go. Imma, can you really win this? An impossible 1 versus 3. And now just Kalash to save Hottie.
Couple of nice shots there, isn't it?
Love it when you get that.
$50,000 გაქვს კვირაში ხელფასი შეჩემენ. ჩაის ეგერთი კბილი და.
Hard shot and he did.
რატო იმახინჯებ თავს?
1 kill away. Well, from obviously winning the round, but also, like if he got 3 within the round, we might have dropped M4 here. Unfortunately for Na'Vi, didn't work out in that way, but they will be forcing regardless. Now, don't forget, Mizu won in the pistol round in the first half, and then they lost the force and then lost 5 straight rounds.
Wonderful dual Beretta's malfunctioned there. That's why he's frustrated. And they're rushing
Pistol round-ში მაგრები არიან. ყველა პისტოლი მოუგეს იმენა.
Imma and Makazi
ანუ
coming.
რა გამოდის იცი? Pistol round აუ დაიწყო ეს. ვახ, pistol round რა ხან უგებე? ესე რეალურად კარგად ისვრიან, მაგრამ
Makaze trying to pinch her in. They control it. It's chaos. Pandemonium on the site. Bit, they know where he was. Had a chance there.
ანუ კარგად ისვრიან, მაგრამ არა რა, სტრატეგიულად ვერ არა.
Now for Na'Vi.
ნავიში wonderful ძალიან მოადგილოა რატო?
A fancy eco.
Fancy eco, okay.
არა, ძმა, რა სიძახი, wonderful არ ვარყავდეთ, ტრაქში იქნებოდნენ. Wonderful არის საუკეთესო მოთამაშე ამ გუნდში, მოგადავები? Nice, bro.
There's a smile from Mizu. Haven't been too many of those.
Nice from Mizu on the opening. Gonna feel good to be killing Makaze in middle. It's difficult to do so in the first half.
I think the biggest problem for them.
რა თამაში გველის წინ ბიჭო, მაგრამ პრემიის ჩემპიონთა ლიგაც რო უწევს, რა ცუდი თაიმინგია თო. აი ეგეთი თამაში და ჩემპიონთა ლიგა ერთდროულად როგორ უნდა იყოს თო? აი Falcons-ი ვიტალიტი ხვდება ერთმანეთს რავი წელიწადში ორჯერ და მაინც და მაინც ეხა დაემთხო ჩემპიონთა ლიგა რა.
Okay, very well done.
10-ზე და ის ჩემპიონთა ლიგა 11-ზეა და ერთ საათში ვერ მორჩებიან 3 maps.
Kalash will be set up alongside of
და მან მგონია რომ 3 mapიც იქნება და
over towards B lane. Gonna leave the likes of Frontales and Mizu throwing the smokes and flashes, depending on some of these spawns. Let's see how they want to start operating. Oh, okay. Blade has decided.
Wonderful მაკაზე როგორ არ ჯობია მე.
Let's close this. Let's not let this get.
კაი და ოპა ჯდებიან ესე.
Setting up for their seeding game against Vitality.
Already in the playoffs, but is it a semi-final bye?
This was
quarter-final bye, I suppose.
Yeah. Both would.
Falcon მიტაზე უფრო საინტერესო G2 Spirit-ის მან გასვლაზე ყომარი. ინდორის. გასვლის თემა არის ზოგადად რა. უფრო საინტერესო match-up-ი არის. თათოლე აი ის არის, რა ქვია.
If you played maybe
Barça Real არის.
Shake him up a bit because
რა ქვია მაგას Barça Real რო თამაშობს El Clasico ხო?
Lax from Navi, it wasn't at all.
ეს დამატე ჯიგარი ხარ.
All the scenarios.
Actually ძმავე ხარ.
Not too easily, but almost as designed, right? When you're in a 2v4 and you're being able to maneuver through smoke.
Ragazzeria მხარი ტაკშალო face-დან.
Very silly. Yeah, thinking, okay, well, what can't we get away with? Mr.
რა სიძახით, მაგრამ არ Wonderful-ას წესიერი თამაში შედის ნახე. ბათამაშს უყურებ შენ? გადახედე სტატებს Wonderful-ას რა სიძახ. შემიძლია.
Duke not playing off of that. Makazi still has control.
უცმამ რა იტრაია.
Oh, they go and just activate. Norbert's done very well, but Imet, he pushes down the ramp for one before Kalash can get to him. They maintain their advantage. It's wonderful that is actually in mid, so he could catch them on their crawl, and he does time it to perfection, just as Duke for sure rounds the corner, and then acknowledges that he could be heading over towards A. Ahead of the Molotov. Movement a bit, catches him on the exit.
Oh, Kalash, pick your poison, mate.
Whoa, bit hitting headshots now.
In picked for you. Oh, another one where the move that Navi goes for doesn't work as intended, but they still convert the round with ease there. I love the idea, right? Give them the space, allow them to establish this B lane control. A door smoke, a wood molly, flashes, but the kills didn't come their way. Nice shooting there from Bit to confirm it. Hey, Blade, was happy with that one. All right, well, still money for a hot to buy. But they lose this, the game goes quickly with it.
Fighting lane aggression from Imet, and he's beaten Norbert to the punch. Not so lucky either is Kalash.
Well, Mizu's in A.
That's valuable. The bomb is outside B doors, though.
And wonderful fight off a shot. They know exactly where Mizu is. It's drawn a massive rotation. But Frontales, as you mentioned, with the bomb outside B, is not in a position to start moving on his own. So Duke's going to come over and help sell this. Get a bit awkward.
Yeah, it could get even more so.
Oh, Grand Slam-ზე არის. Grand Slam-ზეა ვიტალი.
Alexi B was low in the smoke. Bit will activate. Still can't spot that bomb.
გასაკეთებს ნახე ბიჭო.
Through the smoke and he's in CT.
Frontales is able to get into a free bomb site.
Bravo,
the Temple player. Bit goes down. Makaze's flanking him. Mizu's not going to consider this.
And now,
now the bomb goes down B.
Well, they know it's B, but you got to get past Mizu.
What a hell of a turnaround. What a fruity round.
Well, he's just going to run away from them.
Wow, ხაი გარუნა გეცილები.
You got the Molotov. They're going to get put through it. Yeah, they are. Low HP, they pay such a heavy price to disrespect the Flames, and now Frontales cannot afford to miss another shot. Gets away with it. Dips back, turn tail, still damage inflicted onto Frontales. It's wonderful in the clutch. Fakes the runaway. Here's Frontales.
Bravo, round. Mizum რა წაიკითხა?
As we all expected.
You go A with 2.
at least Hoto winning a couple of these
პუტკუნა კაცი
disadvantaged
ბიჭო
rounds their own.
ლასაყვალელი
That's a 3v5
ფინელი დათვირო არის
situation.
გაქვთ ნალახი ეგ TikTok-ზე იჩიტებოდა ხო იმ მაგას არ გავს თრალი რო იჩიტება ხო
He's just playing deathmatch right here, taking all of those fights. Very well done from Mizu. He's having a great map of Counter-Strike, 22 and 12. Norbert got to watch all of that.
Yeah.
He was first death.
Oh, how's this for some valuable real estate? You got mid.
Norbert's heard 2. Nade, that tells him 3.
Very quick to A though. Makaze and him are already gambling over here.
You don't need to force the issue through that. So this is more of that pace we saw from Hotu over on Dust 2.
მიზინიოს გავს ეგენი ყველა
So no real
ერთმანეთს
concerns
გონებს
with the CT setup right now. It is
Mazen.
obviously a force bit and Emma in with these
მურად ყველა
M4s.
იძახის რომ
2 MP9
ალექსი
to the D,
ძალიან
limited
თესლი
util,
არის და
no
კედოს
diffuse kit.
ნიმუში არის და ძალიან მაგარი IGL-ია
But
ძმაო
also no
კადეს
clear intention
ნუყურებ
from
IGL-ზე
Hotu just going through the motions, securing this mid
და
control.
თვალე თავს წირავს შენი
Looking like they want to finish over
კადესთვის
towards
თორე
B.
ეხა სხვა როლზე რო გადაიყვანო ალექსიბი და მარტოს როლაზე იყოს ფოკუსირებული დამეჯერე ბევრად კარგად
Just
თამაშობს
rounded the corner before Makaze got
გავამოჩის
into the angle.
Oh, Alexi needs at least 1 in this situation.
It's a good angle for an up-close SMG to at least get 1, but Duke for sure, he's got other plans. Wins it just about. 9 points of health on him.
So don't get anything on these spams. It may just be a save.
Easy brings the bomb through. Pays a little bit of a price, and oh, the spam wasn't far off there. Threatening that they're going to retake this. The smoke cave.
Bam,
Shot from
bam.
Makaze's Deagle. You lose Mizu on the site as well. Now progress onto the site. You're behind that cave smoke. Pressure applied. Kalash got the Molotov. Throws it
Oh,
out.
Molotov
Down by
without-
Makaze and Bit goes down, but still
Tam
rotting
out.
with the flames on the floor.
Rush it, boys, rush it, boys.
Can't get more, and now they know where Duke for sure is. He can spam him off, but forced to go for the reload. Where's the covering fire? Image just going to stick it. The 10-second stick and denied by Duke for sure. Hard to 8.
ეს რა შეებოდა მოლოტოვი დაარდეს ბომბზე და რატო გავიდა
He's going to get out of there. Or attempt to.
A little bit
ой
of a
ესა და
fiesta
G2
right there, I
თამაშება
think.
არ ვიცი დაიწყო G2-ს თამაში
It's gonna have to
Spirit
be
versus G2
A light investment for
აქ მესამე
Navi.
მაპი თუ გაიჩნდა გადავიდა
Doesn't
Spirit-ზე
have
თუ
to be.
დაიწყო ის kick უკვე
But I think I can't believe Frontales is also like because there's a molly on the bomb and Frontales is running out.
არა მოლოტოვი ეგდო ბომბზე და იმან ის გამოვარდა და რატო გამოვარდა
2-round gap. It's a Hero M4.
Where's
Some
the beam
light
let's go,
upgrades
sir?
around this. Max loss bonus. They've only got 1 round so far on their CT side, Navi. They are being made to work if they want to get this one done. What was meant to be an open and shut case is turning into a bit more hard work.
უკვე ფისურა
Makaze gets that M4 down out of his hands immediately. Nice shot as well on the follow-up. Catch is wonderful. Poking his nose out red.
And we have another blade.
არა არ უნდა დაეհოლდა გაესპამა მაინც ხიდან თავისიას რო სპამავს 2 საათი ხა რამე შეუბრუნე შეჩემა
Diligent clears as well.
მოვიდა და გიხმარან
And a nice headshot as well from
ის რიან ბიტო ესემისებიტო მიზუ რა ხოძე ყავთ
With the type of rounds they lost in that first half and the frustrations that were
დაათრევინა
brewing,
მაინც
it's
კალაშა
surprising they didn't just
ო
fall
რაღაც
apart.
იზი თამაში მეგონა და ჯერჯერობით ერთი რაუნდი აქვს ციტიდან აღებული ნავის ისიც პისტოლ რაუნდი რაღაც ეგეთი მარტივიც არ ყოფილა ჰა როგორც ჩანს
So still a ways off from that conversation, but it is a 1-round game as I was going to say Norbert wipes the board, but wobbly there on Alexi. Can't send anybody else out to hunt if you're Hotu. You don't have the finances.
Yeah, but this actually is going to feel good considering Makaze spent some extra cash in that round.
And that's likely the target who will be getting that AK. So,
okay, Blade, are you going to pull the trigger?
well, he's. Oh, yeah. Ooh.
Listening to the call. And yeah.
Aha.
უშინიო კი რა ხელი წააგეს ნახე კი მოყურეთ
All right, guys, just turn to page 4. That is subsection V.
Wouldn't lip reading be such a cool skill? Just to be able to actually just ascertain what they're saying.
ეს რიას ამოჭინავენ ხო როგორც ბარსა ამომიჭიმეს
to read the lips of someone who isn't an English native speaker?
I would imagine it is harder.
Visa.
Obviously accent.
Yeah, you see the accent in like the way
Visa,
they say
Visa.
Yeah.
So I'm curious. Any lip readers out there, let us know. Well, both Mo and Blade on the mics. 30 seconds is up. Orders have been issued. Navi have everything they could desire. Lacking a little bit of util on bit. But otherwise, smokes, mollies. Slight damage on Mikazi with the crowd control HEs. A flash in the HE back. Mikazi scaling for the space. Mid is there.
On
the lane side, it's Norbert and Chantal is behind him.
comeback-ი იყო, მაგრამ დროა უკოსო.
Early block smoke thrown towards the ramp side, now fading.
Playing on the ramp fade here. This is going to be a big fight.
Yeah, Wonderful's fast picking up Nathan. They're already up. Oh, he's missed his shot.
They're in.
It still solid. Catches Norbert. Norbert's going to be unhappy with that one. Lexi be tracking another already. Looking very good for Navi. Just shutting it down.
Such faith there from Alexi as well, jumping out of cave. Must have known that there's some flashes in the mix. But now it's just Duke. We saw them win a 3v5 earlier. I don't think Duke's going to be winning himself a 1v4. So Navi, they stop the streak.
ისიც არ იცოდი რომ საათზე იყო, აი რა ვიცოდი ბიჭო. ანუ მეღადავე ვიბებერ. რა ვიცოდი, вообще. ის თუ არის რა ქვია. ივან დრაგო. იცნობ შენ ივან დრაგოს მოთამაშეს? ფეხბურთელს ატლეტიკოში თამაშობს, გუშინ გავრიცანი, ჩემო ძმაკაცმა გამოცნო ივან დრაგო ქვია.
It's a tough spot to find yourself in at this
ანუ მეც როგორ ფეხბურთელები ვიცი, აი вообще აზრზე რო არ იქნები რა.
Yeah, that's the difficulty when you're overcoming a 9.
Exactly. So Duke likely to save. He can drop an AK into the next. They can have at least 2 AKs, and then it's going to be a little bit more of a mixed bag. Considering how Mizu's been firing, he might be the man to get hooked up with it.
დავდიოდი ბოლოს რომ მოიგო ჩემპიონთა ლიგიდან.
Man,
აქ იმიტომ ვიკითხე, ბიჭო, აზრზე არ ხარ ტრენერობის, შენ თავს ვიცავარდო. იმიტომ ვიკითხე, რომ ხალხი უნდა ჩართო, ჩარიო, რაღაც დაწერონ, რამე, რომე აქტიურობა ჩატში, რაღაცა.
How crazy of a round it was the Mizu hijinks in that 3v5.
მაგრამ აქილია.
That erupted very quick. So response time there from Bit. But all for me is Alexi just braving ahead of that smoke, not letting them establish that control.
შენ თუ არ გერა, ეხა შენი პრობლემაა და შენ თავში ჩაიხედე, რომ და შენს გულში ჩაიხედე, რომ ეს სიმართლეს ვამბობ რა.
Rotating in time, we just keep kind of flashing and pushing. One comes out Temple, kill, trade. One comes out CT smoke, kill, trade. Out Donut. You see similar philosophy coming into play right there.
Perpetual disruption.
That body language is not a man who is agreeing.
That's a man with 24 frank, 14 deaths.
Yeah.
Best.
მაგ პატარა ცხვირი თუ საერში ჰაერი როგორ შედის ბიჭო შეხედი კაცური ცხვირი ნესტო მაგ შენი ცხვირის ხელა შეჭემა ერთს რო ჩავისუნთქავა ოთახში ჰაერი აღარ არის ტიპი იმენა რაყლე ცხვირიც უნთქავს იმენა ვაფშე სადა გაუკეთეს ეგ ცხვირი გაუმარჯო დაჟე ნესტოს გათიშვა შემიძლია რომ ორივე ნესტოთი რო ვისუნთქო შეიძლება დავაგდო კამანდა ოთახში და მეღადავები
Okay Mizu, you got to be the boost for Kalash.
ფუნქცია მაქვს ნესტოს გათიშვის იმენა თორე ორივე ღმერთთან დავიმფაროს ორივე ნესტოთი სუნთქავდი თორე ფილტვები გამეყინებ
He's actually going for the walk up here trying to find Mikaze covered by Alexi.
კარგი ხარ
For sure a 2 for 1 in favor of Hotu.
რაელოა ვინ რომელი რაელოა ერთი დაიცე გავარკვიეთ რომელი ელოა რომელი მოთამაშე გაინტერესებს მითხარი გაგირკოვე ხარ რომელი რაელოა
Okay.
Find that resources and you just use 2. You only have one smoke left on Kalash.
Cheeky position from Wonderful as well.
He's remollied.
მეღადავები შეხედეთ მოძგაფიცებ შეხედეთ ანუ
For sure on 5 HP.
და მიწის სურნელს გრძნობ რო ვისუნთქავ მეღადავები
is not actively on the angle. Wonderful sweeping through.
მაგარი ყლეც ხვირი
max. Ram side and Ima has
removed რა ხდება უცებ გაქრა ორი კაცი
Kalash going down.
ბიჭო თემა ისაა რომ აი ხა მე რომ მაგალითად აი ხა ის ხვირი მაწუხებდეს რომ აი რო ვერ სუნთქავდე პირიქით ძალიან მართლა ძალიან ეს ხვირი მაგრამ მამაკაცური ქართული ხვირი მაქვს რა
through the smoke, getting chipped
მამაკაცური ქართული ცხვირი მაქვს იმენა, კავკასიური, გაიგე? აუაფშე არ მაქვს ანუ პრობლემა რაღაც სუნთქოსთან და აი ეხა მე რომ მქონდეს სუნთქოსთან დაკავშირებული, მე გაიკეთებდა კაცი რამეს. ოპერაციას არ არის, მაგრამ არა მაწუხებს ეხა და რატო გავიკეთე? მე ლამაზი გავიჩიტები და ლამაზი ბიჭის პირში შევეცი, გაიგეთ ბიჭო? ლამაზ ბიჭებს იცი რას უშვებიან? მე გეტყვით მე.
Looks like it might be the last round Hot 2 play here in Rio. Him removing Norbert. Forced to the sidelines, going to be watching this one.
At least the game had some layers of entertainment that delivered outside of Dust 2, right? That one felt like the rounds were a bit more open and shut case outside of maybe 2 moments. This one's had a whole lot more where number advantage has meant diddly squat. Big win yesterday versus Legacy for Hot 2 to keep their lower bracket dreams alive, but Na'Vi, a task too tall, as they're about to be 2-0'd. Frontales.
Nice shot.
Can he get another? At least they've drawn it back into a 4v4 with Bit dead.
Alexi B is going to be committing to this, so a reboost. It's got to help him at Emma. And down goes both of them. Well done, Im is ready to receive, and that is gonna be it. Na'Vi a 2-0 no less. Got another game, so trying to manage their momentum. Kalash gonna give it his best shot, the bomb down on sight, but hopeless endeavor. Wonderful partners up with Makaze, and he's gonna have to hit them both. Denied. Hot 2 eliminated. Na'Vi make it so, and still waiting to find out who they're gonna be playing in that lower bracket final for Group B.
Yeah, this is the EPL champs looking for a chance to get back into the playoffs. The stage awaits. You've got Hot 2's run, a loss to Aurora. A little bit more stress in the second half, and you could see that emotions were high in the Hot 2 camp. Some of these rounds perplexing to some, but that'll be that. And they've been sent home in the As you mentioned, we'll be taking on the winner of that Aurora Bait game. Regardless, they will be the favorite. They've had a couple of outings against Aurora in recent history. For Bait, it's never easy against the big brother of the region. It's more the flag than it is the complexion of that roster, but we've got those 2 spots remaining at the table. Also got 2 seeding games to satiate you on your Wednesday evening. Furia versus Mad.
1000 ლარით გაგეზრდება ხელფასი 3 თვეში. თუ შენ მოასწრებს 350 ლაიქამდე გალაიქებს.
And Na'Vi versus Who, but we got Freya standing by for a loser interview.
Yeah, sadly, the end of the line for Hotu here at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio. We saw the emotions running incredibly high. Can you talk to me about what you were experiencing during that map of Ancient?
It was a good game. Like we love, first half is bad, and we need to come back in the second half. It's maybe possible, but we do know. Как будет недостаточно. Not enough. Do not enough.
Do not enough.
In terms of what's next for Hotu, unfortunately, no major for you guys. What other events do you have planned?
We will have a break, yeah, like 2 weeks, and we will just chill with no CS, just chill.
Norbert's laughing in the background because he said he wants to go to the beach.
We will see what we can play in the next 2 months.
And anything you'd like to say to the fans supporting you guys at home? I know Norbert mentioned Flit and Fame were co-streaming this as well. Anything you'd like to say to them?
Can I say in Russian? Спасибо всем, кто поддерживает нас из Якутии. Я знаю, что вы сидите в заведении, собрались вместе и болеете за нас. Спасибо вам большое.
ეხლა რო კაკო იყო მან დედან არის ტიპი. მან ინტერნეტი როგორ ჩამოგიყვანეს თქვენი დედამუთ. საქართველოს რო ჩამოუყვანეთ ინტერნეტი, მან ინტერნეტი როგორ შეიყვანეს. მან ინტერნეტი როგორ შეიყვანეს. მოვიდნენ გოუთები, მოვიდნენ აურა მარშრუტით მოვიდნენ აურა ფარმი იმენა შეხედე დისკებიც არ უყენია ესეთი მარშრუტით მოვიდნენ.
Let's see if they can do it once more after this break.
რამდენ ხანში იწყება? რამდენ ხანში იწყება? გვანახეთ გოუთების თამაში. რო აქ იცხოვრებთ მილიონზე? აი ამ ადგილ რომელიმე სახში აი იცხოვრობდით? აუ რა მაგარი ადგილია, შეხედე ბიჭო, ტიპები საცხოვრობენ, ყლეზე არ კიდიათ, მიდი, ამათი ცხოვრება არის, გადი დილით, ღამე იტყნაურე დაიცინე. всё. ნახე, შეხედე რა, ნახე, იმენა ტრაკი აქვთ ყველას, იმენა ფიცარი არც ერთი არ არის, იმენა შეხედე. ახე, ყრია ნაშობა, მიდი გულავეთ ბიჭებო, მიდით. აბა რა გინდა მეტი შეხედე. გახვალ დილით ზღვაზე შეჭამ, წახვალ სახში დაღლილი, всё. ნახე, ყრია დღე და ღამე აქ შეხედე. აქ იქნება სიგიჟე. ნახე რა ხდება.
Soulfly will clear that. And that's a classic M4. That's a tornado with the LDLC stickers on it. Was it Planet Key Dynamics as well there? I can't see. It's a classic.
No, ESC.
Winter 2014.
It's ESC.
ESC, you're right with the bear, yes. Actually have a team in CS again, picking up the poles, of course. Again.
Next series in 38 minute.
This is make or break for Veto. If there's any chance
for
them to get on the map, they have to win round 11. Otherwise, to guarantee it would be 9-3 with them being completely broken, both financially and just mentally.
Კაი, ვისვენებთ, კაროჩე 38 წუთი. დაბრუნდებით. ანუ 50 წუთზე. 10-8 დააკლდება, მოდიხართ, კაროჩე, ბრუნდებით. ავედი და დაგიბრუნდებით. 10-8 დააკლდება, აქ იყავით. უყურებთ Falcons Vitalities.
serious, right? From an organizational standpoint, to make a decision, or
We are
to
back.
want to make a change and then to reverse it
Back
just
in
because
the
of
business,
one tournament.
boys.
Like I
Let's
think
go.
they understand why they're playing well here. It's no secret to them either, right? So if that is indeed what's happening, I don't think there's any result at this tournament that reverses that decision.
Yeah,
and I don't think it should be reversed.
Them playing in this tournament, that would mean, you know, like bulldozing 3D Max, like kind of just did their thing with them. And then they also did the same thing over to Spirit. It's the big contributions on Monacy's T sides that I'm seeing that make a lot of sense. Are there any other contributing factors there, Jacob, that ring a bell?
Yanko brought it up, you know, before. When you have 3 players in the top 10, all of them are high rated. You have Monacy firing on all cylinders, doing the work on the T side. Kixen seemingly maybe calling a bit more freed up style, you know, allowing more space for Nico, allowing more space for Monacy. It's hard to say, you know, based on a small sample size that it's something specifically they're doing. When you have Monacy playing as well as he is right now, posting a 1.77 rating so far, it's hard not to make the case that it's the individuals right now that is carrying the ship. But that's why I'm excited for this game, because it's not going to be a game where Monacy is having a 1.7 rating, most likely. So it will have to be a more structured Counter-Strike and more good T-sides coming out from Falcons if they were to win today.
But that's how it has to be, right? If you have a composition of a team like Falcons have, it has to be the individuals shining, and you are setting the game up in a way in which they can shine and they have the space. I'm not saying Monacy is going to have these sort of performances all the time. No one does, right? But you're making it in a way where there's opportunity for him to do it on a more consistent basis, right? Nico having some better games is also important, especially on the CT side, where he has still a bigger role than he does on T side, where he's more in some of those lurk positions depending on the map and conceding space to Kyosuke and Monacy.
Yeah, especially, you know, overall. I guess a bigger, broader question here before we jump right into these vetoes. You guys call any other teams that have this similar situation, you know, the media speculation that then obviously go on to find some weird form? I mean, you're asking the question that is, can they continue
1, 2, 3, vitality, vitality. Let's fucking go, guys. Let's fucking go.
Back in the days when they were, you know,
Magari
agreeing to
igra
disband
hijo
as a
de
team
bicho,
heading into a
magari,
major, and all of a
magari.
sudden they find themselves winning the major. I think when you relieve pressure from star players, when you take away all expectations, and you
Male,
can sort of like
Calaba.
put down your shoulders,
No,
some
mira, ahora
teams
que
and
está
some players will
explicando,
just
entonces,
function
explica,
better. Now, to me, it's not a good thing necessarily, because Falcons is a team that is supposed to win. That is a team that is supposed to go to every single tournament having those expectations upon you. So far, I think what we've learned about Falcons is they haven't been able to handle it. So yeah, you maybe make the change with Kerrigan coming in, and maybe it's looking better at this tournament, but what's to say that we're not going back to a world where they can't deal with those, I guess, added expectations. So it's still a question mark for me, but in this moment right here, right now, it opens up this tournament, it opens up this game, and it makes Falcons even more exciting to watch.
Let's talk about this game in terms of maps, depths. What are we looking at crossovers here, Yanko? I know you like to put a good flowchart together.
Yeah, we were talking about Vitality's map pool, and 5 out of the 7 maps being 100% win rate. Ancient is their permaban, so they only played it against Aurora in a group stage game when both teams led it through and they were able to come out on top in that one. So we won't see Ancient, we won't see Overpass, but outside of that, Mirage or Inferno, right? Like that's where Falcons can go in terms of their map pick. I'm expecting to see Mirage. Inferno was the pick of Vitality last time around, and I do expect them to switch it up. Apex has also been known to, at this stage of the tournament, experiment a little bit with the map pool. Perhaps if they worked on a map or something that he wants to test, they would go and pick it. Or if he really wants to beat Falcons, because it happened last time, I mean, he could just go for Dust 2, right? I mean, that's their home map. They're willing to play it against anyone at any time. So there are a couple of options here. I don't expect Falcons to pick Anubis like they did last time.
And part of that context from the stats we saw here as well is that Falcons have played a couple of tournaments with a stand-in in Nucleons. Dust 2 was one of the maps that they've been tested on with Nucleons quite a lot. Haven't really had the biggest win rate on the map, but I think they're a completely different team when Kyusuke is on it, and it's not it's not Nucleons, where they have the double AWP setup as well. Mirage coming in for Falcons makes an awful lot of sense. I think Dust 2 could be a bit
Are we ready? Mirage kitko Nuki ara Dustik Argia. Nuki daubanot, Nuki daubanot, Nuki daubanot, Nuki daubanot, Nuki daubanot.
It's not an easy map for Vitality to win on.
Is Falcons going into this pick right here of Mirage sort of maybe piggyback on the idea that G2 got away with it a little bit there?
Ara Nuki kneba Anubis
This is
daubanot
the one
Vitality.
map that Vitality has, if you can say so, struggled. They're 50% on it
Oh,
here, right? That's their worst map in the pool as of right now. So we'll see. Nuke as the decider, you know, a pretty vanilla map pool. I'm a fan of that, but this gives us a lot of potential for an explosive series, right? With the caliber of players that we have on the roster, potential for highlights, clutches, all the fun shenanigans, I think is at an all-time high, and I do expect us to see some atomic CS on this one.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. You know, it's 2 maps in the beginning, at the very least, where players can express themselves quite often. I think Yusuke as well, in particular, on Mirage T-sides have been able to find a lot of impact, so keep an eye out for him.
It's the Intel Extreme Masters, it's Rio, and it's Vitality against the Falcons.
Absolute banger here to decide who's going into those semis versus the quarterfinals. It's Falcons taking on Vitality. Hugo, can you kind of set the stage for us on this?
Yeah, right. Vitality finally losing their map win streak at this event, but their series streak, Harry, still holding strong. 24 maps in a row, trying to break records, not quite able to, but 18 win streaks, and of course, Grand Slam looming at the end of this tournament. You know it's Vitality. They want to speed through this series and get to those semi-finals. An extra day off in a very busy schedule for this team, but Yanko said it well when he talked about Falcons having decent success against Vitality with this roster. 3 out of 4 wins since Kyosuke joined, with the exception, the one loss being that BO5 final. They got 3-0'd. They've done it with a stand-in, they've done it with Nucleons. And we also talk about lack of pressure for Falcons, with rumors in the air. Is Kicks in a stand-in? Are Falcons feeling nervous, or can they truly take down the world's best? Time to find out.
No prognosi.
Yeah, problem for Falcons has been most of the other teams haven't got to play Vitality all too much, but haven't struggled in these head-to-heads. And that's not a bad way to open. Monacy's kind of been the man at the focal point of this conversation, been having a fantastic tournament. The T-sides have been electric for the Falcons.
Kioska, მაგარი კაცია კიოსკას, იცნობთ?
Love to see it.
ფინალში გადიან აქედან არა, ორივე გასულია პლეიოფში.
For Vitality, of course.
ნახევარფინალში გადის მოგებული, მეოთხედფინალში წაგებული.
Back at the end of last year, out of the picture. And Vitality look to gamble.
Wow, outplay.
I won't yet say it's wrong. And while Falcons are hitting this B bomb site, Robs also leaves. Him hanging around gave me a bit of hope for Vitality. Now it feels done. Now they just feel out of position, unable to compete with this round. The util announces it. Falcons will put that bomb down, and Vitality may as well have a look.
Quite heavy in the util, so kind of a kit to work with here.
Time
as a result is a big problem, and the fact that they're late.
Honestly, fair. It looks ridiculous to save, but Falcons, even they couldn't, lose this advantage. It is a perfect setup, close kitchen, apps, and a man advantage with no kit for Vitality. So just play for later. Save that bit of Kevlar, and Vitality will certainly force. We know this team have an incredible track record on force buys, winning more than they lose. So that second round is potent as ever. Double FAMAS immediately.
Nice, boys.
Map Veto very interesting for this game, right? No doubt about it. Mirage is the best pick for the Falcons here available. Vitality's statistical weakest map, especially this year.
ჯერ არაფერი, ჯერ არაფერი. დაიწერება მაგაზე ინფორმაცია თუ ის იქნება.
No.
Aha.
Robs. That's pretty nasty. Borderline tracks Kyosuke through the smoke.
ნახე რა.
And not the start you wanted versus this force. They're going to try and pick up the pace now with the B hit. Apex getting sandwiched. They break through the first 2. And Messi doesn't last much longer.
მამაკაც მერტი კაცი როგორ ვერ მოკლა
Robs might be close on that spam, but it won't come to matter. Kicksan getting stuck in, actually plays it forward. And so no issues here versus the force buy.
Falcons get out with almost everyone intact. Yoink. Flames will try and depart with the Galil, but don't know if he's sure to get away here. Hunted down, they'll deny the save. So chance at a good, clean run to open up Mirage.
O kartonu göndermeyeceğim. Ya story.
Not every day you get the free conversion here versus Vitality. Without speaking too soon, just pistols in this one, no Kevlar. Falcons get the chance to run away 3-0 to kick off their map pick in this series. Falcons have shown great resilience in this tournament as well, right? We saw that opening game against 3D Max, 9-1 down on their opening map. They pulled it all the way back 13-10. Went on to shut Spirit out of the way, as they typically do.
I mean, even going off of that kind of resilient display that you talk about, it just kind of backs up the point that it's the T sides for Falcons that have been super threatening. And so to that end, the idea that you're already getting a little cache of T rounds here on Mirage is a nice sign.
Why, man?
All right, Flames.
Why, man?
See, that's wild. Ow. Hang on a second. This was meant to be a freebie. They've caught Apex out. They weren't ready.
Why, man?
Gets it down to the 1v1. This is a lot closer than you were ever expecting. The Eagle.
Why, man?
Bam, brings Nico low. And you're in Rops' playground now. Back onto the 5-7. Low HP for Nico. Commits to the plant. Oh man, to beat in these clutches is Rops. One shot could do it. Nico up close, holds his breath. Hope that Rops barrels out. Belongs to Rops.
And I did speak too soon. I said it was a conversion. I said it was a 3-0 lead. I doubted Vitality, my biggest mistake. Falcons the same. That is a ludicrous round to win. The double deagle for Mezzi. And to think that Rops would have won that even easier if there was a single round in that deagle. He hit 2 tags through the smoke up cat.
Boom.
Nico low health, and Rops just flicks on the jump. Oh, it's just so Vitality have no business winning that round. Rops didn't even know Nico crossed out.
I mean, those are just feel-good rounds.
No,
all
mi dava like
over as
figa
well, right? You
mu
saw Apex's face at the end of it, smiles all round. One that you're not supposed to win. Gets you on the board very early. Zywoo Orb makes an appearance as well. And so Vitality are ready to turn up the heat.
It just further amps up your belief in winning any situation, a game from any point, right? It's not new for Vitality, but to be honest, I really thought G2 were about to beat them in that Dust 2 the other day. They had them right where they wanted them. They had them on the ropes at the end with bad T-side money. Just about able to take the map. And Vitality, of course, dig deeper, impossibly deep, and save that series. Done it so many times. It still isn't getting old. And so, like you say, Orb and everything else here for Team Vitality. We have 2 Deagles in play. And oh, that was the bomb. Huge Deag from Tesses. Nobody home there, all in middle.
Oh, Kiyosuke, that would have been a nice, easy close to the round, but Rops is given a second chance at life out here in the market.
Tesses doesn't want to go. That bomb's going back. He's low.
That means they're going right into Zywoo. Waiting here with that orb, but a swing and a miss. They've brought him down low. One bullet, and you're no longer worried, but there's Zywoo. That's the bomb in transition. There's very little time left now for the Falcons. This becomes a bit of a mad scramble here. Someone that bomb down, and they can't finish the job on Zywoo.
Finally, the kills come in for the Falcons. They breathe a little easier. That one nearly
How
gets away from them.
How is he getting spammed out to 3, not getting killed? Multiple chances. It takes him jumping, going for the no-scope for Kiyasuke to flush him out.
So good.
Ridiculous. High impact kill for Tessus. Even though he dies on the cross, he gets the bomb in the site, and he gets all the Falcons there. Seen some great moments from Tessus at this event as well. Reassuring to see. It's playoffs, of course, where he's had his biggest struggles. Zywoo kicks off this round, though.
Kiksana rato იყო ავებეთი. ნუ Kiksanas, Kiksanas ავებ ქონდა. ადამიან. რითი გაპიკა მაგ ჩემისმა. მონესისაც ავებ Kiksanas. აწამოიღო წერანე თქო. რა სტრიმი დავალაგეთ არხი გამოვწეროთ 30 კაცი გვაკლეთ 11,000 გამოვწეროთ ნერაფერ.
He had an active stance out here towards mid on the back of it. Three players ready to greet you if you try and take this mid space. It's Kiyasuke and Nico working their way in through the lower tunnels. They're the ones that have to secure this real estate. Nico with the trade, but there's layers to this setup. And there's Robs to make sure.
არა, Robs-ა დღეს მე მგონი ხოძია რა. ვა, მას რა პოზიცია დაიჭერს ტაიმინგზე.
Has been spotted in
ხო, როგორია რა შეხედე. შეხედე როგორია რა და მონიკა 1-2-ზე დარჩენილი.
Rids him of Tesses. And Simonisi goes hunting. Footsteps back in the market.
It's all by design for Vitality. They heard him jump towards jungle. They know he's in the window, and someone makes the call. Messi run away. It's perfect bait. And Monesi falls right for it. He had an open A bomb site. Did not think that was the case. With Robs hanging around window instead. And I love that we get these moves out of Zywoo. Like in the last, the tail end of last year and coming into 2026, playing with even more ego, even more bravado. Not always the safest move, because he can get away with the craziest stuff, pushing back out into that bomb site after Tessus gets the drop on him. And he'll live to regret not taking that kill when he had the chance. Or did he ever really? Another round for Vitality, keeping the AWP. And Falcons down to pistols. It's a force buy with Nico's hero AK. Monesi has a decision to make on whether to save for the AWP or join him, and he will.
Zywoo's up to his usual tricks out here in mid. Been very active with the AWP the moment it's made an appearance.
Oi, Kiyasuke.
Flames thinks about it, but decides not to spam back. Already find this 5v4. So just going to ease into their setup here. Chance was there for Tesses, but don't know if he's going to get given it again. 2 players under. They're actually going to bring the fight to him. I don't know if you're ready for this. Thankfully, Flames gives you a bit of a warning.
Tessus Deeg is a workhorse sometimes. Robs fires too soon, but it's too low for Tesses. And so Vitality, it's not all bad. Another double move to catch himself the advantage once again.
These guns are still in play, though. Yet to reveal them to Vitality.
Robs could be anywhere, though. Did he see him? Looks like it.
Gets the reaction. Monesi with those steps, very intentional. Robs gonna fall with nothing done. You still have Zywoo waiting, and he's gonna shut down the con split. Also able to cover the cross here. An awkward 1v3 attempt for Kiksan. Just gonna go for the bomb. Boom! Deeg's nice. Way to get this one going. But these spams are connecting. The molly should seal his fate.
Vaime. Inaghamto. Da maijels ushebem bicho.
Big round for Zywoo, and Vitality tie us up early on Mirage.
Atomic game indeed. These rounds coming down to clutches, getting very, very close, and the finest margins. As Kiksan getting wall banged on default by Zywoo's AWP. Some really nice moments. Good patience from Zaiwu on shorts, reading the connector climb up. He stayed on that angle for so long before Nico gave him anything. Never got to fire the AK. And so, nice try from Kixon. A lot of damage, not enough for a round. Falcons broken
400 ლაიქს ავიდეთ მე ბოსტრემი დავალაიქო და არხი გამოვიწერეთ
they are
პროდაიქება
eco.
დიდი.
And so despite a almost full conversion for Falcons, Vitality are already back in the swing of things, controlling the game. Zaiwu calling his shots every round, different position. It's been window short and now B-Apps. Monacy beats the molly, moves in front of it, and somehow lives to tell the tale.
ყველას დიგლი
Could be lethal here.
არის საშიშია დიგლი. And savit რომ გაიცინა მანაც. ერთი.
No fear of the Deagles for Vitality, as we can see, even in the previous round.
Tesses has always had one Deeg in him. Walked out ramp side here, all the way in a sandwich, but the rest of his team just getting mopped up in middle. And this time, the run of Deagles from Tesses is brought to a close, so not even a chance to make this one expensive.
It's a couple of times that Tesses has gotten very deep out A and found a gap, and every time, even if Vitality have missed that timing and he's gotten further than they're ready for, they are always considering it, and just the fact that he's done it twice now, it's going to be constantly in the back of their mind to watch out for this lurk out A. This is where you feel like Falcons would go with a set call at this point in the game. 4-3 up. Money has been thrown to the wayside numerous times. Vitality keep them guessing. They're going to break this top mid smoke.
I think there it is. Yeah, Zaiwu teed up for it.
No.
Apex even watching the creep on through lower. And just a hop, skip, and a jump out of there. Oh, did go back in. That's why he's really trying to limit Test. He's got teammates there to back him up.
ახუტებს.
Oh, no, Nico. Oh, how does
როგორ არ მოკოდა ბიჭო?
That was a slam dunk. That's 38.
იმენა სიფაჩი ჩაარტყა, როგორ არ მოკოდა?
And Falcons, there's been some, Kiyoshi's not had the best start to the game. He's done some audacious stuff. He's pushed a couple smokes. Coming out under there is very ballsy. He's also been front of the pack, running into Zaiwu's AWP a couple of times. That can be forgiven. Someone's got to. But not been a great start to the game for him. Not a great sign for the Falcons. They're going to need him today. And Vitality, they push the boat out. They get a 4-on-2, and then they just disappear. Nowhere to be seen. Robs gets info, dink to Tessus, and he wants to finish that. Falcons just have nowhere to go. Another 3K for Zaiwu. Just what Vitality ordered.
And I mean, you're already starting to get a little bit nervous here, right? It's been a big old streak for Vitality, 4 in a row now. Last 2 of them haven't even been particularly close. Money still in a very awkward spot for the Falcons, and across all of Rio, it's been the T-sides that have stood out. It's where they've, hands down, done their best work. You had the crazy comeback in their opening match, 10 and 11 rounds on the T-side. And then in that Spirit game as well, 2 8-round T-halves, right? It's where they've done all their legwork. So the idea that you're already starting to lag behind is certainly ringing some alarm bells. Gonna have to wait a little bit too to really try and get back into this one, as it's another partial investment. Something a bit more direct here. Everyone in the apartments ready to go B. Mezzi's been rocking this MP9 for what feels like an eternity, and it's done him well. Gets out with some support from Robs. Kiyasuke has lent a bit of intrigue to this one. A double opener gives them control of the site. Chance at a plant now as well.
This is on Tess as Kiyasuke's stuck on an island right now. ZywOo spotted. Tessas gets a chance at a fight. Can he buy time? Kiyasuke could make a move here, get behind them, but he's been spammed out from the smoke. So ZywOo staying aware and not letting Falcons get away with anything in that post plant. Clinically done. Patient for Vitality pays off. 6th round on this CT side. This streak building now, 5 in a row. And Falcons not getting particularly close. His first few rounds were clutches. No longer.
I mean, right now, that ZywOo Warp is causing you a great deal of fear. Whenever they've tried to go for these kind of pacier mid-starts, he's been there. Oftentimes, it's been a source to these 5v4s. Actually have a double AWP now for Vitality. Rob's donning one as well. Break on the smoke as ZywOo does go fishing for that opener. Always making moves. Not a team that like to sit back. Flames goes 1 for 1, and Robs has cleared out Palace in the downtime. This is already a fantastic foothold to have so early in the round. Lets you put that much more attention over towards B.
Falcons have found the gap. They've gone for the window boost. This is the one position Vitality are not watching on the map. Kiyasuke is behind them. You just never feel like this is underprotected. Even in this 4v4, gotta be some fear that there could be a player lurking around market. Apex is con side. And so any timing available to Kiyasuke is yet to be taken as he waits for his team to make the next move. Rob's in the last position you'd expect with this AWP. That does mean A is conceded. Apex doing what he can to find as much information as possible, but Falcons are trapping on this A site.
Oh, timing on this move for Apex is perfect. Had to thread a lot of needles to get to this position. But then a far better spot now. Teammate in spawn as well. Mezzi to help him. Rob still in that Palace position. ZywOo might fall right away, but it's this trifecta, these 3 players that are well entrenched, prepared for the A play. That's what's going to do you in here. Apex stops that bomb plant for now, and it is an absolute shutdown. They get mauled.
Krasicach,
a real, false sense of security for the Falcons. They're trying to plant. They've got
Krasicach,
3 players of Vitality were in the site with them.
Absolutely, and never even cleared default as well. Big mistake here for the Falcons. It was quiet. It was too quiet. And everyone strikes at the same time. Even Rob's coming out committed out of Palace. Nice to see. Willing to brawl with his team. And that is an annoying round to lose for Falcons. That was a 4v3 when they had everyone together. A good chance to break into this half. It might just be scraps now, looking for something pacier as they go for an A-pop.
Yeah, just another one of these little pops to try and break through the wall that is Vitality.
Why me playing Drava do popíchat? Why?
Weirdness. Can't believe ZywOo just hit that.
Apex am
Vitality still feels the advantage. Falcons, their roll slowed somewhat, but they've got to get this bomb down while the util's up. Quick rotate around to the spawn side. Nico's got cover and a missed shot for ZywOo. That's a window of opportunity.
Konnic mokles to.
Want to see a Nico.
Arak Monika.
Looking to play this one together.
რა პიკი გაუკეთეს. მაგარი ტროლი რაუნდი წააგეს შენში დარჩეს.
Good chunk of heavy lifting if Falcons do want to recover on this half. They're aiming for 5.
Those are the rounds you're expecting the Falcons to win, right? Despite the lack of money, just full brawling and using their superstars to the best of their abilities. Overwhelming vitality. That was vitality. Zaiwu disappears through the smoke, and Falcons put the bomb down. It's a huge kill from Monacy to catch Robs on the retake. And Zaiwu forced to make a play. Nice round for Falcons to flex their muscles, but this 5th makes all the difference. Oopsie. Missed window jump, missed Molotov under. Kyosuke very lucky to be this deep. What will he do with his position? Nothing. Zaiwu does make it into ladder. And patiently waiting.
Messi's got his, but B-side still opens up for the Falcons.
Why,
secures the double, and with it, Falcons in big trouble. 1v4 for Tesses. Gonna strike the first man off the tally, but look at this. All the Vitality are hunting him across the map. They're not playing a contain. He is in a box. Flames even has the bomb over here at TV. And so no winning this for Tesses, surely. Seems suspicious. Knows there's a chance. It's Zaiwu from afar, and that seals the deal on a very dominant CT side. Only one found past that initial exchange for the Falcons. Vitality, they are firing on all cylinders. They're looking for semis.
ეს რა ეკო წააგეში მაგ სად გაატარათ ვიტალტის თუ რა არა просто მევასება რა კაი გუნდია ეს თამაში უფრო საინტერესოა იმიტომ ტაქტიკები უწერიოთ და ანტისტრატები
Falcons gave you faith in the first 4 rounds of this map, but Vitality woke up. They came alive, winning Eco rounds, winning Zywoo rounds, and taking an 8-4 first half. Fantastic start for Team Vitality. It's Falcons map pick. It's the one map where Vitality have at times been susceptible. They lost it to G2 earlier on in the group stage, losing their map winning streak. They're not thinking about streaks right now. They're thinking about that grand slam and a 2-0 here to get straight into the semi-finals and get some rest ahead of a big weekend.
And this is Vitality looking to start this second half with a bit of a bang. It's all in over here towards B. Nade for Tessez. Oh, it's surprisingly meager. Thought he was gonna get a nice meaty nade in, but got to do it now in the brawl. Flames double opener, and with Apex here to back him up, it's a very quick pistol out of Vitality. Flames just lying in wait. Patience meant to be a virtue. Here comes Monacy with these dual Berettas.
Arda ეხმარო პიქსან არ გინდა ძმა. მიყავი მან კიჩენში.
That's seals the deal on 9 rounds for Vitality and almost guarantees them a good start here in this second half.
Vitality is just a team that make you think, why can't I do that? A simple B rush with a smoke and a couple of flashes, but everything goes perfectly for Team Vitality. World's strongest players on the world's strongest team. And they make quick work of a B defense to lock in a pistol round in this series.
Remember, 11 ლაიქით 400-მდე ბარემ არ დაგეზაროთ. დადგაასტრო. It's a great snake. Gushin G2 mo kinaga.
Falcons gamble that looks to be avoided.
Kinaga maritoleva.
It's very deep smoke, but it's just enough to get up on the stairwell here for Flamesy. Surprise. Vitality onto 10.
I mean, it's a tricky road ahead of the Falcons now, isn't it? Right? They got this CT side. The rounds they found on these halves across the event has been largely supplementary. And the few times it's been under scrutiny, hell, even that whole comeback was caused by, you know, some CT woes, having to do it on your T half. It's also just the fact that with these CT sides, there's no time for a slow start here. If you fall down in the first rifle round, map's as good as done. So this is the one Falcons have to have results in. They've got a bonus round to go up against out of Vitality. Galil's Mac 10. So have an edge in terms of the firepower. But it's a round you have to win if you want to have any hope on Mirage.
Oh, spotted Nico. It's big, but it goes both ways. They catch him on the spam. He follows up, and Monacy has support. Vitality reduced to a 3-man push, but Rops and Zywoo still alive.
Oh dear. Wrestled away. Disadvantage upon. Falcons keep the pressure applied throughout that entire round.
Bicho, ეხა დაიგეწყო პრობლემები მაინც და მაინც
გვაყურებინებიან. To stop that spillover out of Vitality.
That exec almost Falcons they sight believing it, and if Nico's not under there, Falcons don't get that info on the double mid walk. And maybe they get shot in the side of the head in the connector, but Nico, big jump spot to get that information. Him and Monacy force a 5v3. So starting position favors Falcons. And they go for it again. Double under, clearing a lot of the map quickly, but Vitality, no lurks today. They just explode.
Set piece, but a man down over the top of the stairs. It's
Flames. Ra khwari motamashia Flames.
Bomb plant. And right now, CT is a bit of a pressure point. Only one guy here for the Falcons. Spam connecting. It's Robs looking for this space out towards the spawn.
Teslas can't die for nothing.
Gonna need this if you want to be able to play around that bomb. So Robs holding onto this space is a big deal. Oh, and there's a follow-up. Kiyosuke gets deleted, and now you've got Robs in a power position with hot hands, 2 kills deep. A lot of time ticked off this bomb as well. This duo of m0NESY and NiKo, well, they were able to claw 1 clutch away from ZywOo. How do they fare versus Robs? Defuse being held, can't get them off of it, and they'll sneak that one away from right under his nose.
Body blocked by his teammate, and Falcons sneaked that one through. You really felt the consequence of losing that spawn control for Falcons. Robs in a prime position to win the round, and Falcons just sneak it out from underneath him. Staying in this CT side, back-to-back gun rounds, and that one from a disadvantage. But we're right back in, and Robs isn't stopping. 5v4 in middle, double trade for Kiyosuke. It's a brawl. Falcons get better from it. They know both are in middle. Huge flank for Tesses.
What?
But as the map goes quiet, in the back of your head, you're wondering, have they gone back? Could they go under? Could they go short? There are big gaps available here. And so Tesses, taking his sweet time, is given room to Vitality.
Oh, he's going for the big old clear all the way through mid. So yeah, that won't be known about until they actually get spotted by m0NESY in the B site.
Saw him.
Gets the info at least, and so Falcons will get slightly ahead of this, beginning those rotates now.
This guy go kitchen the guy this guy check
2 players in through the short side. Apex looking for the spot. Oh, gets the info on both, knows about them.
Why
to pick and choose his moment there to go and swing onto Tesses. It's a full short side retake out of the Falcons. Vitality have ended up in some good spots. Molly forces Apex out into the open, and Mezzy can't hold on. Falcons are clawing this one back, making a real case for themselves. You've had a bunch of these pacey calls out of Vitality, looking for that knockout blow, trying to just secure the round that breaks the money for the Falcons and puts you very, very quickly over the line on the map.
And even in these difficult situations, they're situations you expect Vitality to win, right? They even re-cleared Kitchen. They figured out that both were coming from short side, but Falcons are winning from hard spots right now, dealing with that 2v2 in A after Robs' double in spawn, and right there as well, m0NESY rotating to join his team, and Falcons winning a retake on that B bomb site. Credit where credit is due here. Falcons making a lot from nothing. Kiyosuke wants to abandon ship. He's just been tagged with the scouts.
And when you're playing against Vitality, every round is one you have to take seriously. Even with investments like this. Oh, he hit that. Mezzy with the tag.
Why, man?
If it didn't hit the window, I think that's a kill there. Tesses just living on borrowed time.
არ ვიცი bro, არ ვიცი, ეგ მოუსე მქონდა არასდროს. ლოგიტა ძველი მოუსები არის ეგ და არ ვიცი ძველი მოუსები როგორია.
Round 1 by Vitality on the CT side.
But this one's got checked
so early health advantage. They're going to give it an honest go. Great position from Kixon. We've seen this really pay off before and go undercleared. Are Vitality going to make that mistake?
Wide spacing as they round the corner, so Kixan's got to show some discipline.
He lets Apex out.
That's that first guy cross, but waits for the pack. Gets out with his double, and m0NESY's there to deal with Apex as he makes his way through the ramp smoke. Very well handled for Kixan. That should just be a formality now. Flames and Robs, dangerous short. This AK for Flames needs a clean finish, and
It's a good double swing to
Ვა, დაიძაბა სიტუაცია და
not just letting the first player go because he wants a 2-for-1 but also just communicating
აბა პიკო ერთი გაქოლე რამე ნორმალური შეჩემა 10-ით 2 და რო მას გიკეთებენ comeback
on that position.
And
not the first time he's used it either. Vitality slowing down on this T side. That's 4 rounds in a row now for the Falcons and a rebuy with everything but the AWP for Team Vitality.
რაღაც ისეთი თამაში მიდის overtime-ის სულ იმცემს. უხდება ესეთი თამაში overtime.
A lot of these setups from the Falcons and it pays off yet again.
Covers in, Monacy and Nico, an annoying duo.
And see ya.
They just slink away with the 5-on-3. But the
Veto
aggression isn't done. In spite of a bunch of aggressive moves to open things up, Tessez wants even more, knowing that there's got to be concessions in a round like this for Vitality.
He's just going to park up here because it's a 50-50 angle and it's the least likely side that you clear. It's the hardest side to get to. So as Vitality go B, you'd like to say this is a guarantee 1 for Tessez, especially with the AK, no dinks. And so Falcons, this is going to be very, very difficult for Vitality to recover. Who walks in first? Shopping block, Flames gone. Tessez now removed, and Robson Zaiwu 2v5.
Hey, look, it's the names that give you some hope to hold on to here for Vitality. It's the fact that these two. Robson Zaiwu side by side. But it's Kiyosuke to get the ball rolling on this. It's left just to Zaiwu, line up on short, can't control the spray. Down to a 1-round game.
Kiyosuke, huge CT side impact here, right? Said he was having some troubles in difficult rounds, pushing through smokes, getting in that first half. He has had a series of impactful multi-kills on the CT side. Constant trades on these retakes. Really nice to see a recovery inside of this map. As now Vitality are pushed to the limit here. 1-round game and no economy, so half buy comes in.
Fearless.
Oh.
Lucky to still be alive is Flames. So a bit of a slowdown here.
Oh,
Kixon just takes it right back.
It's
going to be misinfo though. You see Nico rotating for the meantime. Will they try and focus on middle? Kixon left alone for the meantime.
Does have Monacy back towards the spawn. That's one hell of a way to go. 3 kills found on the ramp hold. Kixan's done his part in the round and then some. The captain just multi-kill in these rounds. Ram side. Whenever Vitality have looked for these late A finishes, Falcons all the way to a tie game.
These are the rounds that maybe frustrate Apex a bit as well because, you know, everyone there, you have expectation that your team are going to get trade kills and Kixon's just wiping the board.
This is 7 in a row for the Falcons from 10-3 down.
This is what we said in the first half, that resilience that we saw. It's one thing to do it against 3D Max. It's another to do it against Team Vitality.
6 in a row rather, but still, it's a mammoth streak that they've built up all the way to a level playing field.
They've been in the lab, cloning.
Op.
And replicating a great defensive half.
I mean, you kind of felt it from Vitality. They very much thought they could just shoehorn the win through on this one with all those very pacey, very explosive rounds, the early calls of set pieces from Apex, knowing that the 1 round would have done it. You know, you would have broken their money. This game would have already been over.
8-4 with
they never happened.
Yeah, 8-4 converted pistol. I mean, you're definitely confident at that point. Why wouldn't you be? Zaiwu finally getting his AWP back out. It's been some time. Pot shot in middle and no connection.
კარგად გამოიყურებიან Falcons-ებიც, მაგრამ ეხლა მე მგონი უფრო Vitality აგებს თამაშს ვიდრე Falcons-ები იგებს.
The most passive start from both teams yet.
the most important round yet.
Comes with the territory. It's the tie-breaking round.
მოიჭიმა G2. კაი. პირველი მაპი დააგეს,
ბიჭო.
როგორ არ მჯეროდა
magis. Get another multi-kill, man. Sure, he's not on deep ramp this time. He's playing a more standard position. It will be cleared. But Kixon can't afford to get a multi-kill. Vitality.
That's why Monacy being over towards his B-side's great. Look at all the resources it's freed up
for
the Falcons. Sure, the AWP is out of position, but it means there's a 4-man stack over here. Through the smoke. That's Rops up top of the board, dead first for Vitality. And looking for a clean sweep now are the Falcons. They're going to move into the lead, and one hell of a way to get there. Zai Wu hounded down, hunted to close this. Falcons take the lead.
Full disruption, full disrespect from Kixon. I mean, the pressure is off, and he is absolutely playing up to it. Taking command of this game right now. Felt dead in the water after a 4-round T-side. Kixon walks backwards through the palace smoke, drops Robs, and smoke pushes for Vitality have not been nice to them.
I mean, these rounds have been getting cleaner and cleaner for the Falcons. That's the other worrying thing. It's been a long time since Vitality have had them even close to kind of feeling the burn.
Just going for it now. Live and let live.
გაატრეიდეთ ეს ჩემისა თო აი თო კიქსანა როგორ კლავთ ბიჭო კიქსანა დედაჭებეცი
And Apex can't do a thing. Falcons
ჩემი კარგი
can. He just got the last bullet kill as they dropped in. That is unbelievable. How many times he's still negative on the KD, but his impact in the CT multi-kill in a new position for the captain of Falcons. And a frustrating T-side for Vitality, who just cannot get back on the board. 8 rounds straight. And this is where they kind of were against G2 the other day, and they still won from a similar position. I doubted them there. Do we doubt them again? Vitality always seem to dig themselves out of these spots, but this looks so hard right now. Falcons, everything has been going right. Every round has been clean. Use his AWP, and now he strikes onto Apex. How do you win this round? Is it Falcons with the first map of the series?
Flames trying to ignite something here with a double. Keeps this one half. So you asked for it, you said they always seem to dig themselves out. Can Flames be the guy? Kixan throughout this entire attempt at the T-half has been the problem in these A plays. So often good for the multi-kills. If he could do that again now, that's going to tee up the Falcons. It's only Robs remaining. Kixan can't be stopped. Mr. Multi-kill. Falcons captain seals it with a 3K, and they lock in this opening map. They were down. You thought they were out. 8-4 down as they moved in to this CT half, or they walk away. 10 is all Vitality get.
Wow, that took quite the turn of events, especially if you're a Falcons fan and you seemingly find yourself on the edge of either your chair or maybe a heart attack. Either way, you damn sure did it here on Mirage, and you got it done against Vitality. What the hell is going on?
That was a good game of Counter-Strike. That was a quality game of Counter-Strike there, Sadie, especially from Falcons in that second half. I think Harry said it during the
Flow
cast here. The latest
flow
stage
stage
just
იყო
got
ტიპი იმენა
cleaner
flow
and cleaner
stage
and
იყო
cleaner
იმენა
from
ტიპი.
Falcons. Really proactive on the CT side. Kyusuke finding a lot of impact. Kicks and stepping it up.
იმენა აი ყველა კუთხე კუნჭულს გრძნობდა იმენა.
It just felt like on the Vitality side of things that they run into a wall no matter what they were trying, whether that would be taking mid control, falling back, going into an A hit, trying from the beginning of the round to challenge
No,
Kicks.
but რემი დავალაკოთ არხი გამოვიწეროთ 12 წუთი დაუბრუნდებით ეს მეორე
That was a
მაგაზე.
clean CT side and a great comeback from what was a messy beginning to the game.
Yeah, I think it was a game of two good CT sides, right? Even Vitality in the first half managing to come out on top in the forced by wars, but even from that point on, right, having some good reads, being aggressive, being proactive. Falcons struggled to really get anything going, as you can see, just winning one round after those first three at the start of the half, right? And Zai was playing well, Robs is playing well. You're thinking, all right, this is it after Vitality is able to win the second pistol, but that's when the defense from Falcons stepped up. You could tell they were unfazed by the score. They just played some really good CS. The energy was there, and yeah, Kixon was unbelievable on that A-bomb side.
It's almost like he's playing for a billboard position for his, I don't want to say career, but obviously he has an apt purpose right here for everything that the Falcons are trying to accomplish, and they're in because they do just that. Obviously the question marks around Kyosuke, you know, where do they go now?
I mean, CT side was great by him. It's not that he had a poor T side, but the entirety of Falcons couldn't really break through and couldn't really get it done after the initial beginning to the game that was a bit messy. But CT side, he was firing on all cylinders. Great in the trade fracking department, and Kixon, as we spoke about already, shutting down the A-bomb side, not by himself, but thanks to him, you know, it was a tough time for Vitality to break in.
Jacob, let's run it back to that first half. Let's run it back.
Yeah, I think it's only fair that we go back to round three and kind of set the scene for how the game started. It was messy. It was back and forth. Round three was a great example of that, where Vitality, you know, not winning the pistol, not winning the conversion, they still have a little bit to work with right here. You see USP, you see a Deagle, you see a 5-7. Essentially, this is an unlosable round if you're Falcons. However, they get a little bit surprised by the mid pressure, and then all of a sudden Messi comes in and gets a double kill. A bit out of nowhere, Robs finds himself with a 5-7 in a favorable position, gets an easy kill, and all of a sudden it's a 1v1 where he gets a little bit lucky, dare I say it. You know, he attacks Nico twice with the Deagle through the smoke right here, which pushes him down to 0 HP basically. And then the 1v1, sure, I think Nico does well by repositioning, but Rob's instantly jumping out the window, getting the kill. Now, the reason I wanted to show this round is that it was a messy beginning, and usually when this happens to Falcons, when they lose a round against USP, against pistols, no armor, that's when you see them capitulate, and that's kind of what happened in the first half. Couldn't really get it going, couldn't find momentum, couldn't find the drive again, and that's what makes the second half in the CT side that much more impressive.
And this round was crucial because of the economy, right? Because Falcons wins the round after with a force buy of their own, but because Vitality won an eco, it put such a big buffer to their economy when then Zaibu is able to get the op out. And I don't think Falcons expected it, right? Really caught him off guard. He found an opening kill with it, and then Vitality was able to sort of really break the back of the Falcons and sort of take control of that first half.
Yeah, and who doesn't love a close range 5-7? Like, honestly, it was probably in his favor. Jacob, I know we were watching it together. It's kind of like, he's got this in the bag. He's got the great angle. Nah, right out of the window. But all things considered, there were just moments of what you would say almost brilliance in that Counter-Strike can be so macro, especially when it comes down to not hitting wall bangs. I'm talking about Robs.
Yeah, round 16 was a turning point in this game from Robs. You know, a clutch that could have gone his way, and I'd say Robs in his best shape, and when he's on it, you know, could have won this round. To me, that was a big difference maker. You see the scoreline right here, 10-5. The comeback hasn't really started for Falcons just yet. Not able to find the kill, not able to define the diffuser right here. And from this point and onwards, it was Falcons on everything. As you can see, the scoreline turned out to be 13-10, so they won every single round from this point as well. But there was a world where Robs wins this clutch. It was a close one, and we wouldn't be having this conversation now.
It was a reset round, right? And they were in a 2v4, and then you see Robs in CT getting one killed and getting the second. Bomb is planted for him. Honestly, he's low HP. You're already seeing him win the round, right? With how he's been playing in the first half as well. But, you know, Nico sticks it, and they're able to win the round and just keep rolling from that point on. So it just feels like, man, for Falcons, you know, things are coming together in this tournament, of course. And they would have crumbled, like Jacob pointed out, probably long before this round with how things have been going. But under the circumstances, they're able to have that goldfish memory, right? Like just keep rolling with it, keep playing the next round, focusing on that, and they were able to come out on top 9 rounds in a row on the CT side.
Yeah, 9 rounds in a row speaks volumes at the very minimum. Obviously, we get down to the nitty-gritty being towards the end of this game itself in round 21. What do we see?
Dude, this was just really, really cool CS and proactive CS from the side of the Falcons, right? And Kixon, we talked about him as well, 12-7 on that CT side, but felt like he had just a ton of impact, especially down the stretch. So Vitality sort of slow round, getting some mid control, but I don't think they put enough pressure on mid for Falcons to really be scared of it, right? We see this smoke from CT spawn for apps. Maybe that caught them a little bit off guard, and Kixon is going to be making another play here. You can see him on X-ray. He's right close to that smoke. He's expecting this piece of utility. He probably knows how this execute looks like, and just this completely shuts down the split, right? Because one of the avenues of attack is taken away. You can see all these players coming out ramp. Now they're worried about apps. They have to look there as well. Because m0NESY was posted up on B with the op, they had a 4th rifle rotating towards A, which enabled Kyosuke to just hold connector while Nico was able to fight ramp from bench, and they just absolutely dismantled Vitality in that round. Wasn't even close.
Let's talk about a Falcon CT-sided start on Dust 2. Let's shift the focus.
Yeah, I think as I said, coming into the game, I think it changed the playing field a bit. I know it's a map, you know, statistically speaking, Falcons are, I think, at what, 48 or 45% win rate or something like that. But a couple of those games have been with Nuclons as a stand-in. I think they are a vastly different team when Kyosuke is in the mix. He likes to pick up the op from time to time on that CT side, and the double op setup, you know, potent potential with him and m0NESY seems to be working out quite well when they're playing Dust 2. So I think it's going to be a different outlook for Falcons right here. I hope that they can find the economy. I hope Kyosuke is not necessarily forced to pick up the op because it's not working out, but proactively is doing it so he can shut down the B bomb site by himself and then free up some manpower towards the B splits and also towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, and this is their worst map statistically, actually, which is so strange considering the players that they have, right? You feel like Dust 2 should be their home map, really, and something that they should be able to find a lot of success on. I think the struggles come on the T side somewhat, right? Like Nico playing that upper B lurk role, I mean, that's nowhere near his wheelhouse. It's
kind of wasted, isn't it?
In terms of what comes natural, I mean, in my opinion, he was one of the best map control players on T side, you know, like understanding the timings, the different tempos at which you can take short control, the exchange of utility that happens there as well. I think that's where Falcons start faltering. That's why sometimes they lean more towards set executes and set rounds, because when they have to go for these defaults, taking cat control and everything, you know, the spacing isn't there, they eat a ton of damage from utility and whatnot. So hopefully, considering, you know, how they've been playing in this tournament, they do a better job at it, because Vitality undefeated on Dust 2 this year, right? That's their favorite map, that's their best map, and if there ever was a map for them to bounce back on, it's this one.
So is it even a question mark then when we think about sort of the containment over there on Dust 2? Is it a question mark here? Are we really going to say that Vitality might just get 2-0'd?
I don't think they will. I think Vitality are still the favorites in my book, but I think Falcons are good enough and have played well enough in this tournament to say that they can make the game ultra competitive. I don't buy into Falcons, you know, given that it's the lowest rated map they have. Again, as I said, context is that they played with Nuclons at a couple of tournaments. Very hard to find any sort of consistency when you're constantly playing with a stand-in. So I think Falcons are better than the results show, but as Janko said, Vitality and Dust 2, not only this year undefeated, but last year it was the best map in the pool as well.
Let's put it this way, Falcons were to 2-0 them, they'll need some help in terms of whether winning both pistols, whether winning a force buy here and there, some crazy clutches, right? If it's a standard game, Vitality has them.
Which is going to be interesting nonetheless. It's always interesting with Falcons and Vitality of the server, and that is exactly where I'm going to leave you before we jump back into it. Dust 2 is on the cards. The Falcons will start on that CT side. And after winning map 1 against the world-famous Vitality, we're going to see if they can close out this seeding match on the other side. We'll be right back. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters.
get a chance to speak with Zonig as well, and I'm not going to address the elephant in the room about the rosters. Everyone get to, you know, be and speculate themselves. But how is your famous Face It ban going?
It's going good, maybe even to an extreme where I think they're barely playing Face It right now at the moment. So, I mean, they definitely took it, but this is sometimes what happens with this team, that they kind of overreact some of the things that we're saying. But I mean, so far I'm happy, and I think on a serious note, I think we are playing better, and I think we are playing these situations much better. I will not credit it all on the Face It initiative. I think some of the talks that we have had has also helped. But yeah, satisfied in that regards.
I'm asking because I think Monesi said in one of his talks, it might be on stream, I'm not sure, but that it's the force you made was that you want to spend people to work on internal issues like team issues after a practice, so they spend more time on the server with each other. Is that some kind of a deal which you wanted to enforce this ban?
Yeah, I mean, just so that everyone knows, of course, some of them have individual sponsors, might have to plan this ahead. You know, there's like and of course, if Nico cannot sit and play, I don't know, Among Us and whatnot on his stream, he's obviously going to play, so we will try and plan as good as possible. But yes, the idea was that I felt when we were playing, we would do scrims, and then after that, people would go on each side, and then they will play Face It, and that's it. And then I actually went in and manually checked all players in top 10, how many faces they have played from a certain period, and we were far ahead of everyone else.
Hello.
I think Mongols came a bit close, but in terms of, you know, top 5 at least, it was extreme. So the idea was that I want us to, for me, randomly to go on TeamSpeak in the evening and see 2 players talking about their bomb site, what they can do, different reactions, and how we can play different situations, and yeah.
But the byproduct of that is that you also restrict them from playing it in a like bad habit environment, right? And it shows, because I think ever since that ban, we never had this radar moment on Falcons anymore.
Let's not jinx it. Let's not jinx it. I just don't want to see it to that extent. I mean, of course, you will see rounds slipping. I also saw Navi against Furia, but it became pretty close. You know, I think it was 2-5. So shit happens sometimes, but hopefully not to the extent that we have seen in the past.
Zonik, thank you all for these valuable insights, and good luck.
Thank you.
This
is a series deciding who goes to semis, who goes to quarters, and right now it's the Falcons a map to the good. Now beating Vitality on Mirage, sure, it's a hard one, but it's not inconceivable. Here on Dust 2, Vitality's pick, it damn near is. Yeah, undefeated this year, 42-4 since Rops joined the lineup. This is hands down the scariest place to face Vitality.
Throw in a 14-win streak as well, right? Dating back to last year. I mean, they've got every number in their favor. And sure, one of those losses is against the Falcons, but sometimes they go on a different roster. So we'll have to see what Falcons can do if they can power up and give us even more in this series. A very impressive individual performance from Kixen, recovery for Kiyosuke, and across the board, resilience for Falcons. And that's maybe been what we've seen more of at this event than recently and maybe ever before, right? Dominant loss against 3D Max turned around. Same thing here against Vitality. Sky's the limit at this point for Falcons, but the job is far from done.
ეგრე ვერ გახვალთ ნახევარფინალში ჩემო. ოხ. ეგეთი შეცდომით ვერ გახვალთ ნახევარფინალში. რეალს ეთამაშებით იმას კია. თბილისის დინამოს. Ურა ჩახვია თან
The odds so stacked against you.
ულამაზესი გოლი გაიტანა.
You would love to get off to a good start in this pistol round. Have a bit of a B lean right now for the Falcons. 3 players over there.
კაი, წავედით თან დაგვიყო თან იქით. მომწრემი დაალაკეთ არხი გამოიწერეთ ხოლმე იქნება.
If this ends up being the A play, you're looking at Nico and you're hoping he's able to turn the tide in your favor, because he is here alone.
Very hard round to win with no kit or nades here for Falcons. I mean, you need a multi-kill and you need it quick, because Vitality have full control. They've got the site. Rob's very late on alert. Strike. Bomber down. Seems like Tessis has got an inkling, and so he goes hunting for Robs. But with that kill coming in, you do feel that sways the odds massively. Robs is not giving you that kill back. He is wasting your time.
როგორ იყურება Apex-ა.
And Falcons knew exactly what they were up against. They knew Rops was floating around. If the rest of the team are out catwalk, he's somewhere in the back line ready to pounce.
Yeah, and of course Falcons don't know where they're going, right? They're hoping on the B stack that they've set up, but it just felt like they played kind of for nothing there, right? They weren't playing to put pressure on Cat and stop that take of the site, but they also, you know, 2 1v1s on Rops at long. It's to be expected when you lose A.
Აუ, წესასაც დილი დღეს იმენა.
Spirit was putting up some incredible moments on CT side. So 5v4 taken here. On this force buy, interesting force. 4 Deagles with armor, 3 smokes. Looks like they're just going to cycle them on this long position.
I mean, when the Deags have been treating you so well, why not give it a go?
Yeah, I wonder at what point do Vitality just call the bluff. You see some teams just push through this smoke on the left wall because rarely is someone playing behind it. And Falcons are going to throw a couple more of those smokes in. They're buying as much time as possible. Maybe the realization will dawn here. Smoke block. Can only hit it once though. Not much of a gap to work with. Oh, they're not even certain.
That second smoke should make it obvious. There's the spot on Zaiwu, but not giving mood. Him and Flames side by side are able to get through the Deagles. Spam even connecting there onto Kiyosuke, and this one is a foregone conclusion. Vitality might have given the room to those smokes on the long side, but they'll rip it all away with time to spare.
I like the idea for Falcons, but yeah, certain fights are very much harder than others, right? When Vitality get to scale and get past Car, it's really hard to stop them getting on the bomb site. These are easy pickings for Zaiwu. Wow, that was through the smoke with no info, seemingly. And so cleanly done here, despite that 5v4 advantage.
X-ანას რა გაჯმული აქვს თავზე რა აკეთებს. Entry fragger job გონია star player გონი თავი სალამი.
Now they're just flexing.
And no issues here in the early fleet of rounds.
Never
gonna say no to a bit more damage. That's what Nico's hoping to find.
მერა გოლი გაუტანეს. კუთხიდან ჩაუხვია ბიჭო.
Gonna have the Modesty LBP coming out from the word go.
გამოაძრეთ რეალს.
Zaiwu also gets his. So a chance to watch these 2 top AWPers clash.
Yeah, Zaiwu top of the world, Monacy top of the event right now. Has had 2 very strong series. Almost certainly no slacker back on Mirage. Monacy's unconfirmed. And Falcons playing for Cat, pushing all the way up.
იმენა დახარჯა იმ ყველაფერი. Nico რანაბოზერ პოზიცია. ეს მაუზის რაუნდია, ვიცი ეს რაუნდი. ბამ ვეხფლეშები პიტის თავზე.
It's a late takeover at long.
The smoke and flash will get them out.
ეს რაუნდი ჩვენც გქონდა დაკოპირებული. ეხლა ლონგზე წავნა, რობზე ჩარჩება ბოლომდე იქ იფლანკერებს. ისი ხმა ისმის მა დაბალზე, შენი მიზბრალი არაფერი არ ისმის დაბალზე. ყველას კარგად ესმის შენს გარდა, შენი ბრალია, შენი.
Well, the rest of Vitality do have their eyes set on this A bomb site. There's the openers. Oh, Kiyosuke bailing them out through that smoke, and him and Tessez have just stolen this one off of Vitality. The Lurks might be drawing a lot of attention, getting kills on Rops out through the B side, but none of it matters when the pack gets shut down.
მაგრამ მარტო შენ გაკეთე პრობლემა და რა ვქი რა გიყო. შენთან როგორ აუწიო მარტო.
They had 3 players trying to get that control back, and when they failed their initial plan, they cook up a new one really quick. Back through CT smoke, keeping pressure on A, through the Molotov, and they brawl till the bomb is loose. 2 players of Vitality left lurking. Against their will. And it's not like Rops even played too passive. He got out B and got a backstab as well, so very nice move through CT for Falcons. And this is a classic setup. They're often running close on Cats. Most mollies won't even touch this position.
ძმებო, ხმა როგორ ისმის სტრიმზე ამ კაც დაინტერესებს, დაუწერეთ ხმა ისმის კარგად სტრიმზე? თუ დაბალზე ისმის? 4-4-4 იმენა, საქართველოს ბანკი ვარ. კარგი ხარ? 3-3-ზე აღარ გატროლოთ. არა, რობს. ვიკაცი რა ხან მოკვდა ეგონა რომ
If you were planning on picking up that bomb and rejoining him, you've got to come up with something new. You got 50 seconds.
Right, ანუ ჩემი ხმა ისმის დაბალზე თუ თამაშს.
2 B players dead. That's why Rops runs out. He realizes, or he thinks, that B is entirely clear. Monacy moved in very quickly, so Killfeed letting Rops down in that moment. And a huge swing for Kiyosuke to bail out both his teammates. They were to get lined up there by Apex on Cat. So Falcons vigilant, pull back in a 3-on-2, and there's 20 seconds, boys. If Vitality want to actually give this a go, they're going to have to start running. This setup doesn't need to give away the kills. Are they really doing this?
Double peaked. Mezzi does what he can, but time is the enemy now as well. So just going to try and get out with the AWP.
Oh,
no.
Oh, that hit. Oh, he died. Messi falls right as the clock runs out. That's a death after time, a disaster for Vitality.
And he even hit Monacy with the Glock as well, I think. Oh dear, no money, no AWP, and like big punish.
One of the closest deaths after time I've ever seen.
Killfeed went into the next round, one of those. Oh, he didn't hit him. Just the AWP. Okay, those are 2 very clutch rounds for Falcons early in the game here.
And a massive chance to actually springboard yourselves into the lead on the back of it, right? It's forced another buy through for Vitality, but now with limitations, with Mezzi's death after time. Not a great deal of util in this one either for Vitality. So maybe having to be a bit more stripped back. Options removed from the Vitality playbook. It's just everyone walking up Cat right now. Util's going to displace Nico. And just going tit for tat with their util on short, denies the space. This is a big problem with 45 seconds left. Even now, trying to remain active at the Falcons. Flash play over in mid, they see nothing, and they still hear players on Cat.
Oh, he lets him go. Oh. And he walks back in. What a spray for Zywoo.
Got to stop the spillover. Modesty found by that Tech 9. It's Kiyosuke on a smoke push, hoping to bail them out. Rob's backstab moving in. And he's kept this one going. There's 10 seconds left. Mezzi will have the plant locked in a 1v1 now versus Kixan. Must rotate for the captain. Already on that jump up. Mezzi's got to get eyes on. Down to the scout as the AK runs dry. Falcons. On dust too.
A single bullet left in the AK. It doesn't get more difficult than that. And he got even given the headshot angle. But Kixan keeps up his appearances from map 1. First kill of the map for the captain of Falcons. And he saves their bacon here. Huge 1v1 picked up. And Kiyosuke still just continually pushing smokes. He is keeping the pressure on in this rotation role.
Such a massive round, because now you finally get a bit of reprieve, or at least you're supposed to, right? Even with the bomb plant, it's early doors here, so Vitality don't have the cash to really make this all too threatening. So this could lend a very helpful early game lead to the Falcons. Honestly, even taking some liberties, knows there's not as much to worry about in this round, so just try swing down through mid on this AWP, even goes back to it a second time. And now ready for the swing out through lower as well. Has support, so not going to get entirely scared off by this util.
When Monacy's connecting, it's always a joy to watch. Just removes 2 players with that scout up middle. Vitality, a desperate attempt. Smoke on the corner. Kiyosuke is in hot water here. He's been cut off on the A side of things. So support comes from Kixan. With just pistols shouldn't be a problem. And so massacred here are Vitality. 5 alive for the Falcons. 4 rounds on this CT side. And all in a row. That's the cleanest one yet. Every other round has come down to 1 or 2 surviving for Falcons. So bit of leeway here given as Vitality come in with a full buy. They're going to have to defeat back-to-back rifle rounds to break Falcons at this point in the game. It's a rather comfortable position on the CT side of Dust 2 right now, having money to fall back on.
Yeah, it's 5 alive round is just such a great boon to an already great CT half. Already on one hell of a little streak building up. And for a team that, you know, aren't strangers to the double AWP here on Dust 2, having the extra cash available just gives you another option eventually that you could reach for. See Vitality feeling the burn a little. They use their first tack time out there. As the guns make another appearance, they need to figure out how to get back to their winning ways.
Oh, chaos again. Right through the smoke. Texas is full blind. And both Vitality entries come in. Excellent late flashes here. Even more punish potential for Rops. Oh, he's got jiggled. Got the info and nice clinical headshot. That should lock the round here.
Kiyosuke bien Korea.
Team to jump the gun in these positions.
Jacy ty pozycje aktyw to? Kixan gađuja.
Honestly, just has too much to watch right now. And Vitality have successfully avoided it. It means you can drag it into the next.
ისიც დექსტერა და ის რო ყავდათ, მაშინ მოიგეს ხო ყველას? Is dead.
Guarantees yet for Monacy with Robs inside
2 მილიონი დახარჯეს ვერაფერი ვერ მოიგე.
Only guarantee is Vitality have taken their 4th round.
ნუ სწრაფი დაალაიქეთ გაჭედილები ვართ 4-4-4-ზე თუ რა.
Hunting is high risk.
ნაღდი თემა, მაგრამ 100-ზე არ გაძლევს, 250 თამაში უნდა მოიგო.
Vitality is still trying to go for this. They're moving players into CT. They want to get this AWP away from Monacy. He is not too keen on that idea.
Another death, and it's a big problem for Vitality. I mean, 3 is the bare minimum you need to get out with. This is risky spam. Kixon's on the other side of the smoke. He's got a good position. And Apex just walks right through. So that will have consequence at this point in the game for Team Vitality. The round is nice, but 3 kills on exit is costly. They know how important just taking that AWP away was. That's why they're willing to risk it all. But m0NESY gets a long spawner. He gets another go.
They won't be meeting anyone at the long doors. Vitality don't play for it. Instead, they're focusing all their attention early in this round over towards middle. Got that smoke down, flames in lower. Rest of the gang out in top mid, and this is just to squeeze any type of a early mid setup, a short peak for the Falcons. And so space taken here for Vitality. They've got the real estate they were looking for. Still have Robs in the upper tunnels, so maybe an up-tempo mid to be here.
Sami like it's my boat transformation. Oi. Oi, Sami kacsi bizebus.
Flash. They're going to go on the back of it. Kiyosuke
can't
get gun on in time, having to turn from that flashbang. Nico tucked in. Nearly the lineup needs a couple. And they know to expect Kicksan floating around back of the site, does what he can.
Ara, się trzyma, zaju, man draginda to.
2v2.
Man draginda. Man draginda.
Moving quick as well. Dropped off the AWP. They've got a lot of utility.
Ai, Apex-a და Robs-a. Robs-ას კაი თამაშია, ქავერაი წასაგები ეს.
They just use the element of surprise. Apex spotted.
ხო, რა smoke შეუგდო.
It bounces.
Mankans
Molotov
giving a bit
of a window here for Falcons to move in. Car is the biggest threat, but that's been mollied, and so is Big Box. Robs pushed out of position. Apex gets his. Tessa is just jumping through the smoke, blinds himself, and Robs holds on. A difficult post plant for Vitality with a lot of pressure and multiple molly positions. They still get out with both players surviving. Vitality into a B stack, and you would barely know it. Very well put together. And Nico hit a great timing as well. That's a real shame to see. He uncrouched twice, letting them past, and then only got damage on the second.
Starting to feel a bit of freedom now of Vitality. They've broken the finances. Want to see aggro up in the top mid, but long control's been taken in this downtime. Nothing found for m0NESY. So even though they went and took all that long control, they actually go back, clear out middle, and all of the Falcons over here on A. Round still built in a way where it feels like it will be this A-side finish.
No, that's before the flash even popped.
And you know, when so much time's been taken, that they're coming up short as well, and you just don't have the manpower to deal with this. So well handled there to keep it clean.
All right, you pissed off Vitality. Now they're playing clinical 3 rounds in a row. Defeating a B stack. Getting a clean 5v2 execute that, yes, they lose 3 players in the chase. But in terms of the way they've won these rounds, they have been very, very well done for Team Vitality. They seal the half in their favor.
Aggression on the A side of the map. Solo B hole to allow this to come through. Boost on Cat works wonders for m0NESY.
Very surprised to see Flames just run out there, rare.
Eu acho que era bem
using a lot of util. They're aware of the m0NESY AWP. They're aware of the proclivity to do cat setups for Falcons.
They heard the long take util and they saw the boost. That might feel like knowledge enough that this B site is weaker, so they've full rotated back around, looking for B. Pressure's on.
Oh, that hurts.
For the Falcons prodigy, Kiyosuke. alone on this half of the map, and it's not like these rotates are going to be quick. They are a long way away, so it's all him. Got to put on a show. Mow down on the first two. He's done his part in the round.
Bicho, X-ana რა live gamer-ია, ორი თამაშია
Molly burns Vitality alive and Kixon mows them down yet again. Beautiful hold for Kyosuke. Dodges both flashes, eats a grenade, still takes two with him. Lot of responsibility for a solo player. And that's going to keep Falcons neck and neck in this game, looking to even the half at 6-6.
ჩემპიონთა ლიგა არის ჩათვალე, ოღონდ ყოველ თვე რო ტარდებოდეს. თვეში რამოდენიმეჯერ.
And even Monacy's opened up in this round. He's found Apex up top mid. He was running down mid with the HE on the smoke. Bit of a response. Nothing comes for free. Long taken with that corner smoke in the way, though. Oh dear, everybody getting stuck on each other. Robs is up in a very active lurk. You wouldn't expect him here so soon.
Usually reserved for far later in the round, but Rob's ready to tee them up for this one. The backstab on Monacy nets the trade at the perfect time. Smoke falls in to facilitate exactly that. It's not perfect.
Luckily, Kixon helps him out.
Sight's been lost. Kyosuke can't get his, and now it is just Kixan, and not for long. Vitality able to win out here. It's their tried and tested Dust 2. That's what they're going to have to rely on if they want to extend play and make this a 3-map series.
შეხედე. ვაიმე, სად დაიჭირა, ეს არ დამინახე. Iar uite, oriunde caia, oricât pe român. Mara alba tu prozaiu. Johnny Caras nervioso. Ah, o Xa nervioso.
Falcons soaring towards a semi-final if they can get through Vitality's Dust 2. 42-4 over the past 15 months. Team Vitality, safe to say, in control of this game. 7 rounds on the T side.
Sonika sma gradezare vasijari.
From Zaiwu and Robs, as expected. Falcons dug deep last map, though. They were 10-4 down. Can they do it twice over?
Avaieba. Nacht.
Yeah, tall task in front of you.
მაყურებელი შემდეგ პარასკევს ეყოლებათ მაყურებელს
Vitality
play-offs.
here, undefeated on Dust 2 this year. And since Rob's joined the roster, no squad ever beating them twice on the map. Falcons, one of 4 teams that have bested them at some point on the map. An all-in brawl in middle, and Flames is eventually punished.
Bullet would have done it.
Nearly got away with that reload, but
Not
really
sure
doesn't cut it. Leaves you in a 3-on-3. It's time to slow this one down. Still have that belt of util on Kicksan for whatever play.
ორი მთავარი ტიპი დაბრუნებული იქ. ნიკო 4-10 აქვს. TSS-ს 6 HP აქვს. 6 კი 1 HP აქვს ბიჭო ტიპს 6 მეთქი. მენა 1. ვაიმე ჯარიმა გაიტანა რეალმა ბიჭო არ გამოვყალევდი.
Back plan on B, Apex confirming. Flank coming in. So we're still scared of Cat. They don't know where the 3 players are. Ross confirms by dying. And that might just be the rounds. I was on 2 health here. Unless a little bit of luck comes in. And Tessus is refusing to go down for free. Tucked in a headshot position. It's Apex or it's nothing here for Team Vitality.
მეკარის ბრალი იყო მომენტ რაღაც პუნჩი.
Smoke in just to be annoyed with this guy on the platform. That lets
Zaiwu
Zaiwu peek with a bit more freedom. Apex finds another. It's a Kicksan's got to clutch up. Thought you had this one.
მე გეუბნები Kicksan აიმენა live თამაშია.
Huge clutch from the captain. Pistol round secured. Falcons bringing some fight to this second half.
Everyone's laughing. Everyone's having a great time. Kicksan's just put on a 3K in a round that never should have gotten that close. But my God, he had to dig deep. And what is it with Falcons right on the edge of changing a player when they put on their best tournament? It was MVP for Dexter in Bucharest right before a bench. And now Kicksan is making one hell of a case with rumors floating and circulating.
ორივე გოლი მაგის ბრალია, და შიქო არა აქვს, რეებსაკეთ.
And right now is putting on some of his best maps yet.
Apex,
one of the signature guns for Apex, this Mag 7. Oh, it's not let him down. 2 kills there in the tunnels and an immediate middle finger the way of the Falcons. It's the thing with Vitality, there's no such thing as free rounds when they're your opponent. Zaiwu. Even just the tag here would really up the pressure on this T side. Honestly, feigning a mid to be scaling up on towards the catwalk. It's Flames in the site itself. No one really in a position to help him, so this just becomes a matter of what can Flames do? Has teammates back in the spawn, but they're a ways away from being involved. Flames finds one on this Deagle. They're hunting down the CT kills. Head on a swivel for Monacy. We're not done yet. Messi provides the cover. And Vitality just snatched one away.
What is it with Vitality in these second rounds, right? You thought they couldn't get better from last year. 2025, they won 25% almost of those forced by rounds. In 2026 alone, they've doubled that number, winning just below half of attempts in that force. They don't need a pistol right now. And they send a serious message right back the other way. $1,400 for the Falcons. Forcing them down the drain.
I mean, we're certainly starting to see some
რეალის წინააღმდეგ იყო ის თამაში ლივერპულის მეკარე რო გამოყლებდა რა ერქვა მაგის მერე რო კაცი ვაფშე ფეხბურთი აღარ თამაშია საკუთარ კარებში რო გოლი გაიტანა ორჯერ თუ სამჯერ რა ერქვა მაგ მეკარეს როგორ შემეცოდა ბიჭო რა კაი სეზონი ჩაატარა ტიპმა და მან გამოყლევდა ხო იმენა ტიპს იმენა ერთ თამაში კარიერა დაენგრა ჩემი კარგი მოხდა იმენა შამანებმა გამოულოცეს ой შუქი წავიდა
Even the scout for a while, right? You definitely see Zywoo pull scouts out, but
Magis mere PR minaxas arsabt. Realis panebma imena ra dribaubi da gaikira.
That weapon in second rounds. And getting an awful lot of
რა სეზონი ჩაატარა წვეთში და რა კარგად ითამაშა მთელი სეზონი და ფინალში იმენა დედა მოეწყო. ხუთი პასი გააკეთა 4 გოლი საგოლე მაგისი იყო.
That's not what they expected. After the round ended, they all immediately forced eagle armor and then someone made the call. They pulled it back. So they changed their mind. Careful here, boys. A full send up catwalk, getting a little scary. And this is Falcons trying to buy early, but Vitality just saw what they were up against and they know what's coming. What are we going to get? We're going to get max 3 AKs, and those AKs will not have util. So a couple of utility players here for Falcons. I don't mind it. It's going to maximize your gun rounds here. We know how dire those Deagle force buys are on a map like Dust 2. It is very hard to get away with a round like that. And so Falcons reducing the amount of eco rounds they get to play. This is what it's going to look like.
With some pretty severe limitations, got to have a good clear game plan in this one. A few swings and misses there for Zywoo in these mid-fights, and not like there was a lot to make life hard for him. Mezzi claws back with a hat-trick. Bit of help from Flames, and so quickly, Falcons gets turned on its head.
Started so strong, just spamming flashes to overwhelm Zywoo, but they weren't ready for Mezzi, committed on the left side of middle. It is quite the committed position. Kixon, you've had a great series, but this one is unrealistic. They're all ready to pounce on contact. So into Flames he goes, and down he goes. Triple kill for Flames. And Vitality just 3 rounds away. There's digging deep, and then there's this T-side of Dust 2. It's going to be 11-6, more than likely.
Oi, Mezis, we go. Oh, ra round. Ra round.
Nice boys!
The vibe is back.
Ra round. Agari gatroles Mirage, თორე იზი 2-0 არის, ყო ეხა ძმობას გაფიცაებთ. აი უმარტივესი 2-0 იყო ეხა ვიტალიტისთვის რა ქნეს პროსტო მირაშიტიდან მოდუნდნენ ძალიან ჯერ რობზა მის რაუნდი როგორ წააგო ჩემი როგორ არ მოკვდა ის ტიპი
And if Vitality can get us all the way, we go to Nuke as a decider, a map that neither team have lost this year. 6-0 for Vitality, 4-0 for Falcons.
Nukes არ გავსტრიმავ თუ Nuke იქნება რა იცი. Oof.
Counter-Strike's most tactical map.
Nuke
it's longest standing.
I see him up here,
it does just feel like a matter of time. Falcons are going to get 1 full buy round. And then they have to amass a serious streak.
Why me?
All right. Rob's there, ready to help out. And this is the gun round we've been waiting for.
And this is, if they lose it, this is literally their only full gun round on the T side of this entire map, right? Because they, the compounding downside of losing to that force buy, even though they take the eco, a valiant move. That first buy, if you want to call it that, was far from pretty. So this is your best bet, and it will be without an AWP to counter Zywoo.
And, Rops has also decided to bring his out. So Vitality, they are swimming in money. So much so they got the freedom to bring out that secondary AWP. Meanwhile, Falcons will have to operate without theirs. Top performer in Rio is m0NESY. And you won't get to have him on his weapon of choice in this very important gun round. Oh, this is audacious.
Robs.
One AWP fires off on the cross. Meanwhile, Robs sneaks in towards top middle. Now lower tunnels. There is 2 players here for Robs to worry about. In danger of getting collapsed upon. There's no one else here to support Robs in this endeavor, so it's just maybe that's all he needs.
Double
trouble from Robs down at lower. And the trades won't arrive. Kixan closed in, but blocked by that smoke. Robs has an escape route opening up.
He's not even taking it. Staying in a deathmatch-like position, sitting on the stairs. Flames never getting cleared there, and Robs has fired 4 shots with the AWP. He is still alive in this round. Crossing, that's not allowed. 2-on-4 now. But bomb spotted back towards the B side of things. Zywoo's going to be hyper aware.
I mean, that is now an AWP for m0NESY too, so gets to play with the AW at least.
But this round or next, that's the question here for Falcons. I wouldn't like my odds either. You'd expect Zywoo or Pinkar, not on B, when you consider what Robs just did. And so Falcons call it off and give that 12 right over to Vitality.
I mean, look, you knew this was going to be a hard battle on Dust 2. There's a reason Vitality have built up such a fierce reputation on this map in particular. But never feeling like you've really had the proper go at it in this second half is a bit of pill to swallow for the Falcons. This was a beautiful sequence for Robs. He's so alone in that lower tunnels push.
It's just not Nico's map, is it? He's the guy trying to trade that kill. 6 and 16. Nikos find that final bullet. Round dies in tunnels. And the map might die right here.
Zywoo keeping it mobile.
Overpassia მესამე. მირაჟი მოუგო სპირიტმა ნახლა დასთია. კარგი ბატონო, overpassით საშინელება.
And a full short side reaggress with this AWP to cover. Kiyosuke first around the corner, learns about it the hard way. Are you expecting now 2 rifles just to try and really push the boat out here? That's the bomb dropped. m0NESY going to claw one back. But this Zywoo AWP continues to harass. m0NESY plays it forward. Will get one over Zywoo.
Oh no.
Flames can't finish his meal here, and that's opened up a route. Backstabbing. Robs controls the spray. And m0NESY can't hang around to play the trade game. Got to move in with that bomb. A tense 2v2 for the map. And Robs with the reposition all the way around long side, trying to keep him guessing. You never know where Robs is going to creep up next. There's the spot at least. Info found for the Falcons. Messi has eluded capture for now. Missed shot, unable to punish. Oh, nails that, and there's the info for Tessos. All about him. Messi playing it forward, seals this one with a 1v2. You just can't write off these individuals. Everyone can have their time in the limelight for Vitality. And so no end to the Dust 2 streak, still undefeated this year are the Vitality squad. This one is going the distance.
Imagine being undefeated on Dust 2. What a time to be alive. Just kidding. It's a very nice time to be alive. If you are in that Vitality fan pool, they do pull this one right on through for the Falcons, who won the first map in the series. Dust 2 definitely going the Vitality way. Squares us up for Nuke at the end of the road here. Overall, Jacob Pimp Vinicky and YNK Yanko Paunovic in not that particular order.
Yeah, I mean, once again, Vitality are showcasing to us and the rest of the world why they're so dominant on Dust 2. Their win conditions are so many, so to speak. It comes from everyone. Messi with a beautiful clutch right here. In general, his CT side, second half, Messi did a stellar job. T side was somewhat decent as well, you know, a bit back and forth. But it goes without saying that when Vitality played, was it 38 games in Dust 2 last season, and they won 32 of those, and now they're undefeated in 2026 as well. I don't think we've ever seen a team have a domination like this on a map for such a long period. I know we have
News 22 ყურეთ. შანსი არ არის ნიუკი გავსტრიმო.
last more than 6 months.
News გავსტრიმო play-off-ში მარტო აი აქ მე არ უყურებ News.
On a map like Dust 2 for the vast majority of
და მithumetes ამათ News.
That's crazy.
დავაი და ხვალ არა და ზეგ play-off-ი 5 საათიდან ძმებო. ყურადღებით იყავ სტრიმებზე, Discord server-ზე ჩემოდით და მარტივად გაიგე. დავადი ღამემშვიდობის თქვენი თაბა.
On a map like Dust 2, you know, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, right?
არა News არ უყურებ შანსი.
Losing that second round, and then even in the gun
არა
round,
არსებობს
the first gun
News
round, you know,
უყუროთ
they
ძმა.
had
არა
opening
ძმა.
kill onto Zaibu 5v4,
არა ძმა, რა
fumbled
სიძახი
the round
News
from
უყურებ
that
ხარ
point
მე.
on, and that's all it takes for Vitality to just run away with it.
Which is crazy, right? You just think about the sort of wake up that is Vitality. You know, if you've finally got them against the ropes after map 1, Jacob, and then you come into map 2 and they've woken up,
გაკოცე
is it a scary prospect?
ღამემშვიდობის და მოვალ ხვალ კერდაზე.
But the game was competitive up until that point.
მადლობა 4